Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing this evening? We're in the southwest part of Florida now, down here southwest of Port Charlotte, and waiting for Hurricane Ian to come on up. And still Category 3. It's had an eye wall replacement this afternoon and early this evening, and so it's had a smaller eye and it's got to a bigger eye, and we'll see what how things go there. Yeah, we appreciate the interest there. That's great. I'm doing great, guys. It's here shortly. I was going to give you a quick update before I go take a break. But anyway, we're waiting for it, and we'll see how this thing evolves. The models, you know, it's going to come up here. The bigger story right now is actually has been quite extremely impressive. Is that we've had a number of damaging tornadoes. Actually, we've got tornadoes in effect now. Multiple tornadoes. We've had damaging tornadoes southwest of Fort Lauderdale Airport near Davis. That was about 15-20 minutes ago. So we have these onshore flows. Another tornado right now. Look at this going on. This is all in the northwest of Fort Lauderdale and southwest of Fort Lauderdale. These things are spinning up really quickly. We had damage confirmed. I just had a viewer send me a damage shot of some apartments and some houses. The tornado came up in this general area like this about 30 minutes ago. It was a damaging tornado, significant tornado for Florida standards, and it peeled off, and these things are moving very, very quickly, and they develop quickly, and we have multiple tornadoes over many places across Florida right now. The southeast coast, this is going to be this whole southeast coast area. It's just all these onshore flow storms are going to create tornadoes, right? The conditions are extremely favorable for wind shear tornadoes, and just how the structure of the atmosphere is set up northeast of the hurricane, which is pretty typical. Here's the eye coming up, and you get just to the northeast, and the wind shear, the surface winds are coming in kind of like this, and the upper winds are coming like that. So you get this crossover, and it makes a really excellent deal. All these storms are got little appendages on them, hooks on them, and I believe even south here, we did have a tornado cross, don't know if it did any damage. This little guy right here crossed the Keys a while ago, and it had an intense culprit back here, and let's go look at it. Let's zoom in on it. This one it looks like it produced a tornado going across the highway there just west of Marathon, and it comes rocketing up here. Right there goes a tornado right there, and we'll look at this again. Big Pine Key tornado went across the highway. Boom, there it goes right there. These things are rocketing northwest about 60 miles an hour. It's night times. They're going to be very hard to see. Northwest at 40 knots, just about 50 miles an hour. It's these are going to be quick spin ups, but I expect that continue most of the night. We're going to have a lot of rotating bands and tornadoes. The more interesting thing, and I'm watching, of course, we're watching Key West, switch back over to here, the Key West radar we're on now. That other thing, since we had the eye wall replacement cycle later this afternoon, earlier this evening, what's happened is we had the core, they had the really tight inner core earlier this afternoon and during the day. And since then, the inner core has collapsed, which is a normal process, and it's called eye wall replacement. And when it collapses, it causes the winds to expand out. So what we have here now is we've got hurricane force winds. If you look here, you got 90 mile an hour winds. Look at all these 80, 90 mile an hour winds. That's over a big area, 100, 110. That's on the north side. And then back over here, we got 105. We've had 100 of hot as high as 120 and 130 a couple hours back here on the south, in the kind of the southeastern flank of the hurricane. So what's happening is, as these hurricane winds are now expanding well to the northeast, about 80 miles now to the northeast of the eye, because with that eye wall replacement cycle, you basically have hurricane force winds not that far offshore now. Marco Island, about 50 miles southwest of Marco Island now, there's hurricane force winds expanding, right? So as the eye slowly tracks this northeast track like this, something like this, over the next 12 hours, as it gets closer up in this area back southwest of Marco Island, and it may be midnight or 2 in the morning, but as the eye wall gets up in this area, these winds that are out front here, right here, those are going to start moving up over the southwest coast here, and that's going to happen probably sometime after midnight. So you can see where I'm at here, the south, just in the Cape Coral area and the Fort Myers area. But these hurricane force winds will come on shore sometime after midnight. Might be like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. We'll start getting this extreme bands here. We'll start coming up here, and we'll start having damaging winds moving on shore sometime as early as maybe 3 or 4 a.m. But definitely by 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. we should have probably gust 100 coming on shore here. And the hurricane is forecasted right now. It's actually forecasted to track actually about 3 miles from my location. And the latest track at 5 p.m. I was actually sitting right here when the track came out, and the Cat 4 is about like this right here. Literally, it's got a Cat 4 right there. that's where it has the Cat 4, and you see where I'm at, right? So we'll see where it goes, where it tracks. It could go north of me, south of me. We're trying to stay. So there's two problems or two opportunities to chase this, and both of them are very high risk as far as life and property and filming, and that is the water. And I've got to look at this, but the water rises well in advance of the eye, right? You have this big surge right here on the north side, but we have building waves of 30, 40, and they may be up to 45 feet. We have big, huge battering waves now northeast of the eye, okay? That's not storm surge. That's just the wave heights, right? So you got these big, large battering waves that are coming toward the southwest coast, and as those start approaching after midnight, right now we're in low tide. Here, and what happens as we get after midnight, the water's going to start rising, and then you're going to get back up in the canals and the channels, all in this area. The water's going to start backing up, right, as we get in after midnight, and you start approaching high tide. Then these big, large battering waves are going to come in after midnight to 6 in the morning. These are start making closer to the coast, ahead of the eye wall, right? So you got a combination of rising water. We have a lot of inland flooding right now. We've even got reports. If you look right now, these are just new storm reports, and very shortly, just southeast of Fort Myers here, obviously training, but here about 45 minutes ago, reporting creek flooding, 828, they're reporting creek flooding, and creek flooding basements are starting to flood, and this is inland flooding, and maybe even have to do with some back tributaries here, but already we've got water apparently coming into houses, or some area down here near Cypress Lake area. We've already got storm reports of water entering houses, and it's way, way early on this, right? So anyway, conditions will continue to get worse. We're going to continue to have these spiraling bands, tornadoes in this northeast quadrant here are going to continue all night long, all day tomorrow. They're going to do this, and we're just going to have tornadoes, the swarms of tornadoes at times, all in this area is very conducive for tornadoes all night long, right? And tomorrow's going to be the same thing as we heat up. And the other thing that's going to happen is that the models are very explicit, and you can kind of see it on tonight's model. You see it right now on the radar, and that is the radar. You see how much more precip we have kind of the northwest half. This is sort of the hurricane. It has a lot of convective precip, right? It's heavy rain. But if you look on the south flank, we've got what's happening now. We've got dry air that's coming in at mid levels around the hurricane, right? It's kind of trying to keep it from intensifying, but also you've got dry air coming in, which also helps feed these individual bands, right? Because the dry air wants to cut in between these storms, and it creates some tornadoes, right? So that'll continue overnight. The key is going to be, and this gets really complex, I'm about ready to tell you, this is not the normal hurricane, how they normally work, but as this makes landfall, wherever it makes landfall up here, what's going to happen is we get into that mid-late morning, let's call it noon maybe, even maybe 9 o'clock, as the eye comes on shore, okay, as this eye comes on shore here, what's going to happen, a lot of the convection over here, even though you may have some bands come up like that with the dry air, the southeast half of the hurricane is probably going to be almost precip free, except for some spiraling bands coming in, right? And the majority of the convection is going to be concentrated on this northwest, northeast side of the hurricane like this. Well, this is the area where the big heavy rain is. You're going to have these big northeast winds to the north of the hurricane. This is where you're going to, the damaging winds are going to come to the ground, because what's happening is you got to have these big intense bands. You want these 45 for storm chasing anyway. We're looking at these big, huge 45 dBz, these big bands here. That's what causes the massive destruction, and this is where the winds are really concentrated, so you get heavy convection around this eye wall, and the rain at 30, 40, 50,000 feet high, as it passes through those 100, 140 mile an hour winds at 5,000 feet above the ground, then it helps bring those winds to the surface, which then would create those damaging wind gusts and bursts with these bands coming ashore, right? So this inner core eye wall, this as the night goes on and we get closer to the eye, and pressure's dropping now all on the southwest coast, my winds are picking up out of the northeast. As these bands get closer and closer, each band that comes over, the winds are going to pick up with gusts, right? We may have 30, and then it'll go to 40, and then it'll go to 50, and then you start getting these 70 mile an hour gusts as you get closer to the eye, and then we're going to start getting these 90 to 100 mile an hour gusts, and then probably when the eye comes on shore, you're going to start getting these 110, 120, maybe gusts to 140. It's going to be in this eye wall right here. It's going to be anywhere in this eye wall, and we don't know how that's going to evolve, right? If we start getting this thing closing off, and we start getting this 50 50, 60 dBz right around the eye where it's really intense. It may not ever close off the rest of the night. It may be done as far as strengthening, and it might be a 3-minute mixed landfall. It could still be strengthened overnight and be a 4. It's called to be 4. We'll see what happens. But this is where the really bad damage is going to be. And depending on where it crosses the coastline here, that's where the most concentrated wind damage, roof damage is going to occur. And then generally as to the right of this, right of the eye, right where it tracks to the right side here, this is where the onshore flow is going to be the most extreme, the most biggest storm surge. See on the right side of the side. Of course, you're going to have offshore flow here on the northwest side of the eye going offshore, onshore. So the water's going to pile up and keep piling up and keep piling up. So as this moves northeast like this, the water's going to keep just pushing in here in Charlotte Bay and all in the Fort Myers area. The water's just going to keep piling up and hard because you're going to probably have 110, maybe winds of 130. I mean, surface winds. I mean, they're going to pile. They're going to come screaming out of the southwest. When this eye passes me right near me or west of me, the winds are going to switch around from the northeast, and then they're going to come out of the northeast early in the morning. Then they're going to switch to the east, right? As the eye's approaching, the eye's down here, and the wind's going to be screaming out of the east. And then as we get a little bit later, we're going to, the eye goes northwest of me, then the wind's going to come out of the southeast, and then as the eye comes inland right here, somewhere in this area, right? We don't know exactly where yet. As it comes inland, and the eye circle here, where the winds are going to swing around to the south-southwest, and that's where we're going to have the big surge coming in all the bays, and you're going to have the over one of the outer barrier islands, and it's forecast to be 10 to 12, 10 to 15 feet, right, on the outer barrier islands. So all these barrier islands out here, they're going to get over one, especially down south here, where you're in the right-hand side of the eye, right? So Port Charlotte, it's in this general area. I can't tell you where it's going to make landfall yet, right? We got it kind of an idea. It could be south of me, 10 or 20 miles. It could be north of me, 10 or 20 miles, right? Because, and also the other big thing is we look how big this inner eye core is right now. Right now it's 28. Earlier today it was closer to about 15, right? So it's got a big eye right now because you have this eye wall replacement cycle, so the wind spread out. We go back to velocity here, and you can see how big the hurricane. So it helped a little bit. We had eye wall replacement cycle, but actually it hurt us too because now we're going to be in the hurricane force winds for longer because it covers a much wider area, right? So we've got this big, huge, expansive area of these hurricane force winds, which now, look how wide this is. We have 100-mile-an-hour winds, 100-mile wide of 100-mile-an-hour winds. And so if it's moving at 8, 9 miles an hour, you're talking 10 or 12 hours of hurricane force winds, right? And that's on the front side. Then we got the back side of 100 plus for another 6 or 8 hours. So you could be looking at 15, 20 hours of hurricane force winds once, if you're in that right spot, right? And I don't know where that's going to be yet. We could have 10 or 12 hours of hurricane force winds here in Southwest Florida, right? So that's going to do a lot of damage, right? So it's kind of an overview of how it's looking right now. But again, everything's on track. The only thing I can say that may keep us from having we'll just see how the dryer is trying to come in at times into the bottom of the hurricane. I can see it mid-levels, and I can see it on satellite, and I can see it on the radar in 500 millibars. But as the dryer comes in, if the dryer gets too entrenched into the hurricane, it can start eating it up. It's kind of like boy, it's kind of hard to describe. It's like if you get this really dry air at mid-levels, and it helps like destroy the hurricane. It helps weaken it. It helps kind of makes the wind spread out, right? And it can bring it down 1 or 2 categories, right? But again, it's all about how much this moisture can stay here and fight off that dry air. But as it comes northward here, we'll see if it closes in, gets tighter. Time will tell, but right now it's kind of an eye wall replacement cycle. It's done that now. And as you can see, as it gets closer here in the eye wall, Key West radar, there's some things I'm seeing right here, which is very interesting. If you look at the loop, and this is very interesting to me right now, what I'm seeing here. I'm going to stop the loop. What we're seeing here, if you watch real carefully, we have that big eye wall. I'm just doing a measurement across here. Right? This big outer eye wall, 20, 30 miles across. And you got another one that's kind of this inner eye wall. It's like this. It's 30 miles, 29 to 30. But here's what's happening now. If you watch real carefully, and this happens to spin so fast, you're going to be hard to see. What you're doing is you get convection now, and it's trying to come around. And this guy right here, he's trying to come back around, and he's trying to do this right now. If you look, this band here, he's trying to come back. So with the center is right there, right? So on a loop this, if this big heavy band can close off again in this inner circle, instead of getting this big fat eye wall, we get this much tighter eye wall overnight like this. And then you get those big 65 DBZ 55 to 60 around this inner eye wall. So you're going to have an outer eye wall. And if we get the inner eye wall to like get solid again, right, completely symmetric and balanced, then we're going to have like a double hit. You got this 80, 100 mile out here, then you're probably going to have the 120 to 150 in this inner eye wall. This is where the pressure is the lowest, and this is where the most destructive winds are going to be. So we're going to have two bands of destructive winds, right? The outer eye wall area, which is right now, and then you got this inner core. If this inner core can get established with intense convection, then things can get really hairy. I mean, it could be really bad. So we'll just see how it evolves. I have no idea. The models are saying, high 3, Cat 4, officials Cat 4. So it's pretty much on target right now, right? Charlie 2.0, I've said that earlier, right? It's really not a Charlie 2.0 because I've got Jeff Gammons here with me. He was down here in Darren Charlie, and Charlie came in northeast at 25 miles an hour. So it's really not a fair comparison. Charlie, the only thing you can make a Charlie reference to is it's turning to the right? But that storm was moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. It went from a Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4, and it was like 25 mile wide, 10 mile wide eye wall, moving northeast at 25. It rocketed up to Orlando. So it's a total different kind of scenario. This is crawling, guys. This is a big, fat, wide hurricane. It's crawling to the northeast, right, with a bunch of heavy rain. So it's not really a fair comparison with Charlie. It's coming in the same area as Charlie, right? Maybe the same areas may get damaged again as Charlie did. Very close, based on current forecast. But if you just watch this loop here, watch that eye. You got the outer eye wall, but see how it's wanting to try to close off again in this inner circle here, this real tight circle. If that happens, and it's not uncommon. It may close off for an hour or two or 30 minutes. But what you see is when you see the precinct filling back in an entire area, that gives me thought process as this is going to try to reclose back off, and it's kind of probably intensify, right? It's supposed to be a Cat 4, and it'll probably be close to Cat 4, and it makes landfall here very close to where I'm at. So we'll see how it evolves. It's 8:48 p.m. Eastern time now. So in another 9-10 hours, it's going to be getting close to us. And as it moves northeast here at about 8 to 9 miles an hour. So we'll see how this unfolds, right? So hurricane warning, storm surge warning from the Hurricane Center. Let's go back and look at this on that map. And I'll show you this. This is a storm inundation. I had to look at which one I was looking at here. This is the flood inundation map that the Hurricane Center updated here at 5 p.m. And this will update, I believe, 11 again. So the inundation map, if you look here, here's Fort Myers, right? And you got all the bays in those areas. And then you got the Sanibel Island, right? Sanibel, you're going to have everything in red is 9 foot. And then you get 6 foot and 3 foot in yellow, right? So these areas on the South Shore, because what's happening is you got these big battering waves. They're coming like this. They're going to overrun Sanibel Island. I think they're going to have extreme damage in Sanibel Island. Just tell you that right now. And you look at all these 9 foot areas, just red. Look at this, right? And you got all these areas in Fort Myers, all on the channels of these back ports. The water's going to surge up these bays. So as the hurricane goes northwest of us, the water's going to stream into these bays here, and the water's going to get shoved back in these back bays. And the water, when it does that, it overflows both sides of the channel, right? It just starts filling up. So these neighborhoods all next to these areas are going to go into water, right? That's basically what's going to happen. And then we're back up here just to the north. And this is Port Charlotte, and I was over on the South Shore over here earlier, about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. I surveyed all this. This is all kind of go underwater. And I was actually across this area here, picked up a little bit of food, like right here on the edge of the storm surge area. So all this area here, there's homes, mobile homes, multi-million-dollar estates that back up all in here. I've been all through here this evening. I've been all over this area, right? Matter of fact, I walked into a pier back over here at one of the parks. There is a pier goes out in the harbor here about 100 yards. I was on that about 3 hours ago, and the water's like 2 foot below the wall right now. I mean, it's not going to take much at all before this goes over the wall and everybody starts flooding. That'll probably be during the day sunrise, right? Shortly after sunrise, maybe in the noontime hour. That water's going to pile in these back bays. The water's going to rise. It's going to flood hundreds or thousands of homes and businesses along the back bays. And a lot of those houses are built up on a little bit, I'm going to call them stilts, or kind of a mound of dirt, right? They go up maybe 4 feet, 5 feet from the actual road out front of their house. A lot of them are built up on surges. So then there's the outer barrier islands here, where we're going to get 3 to 6 feet over one there, right? And so again, a little of this is going to depend on the exact track of the hurricane. Does it go a little bit south, a little bit north of here? And this is a worst case scenario. So it's not going to be, it's absolutely going to happen. This is going to be a worst case scenario. So that is what we're looking at right now, right? So we'll see how this plays, but again, storm surge, and let's do something different. I haven't done this yet. It's gonna just bear with me here because I'm gonna take you somewhere I have not read it, so you're gonna read it for the first time like I am. So let's go to the Weather Service, National Weather Service here in Southwest Florida, and let's look at what their forecast. I always like to go into their local zone forecast, and let me pull it up. I have to dig for it here in the southwest part of the state. And let's see if it comes out of the give me a second here. It looks like it comes out of Miami area. I'm trying to get this general area here. Just bear with me. Try to get this zone for it here. So marine, hurricane warning. Got that. Give me just a second here. Okay, yep. Wow, northeast wind 60 to 80, gust 129 seas. Look at that. This is just off the coast, right? Northwest winds 60 to 80 knots, gust 129 seas, 20 to 30 feet, right? It's you don't want to be out in the water, right? That's the coastal area off with. Okay, Captiva, Sanibel. Okay, latest coastal land, just hurricane warning. Okay, that's up north of me. I just want to come on down here. It's the peak storm surge 8 to 12 feet. That's up north of me. I want to come back south where we're located here. Let's get the zone cities back south here. Tornado watch. There's so many things going on here in this immediate area. Let me go back south here. Looks like Tampa Bay has some of that. Fort Myers. Just bear with me here, folks. Hurricane local statement. Ruskin, okay, hurricane watch warning. Looking for these wind impacts and storage impacts. Okay, let me see what city this is particularly for. Let me do a second here. Fort Myers, here we go. Let's see what it's 7 o'clock. Peak wind, 40-50, gust 75. This is Fort Myers in the area down south. Winds potentially 110. Size intensity wind field up to 110. Cat 3 or higher, right? Last minute efforts should be rushed to completion. That's correct. That was issued around 5. I want you to read this. Okay, let's talk about storm surge. Storm surge, life-threatening, historical surge possible, right? Peak storm surge inundation, 8 to 12 feet above ground, wherever within surge-prone areas. When is of a concern, right? Window of concern begins this evening. So they're saying starting this evening overnight. This is serious stuff right here, folks, right? So they're saying basically the storm surge was steady. It didn't go up or go down on this update. And water, deep inundation, storm surge flooding, damage to buildings. Many buildings were washed away. Damage greatly compounded by concerning debris flow. That's when you get a lot of storm surge and debris in it, right? Houses and boats and stuff. Matter of fact, the guy that runs this marina here told me about 35 minutes ago we're in low tide. He expects when we're in high tide and the storm surge comes in, he told us where my car is sitting right now, there'll be boats in this parking lot. He knows that's going to happen. He said these $1 million yachts that I'm sitting next to right now, they're going to be in the parking lot right here, right where my car's at. Extreme beach erosion, shoreline, those kind of things. Those are kind of things they're looking at. And then, of course, you got the inland flooding rain, 4 to 8 here, but you get north, it's going to be in the 15 to 20 inch rain, maybe even here in 25 inches. So those are the kind of things. Tornado threat is obviously in place here, right? So all those things are kind of in place right now. And so expecting, like I said, life-threatening historical storm surge, catastrophic damage near the eye wall, those kind of things. So it's a serious hurricane. So we'll see how this goes. There's the latest satellite loop IR. And if you look, you can see that convection. You see this bigger eye, and you got these new hot tops, these new storms are exploding around it. You got some outer flow here. So what I'm waiting to see what happens, you see a little bit of convection trying to wrap around on the southeast flank. If we can, and the eye look like it has shrunk, so because it's got an eye wall replaced. If we can get some new storms to explode and close this eye off like we had earlier today around the eye, then we could go ahead and go to Cat 4, right? So we'll see what happens. But last report I heard from Hurricane Center is that on the NOAA flights, the hurricane hunters were in there. The pressure had fallen, I believe it was 11 millibars in an hour and a half, 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours back. So the pressure's, last I heard, was 947 millibars and still falling. So we'll see what happens. This is going to produce damage, guys. There's no doubt about it. And you see right now, there's San Bella Island. We're on up here. We're up in this point right here. So does this thing make landfall just south of Fort Myers? Does it go right through Fort in the port up here? It's possible, right? Right? And then down here at Salabella and go down south. So, excuse me, down in this area. So Fort Myers. So we'll see what happens as it comes on up, and we may have to adjust, and probably will have to adjust. But as we get later tonight, this thing ought to be pretty gnarly as it comes in. I can tell you my winds are increasing. It's raining here, and you can see the marina by. Just so we saw this marina here, we've got about, I think there's about 200 mobile homes that are near sea level, about 3 feet above sea level. So we're in an area where we got boats. We're gonna have a storm surge in this bay right here. I'm literally like a quarter mile, not even quarter mile. We're literally on the Gulf side. So this water, when it comes in, starts surging to the southeast coast here. This bay, this marina is gonna have it's gonna be extreme storm surge in this bay right here, right where I'm at. I mean, I can take this boat from here and go to the Gulf of Mexico, right? I mean, we're right here on the point. So we've got an escape route. We're watching the roads. We're watching the tide gauges, which is really critical to know how much water south of us is coming up, so we know when that water's coming up this area, right? So we're watching data south of us. It's okay, here comes the water, it's rising, it went up a foot, 2 foot, 3 foot. So we're watching the buoys, we're watching the tide gauges back south of us here, Fort Myers and back south. So we're gonna watch that stuff and see when that surge comes up. But the majority of this stuff's gonna get really crazy, probably right at sunrise, and I think by 9-ish, 8 to noon, things are gonna be out of control here. 100-mile winds sustained, gust to 130, flying debris, the whole 9 yards right after sunrise. So that's kind of my take right now, what I think is going to happen here in this marina and all across the southwest part. So we've been monitoring Twitter and all the stuff going around the state. Lots of tornadoes. Like I said, I had a person a few minutes ago. I'm seeing people right now tweeting images out from 50 minutes ago based on the some of the new models this afternoon. It's got an area of 18 to 20 inches from Jacksonville on all the way over to south of Tampa, to the northwest of the eye. So those are just ridiculous amounts of water. And then I've got another model here. It's got, you look at these models. Those are just nuts, right? 15. Look at this. It's it's I-4 corridor. Look at this. 15 to 18 inches. This is not. The eye's going to track down here, but all the heavy precip, I told you before that it's like the half hurricane, right? South here is going to be kind of drier, and all the heavy precipits on the north side. 15 to 20, 25 inches of rain. Some models actually have 30 and 40 inches. We'll see. Don't know what that's going to end up being like, but we'll see what that happens, right? So 15 to 20. So I'm just looking at reports across the area here. So there's a brand new risk map. Let's see what this is. That's from Storm Surge. That's from Q-Risk, one of the people. So there's Port Charlotte's Q-Risk. It's a local product, actually work for Barron, and we give this to our customers, right? This is one of the products that we provide, and it's Q-Risk, so it's showing, the storm surge here in Port Charlotte. We're back down here. This is, I've got almost exactly where I'm at. It says we're going to be under nine plus feet of water. That where I'm at right now, it's going to be over 9 feet deep. I'm on this point right here. Okay, that's where I'm at. So it's going to be 9 feet above the road I'm on right now, right? That's in Port Charlotte. This is the Q-Risk storm surge model. It's based on direction, speed, the waves. There's a lot of scientific data goes in this. It's exclusive to Barron, and we send it out to our broadcast and emergency management customers. So it's a beautiful product. You can see the back base here. That's very deep water, right? Some places looks like it may even be over 9 feet in the back channels of Port Charlotte there. So you can see this is it's pretty serious stuff, right? So those are kind of things we're looking at all the time. Here's a video I had just a few minutes ago. A guy sent me this. This is some damage, just like broken trees and things like that in the area just to the southwest Fort Lauderdale, where they did have a damaged tornadoes on the ground, roughly 8 to 10 miles. It went through an apartment complex here, and I see some roof shingles off, and maybe I heard some car damage there. So that's that tornado from about an hour ago. So those are things that we're concerned about, right? So we'll see how this thing unfolds. And I'm still watching. A lot of people really, if we get through the hurricane tomorrow night, as the hurricane moves across the state, we're going to have more of a flash flooding event, inland flooding from all the heavy rain, right? That's going to be the really, really big deal. And watching, continue to watch new information coming in. Hang on a second. Okay, the hurricane hunters reporting, 947 pressure. So anyway, just continue to watch the hurricane. Just want to give you guys a quick update. Does anybody have any questions right now? I maybe try to answer a few questions while we're line here. But again, there's just so much to cover. It's hard to tell everybody what they're going to have at every location, right? So it's just I'll try my best to help you here. But anyway, if anybody's got anything, family members down here on the southwest coast. But again, the inland flooding in the next couple of days is going to be a really big problem, right? So that's something else we got to be worried about. Yeah, Publix. Let's talk about Publix for a minute. So when I came down here, I had I could only get Dasani water at the first place I stopped. That's all I had left. Well, I didn't realize how much people love the other water here in the state, right? And so you guys have got your beautiful water here. Let me turn the light on, and just so you guys know, I'm not kidding. Look, guys. Look, I was able to acquire a case of the Zephyr Hills water. The people in Florida, this is really serious here. I'm telling you, because I didn't have Zephyr water with me when I landed here. And the first shot I put out when I got on the ground here in Florida, it was Dasani water. Oh my gosh, did I get the hate mail and the hate love on Twitter? It was quite funny. So I was able to, thanks to Publix here, I was able to grab some food. They were awesome today. Oh my gosh, they were incredible. And they had a couple of cases of water left. I got a case. So I'm all fixed up here in Florida. I'm with you guys. This water tastes really good. I got to be honest with you. I wish they had this in Oklahoma, right? This is really good water. And I agree with you guys. I've got a case back there and I've got an ice chest, and this is cold water. You see the ball of sweat in there. This is really good water. I agree with you guys. I'm with you guys in Florida. I've got you, and it's really good. And I can tell you, I don't know about you guys. In Oklahoma, we have these, let me show you a little thing about the food here. So today, when I went to Publix this afternoon, I said, hey, I want to check this out. Now, you're going to see this is kind of gnarly because I've been eating on it. But I'll show you what you guys want to see what's in the bag here. So I love rotisserie chicken, right? So they have a big rotisserie chicken. So anyway, I've been gnawing on this thing this afternoon a little bit, right in between, because all the stores closed. So anyway, I had rotisserie chicken. I've got that. I've got grapes, oranges, peaches, apples, bananas, nuts, granola. I basically got the whole store in the back of my vehicle in case we're stuck somewhere for 4 or 5 days, right? Because we're cut off. There's debris. There's flooding. Because this is going to be a multi-day event, right? And stores and power is going to be out and all that. So I'm loaded up with stuff, and we'll have some fun over the next couple of days on everybody trying to guess what's in the vehicle. I'll give you clues. And we got some interesting, but Publix, oh my gosh, they rock. I hadn't been in a Publix store in so long in Florida. Oh my gosh, I went in there and it was a madhouse, but you know what? They had a lot of great groceries. Oh my goodness. Wow, did they have some nice looking stuff. Really fresh, all the apples and oranges and vegetables and sushi and oh my gosh, okay. I mean, enough about food, but anyway, yeah, that rotisserie chicken was really good. But yeah, they rock. But yeah, okay. So let's talk about what you guys want to talk about, and that is, how can I help you now? What do you guys need to know? And I realize that these questions are, where did your prediction is landfall? That's a great question. I've been guessing that yesterday. I knew the models were, they said Tampa area initially, and then it came down south, down south of Sarasota, and then it was down here this morning. It kept moving south. The models kept shifting east. So I think really close to where we're at right here, right? I think the forecast is going to be very, very close to where the official NHC 5 o'clock advisory, I think it's going to be very close to that. 5 or 10 miles either side. It could be just north right here. It could be right through, Charlotte Bay right here. It could be as far on down the road here. I don't think it's going to be Marco Island. It could appear in the Fort Myers area, somewhere close by. It's going to be really close. It's going to be like this. Actually, it's kind of doing more of a north direct, because with the eye wall replacement, if you watch the loop, it's kind of like doing this northeast deal, right? It's going to do something like this. I don't know. You don't have, because the eye may be 20 miles wide, right? So the eye is going to be really wide through here, right? I don't know exactly if I'm going to be in the north eye wall. So the plan is right now is to catch the storm surge coming in. That's our first attack, right? I want to get that first. And the plan is to get the storm surge, and this is very high risk, like I told you before. And if we're able to do it successfully without getting stuck and getting in trouble, we get the storm surge at first light, right? Get that storm surge, and then we'll just see how the eye sets up, right? And wherever the eye goes, let me put it this way. The plan is tomorrow, wherever the eye goes, that's where Jeff goes, right? So I'm not going to be south of the eye or out in the dry air. Wherever the eye goes, that's where I'm going. That's where Jeff's going, right? So my plan is, if I can successfully and safely stay in the eye wall area, in other words, once I get in the clear skies, I'm in the eye, I'm going to follow the eye inland wherever it goes, right? I mean, if it's northeast, if I can go back up this way, if I can track this, or one of these roads, whatever the eye's doing, Jeff wants to follow the eye. I'm going to come in with the eye. Right? I did that for Irma back down a couple years back. It was kind of a half hurricane, I call it. As it came over the Keys, I had the as it approached Marco Island, is moving northwest. We had kind of I'm not going to draw perfect here, but I was like, it was kind of really funky, right? I drove up the road to Marco Island, and this was the north side of the eye wall. And as I drove up the road, I was in the eye. I almost had partly cloudy. But in front of me, 1 mile, the winds were like 120 miles an hour, and I could see roofs and buildings coming apart in front of me a mile down the road, because it was in the northeast eye wall, as the northeast eye wall was making its way toward Marco Island. I literally came in with the eye, and I could literally, it's like watching a movie, because everything in front of me was disappearing and ripping apart. And then it would, sometimes debris would come back toward me, and I had to stop the car in the middle of the road, wait about 5 minutes, and then I would start following the eye again and continue to follow northeast with the eye. And to be honest with you, it was one of the most awe-inspiring, most craziest things I've ever seen from all the tornadoes, all the hurricanes I've chased. To be inside the eye during the middle of the day, and you're moving with an eye up the coast, is just unbelievable. So I told you a little bit of information. I don't know if it's possible or it may not be possible. The roads may be blocked, may be impassable, but Jeff's going to be with the eye. I'm coming with the eye. So as you see the eye come ashore, you can bet that I'm going to be trying to come with that eye wherever it's going, right? So Jeff and the eye are coming inbound across Florida, wherever that is. I'm going to be with that eye. That's where I'm going to be, and we'll see what happens. I will guarantee you it will be very entertaining. You do not want to miss my live stream tomorrow. If I have communications, if we have cell service, I have no idea what's going to work there. And those are the kind of things we're going to need, right? So anyway, it's Blue Shed. And by the way, I've seen multiple blue boats right now. I've seen blue sheds. I had a really fun experience with some officers today, some sheriffs, deputies in the town knew I was coming south, and one of the deputies started to talk to me about what's high elevation in this town if I take shelter. And the guy, he says, "What's your name?" I told him. He goes, "Oh, the sheriff told me to be looking for you." He goes, "They told me they thought you were coming south, and to call him if you got in town," and he did. And they're all excited I was in town, but I've since left that area because it looks like it's gonna go south of them. That's a good thing, right? And so anyway, it's been a fun experience here in Florida the last couple of days, and really just from the heart, just trying to help people. And these mobile home additions, I was very disheartened when it came south of Sarasota, and I found numerous mobile home areas that over half the residents were still in place, and most of them are probably over 80 years old. It was very, very sad. At about 10 of them I stopped at today, and convinced many of the managers to do whatever they could to get people out of the flood. And all these were coastal areas within a mile, quarter mile of the coast. And a lot of them, quite frankly, if you have 120 mile an hour winds, 140 for 10 or 12 hours over a mobile home area, it's a recipe for a mega disaster, right? I mean, you can understand that. So anyway, it's been a really long, stressful day, successful day. And this is the most, toughest part right now, is waiting for it to get here. Looks like we've got some new tornadoes just southwest of me. We've got another brand new tornado warning just near Fort Lauderdale, just north of Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. Let me look at this one here. Let's look at this up here. Delray, look at the hook up there. Just came on shore in Boca Raton. Got a brand new tornado warning. Let's look at Doppler, terminal Doppler. A tornado over there when I go. Got a tornado, right? Yeah, tornado warnings in effect. Looks like we've probably got a tornado probably on the ground. Let me go back to the terminal Doppler. Let's just look here real quick. Yeah, tornado warning, and that is back north of Deerfield. And look at that complemental loop here. Let's just see how crazy this loop is. I'm using the terminal Doppler updates every minute here. This is a Fort Lauderdale terminal Doppler radar updates really quick, like every minute. Of course, as soon as I said that, it won't load the frame here, right? The last frame is just sitting there pausing, right? It's like it's about to loop, but not yet. We'll see what happens here. So continuing tornadoes now developing north of Fort Lauderdale in this area. This is going to be a breeding ground for tornadoes most of the night. Okay, let's go over to the AMX. Let's go back over here to it's Fort Lauderdale. That's going to be down a way, so it's not going to have the best fix on it. Distance wise, it's going to know the circulation there. Yeah, it's got a trip as well. And let's just see if we can get the radar there at Miami to load. Here we go. Let's watch these. There goes one tornado right there. Here comes another tornado right there, and it's in progress. Now I'm going to go to terminal Dom. Now I'm going to go to Bree. It looks like that's a tough looking catch up boom. I'd say this is probably a tornado's in progress route. Just went across just southwest of Delray. I've actually stayed in this area multiple times, and that is I almost look like I got a donut hole there. We probably have a debris ball. Let's look here. I've got CC here. Let's look what we've got here. It looks like we may have a debris ball. Let's go back to CC here. Let's go back to terminal back to radar. Yeah, it matches up where my deal. It should have a damaging tornado now in progress. Looks like south of Kings Point there. It looks like there's probably a tornado in progress right there at Kings Point. Right here, there is a tornado in progress at Kings Point, a village right southwest of Delray, and it's not that far. And again, these are moving 4 miles southwest of Delray. This is going to be north of Fort Lauderdale. This is going to be moving north at west, probably at 40 plus miles an hour, maybe even 50 miles an hour. TVS northwest at 26. Tornado warning in effect, and let's see what the warning says from the Miami Weather Service, National Weather Service. Palm Beach County, severe thunderstorm statement. National Weather Service at 9:09 reported Palm Beach. A tornado warning remains in effect till 9:30 p.m. Southern Palm Beach County. 9:09 severe thunderstorm producing a tornado was located over Kings Point, which is what we just talked about. I can see a debris ball. Nil Delray moving north at 30 miles an hour. Tornado radar indicated rotation, flying debris. I'd say we could probably go from possible to probably tornado ongoing. Couplets intense. We got a tornado on the ground at Kings Point right now. Damaging tornadoes in progress now at Kings Point. Look at the gate to gate. Right here, tornadoes in progress, strong hook, and we've also looks like we've got let this catch up. Boom! We have a tornado there. Still got debris in the air, so tornado is either dissipating or it's still on the ground just southwest of Kings Point. Now this is telling the radar seeing this debris. This telling us it's not rain, it's not hail. It's a different hydrometer, right? It's tree debris, limbs, could be roofs, but tornado is ongoing right now northwest of Delray. Just southwest Delray. Tornadoes. You see the little donut hole here? Got a hook, and you've got the precip here, and it just comes around here, and you see this little weak area right here? That's where the tornado is at, right? It's right in here, moving northwest. It's coming up. Yeah, it's villages right in here. Yep. So that's one of the areas. Look, you got another tornado warning up here. You got another tornado developing up north of Boynton Beach right now. So these are going to be fast and furious. You got another one developing over here. These are just going to be rapid fire, right? You'd have to be issuing a warning about every 30 seconds because these develop and then move away very, very rapidly. And it's hard to even if somebody's at the radar terminal every second just pumping out the warnings, right? It's very difficult to keep up with. Look, I got three. You got one. You got here. You got a developing tornado here that's just moving out of the tornado warning. Another warning is going to have to be issued for that. I've got another tornado warning, a tornado in progress. Got 3 possible tornadoes in progress at the exact same time, right? So that's what's going on, right? So this is tough, right? This is for any forecaster, any operational forecaster, weather service, TV, meteorologist. This is as tough as it gets when you have so many warnings and so much stuff happening at the same time in so many different places in your viewing area or warning area from the weather service, right? So you got landfalling hurricane, you've got ongoing tornadoes doing damage. That's already had damage earlier. Northwest of Fort Lauderdale does do damage to some apartments and some houses, right? So we know that's ongoing. I've got tornadoes now developing. Look at that. I've got tornadoes just southeast of me now. So, and they're going to start rotating toward me. So We're going to have, of course, this is ways away from Tampa radar, so I'm going to be out a little ways. So, yep, this got a developing tornado here now. That's not that far. Look what's going on. So you got dry air, you got this. I've got another tornado right here. This is going to be rotating up in my general direction. We may have to break away from this live stream, and it's not that far from you. You see where I'm at here, right, folks? Let's look at this. Let's go over here. Look at this. 44 miles, and it's going to be moving northeast at about 25 to 30. So we may break away from hurricane coverage and go grab us a couple of tornadoes. I'm really, 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 really good at catching nighttime tornadoes. I'll just tell you right now. I'm really good at catching nighttime tornadoes. I've seen hundreds of nighttime tornadoes. I'm vicious when it comes to nighttime tornadoes. I know where to look, watching for the power flashes, waiting for the storms, and you got to get in there and get in that bear's cage, and you got to go find it. All I watch on a radar is I'm watching this. I'm watching where that debris is. I'm watching where my couplet is, right? And sometimes they're embedded in the rain, those kind of things, but that's what you got to watch. You got to watch where that eye is. Right now, I can tell you, let's see what this radar is going back to the northwest here. Looks like this southeast of Alva. Let's watch this couple. It's kind of moving, kind of in that east, excuse me, it's coming in from the east. It's moving kind of west-northwest there. We'll watch this couple. Yeah, it's rotating. You can kind of see the rotation here. I've got one going southwest and then another one back to the northwest. So Alva, and then the east side of Fort Myers Shore, Bad Rock. Okay, they just dropped the tornado warning, it looks like. And keep in mind, we're getting pretty far away from the radar over there. Of course, we've got the Tampa radar up to my north. We do have another radar here locally at one of the TV stations here down in Southwest Florida. I may pop it up. Actually, I probably need to. But we got tornadoes back down here south of Alligator Road. Here's the Alligator Highway from Fort Lauderdale's coming across. And you got tornadoes. These are starting to tornado. They're going to come up toward the south up here, just northwest of, just east, southeast, and northeast of Marco Island. These are going to start tornado. You got a tornado warning in effect here. You got another one developing here. So these, and you got another developing tornado up here. So there's going to be just waves of tornadoes, right? And in some ways, some aspects, like tonight and tomorrow, there's going to be like almost a tornado outbreak. I got to tell you, I was really impressed with today's data. My gosh, the tornado risk across southeast Florida is really a phenomenal bar. I just got to be honest with you. Tornado risk tomorrow, this is ballpark. It's going to be all over east of the eye. But my gosh, I mean, this whole area down here tomorrow, oh my gosh, you talk about tornadoes. Our multiple models have just waves of tornadoes during the day. Tonight and tomorrow, just watch for tornadoes all over this area. And these are going to be the legit ones, not the little water spouts and they last for 20 seconds are gone. These are going to be, they're going to be F1, F2s, Bonafide, stovepipe type tornadoes, maybe northwest at 40 miles an hour. These are going to be the real deal, right? They're already happening, right? We've already got confirmation of that tonight. So watch the eye. Let's go back to Key West radar. Man, okay, but look at that. It took a jog straight north, and I'm starting to see more signs. Remember we talked about a while ago? Look at that. I'm getting a little bit excited. But don't take that in the wrong way about what my excitement. It's fun to look at science and look at the radar. Still radars for a living at Barron. And I love this raw data. It's absolute. I don't have to worry about a model. I don't have to worry, well, the model says this, the model says, you know what? I don't need the model. I've got live radar. It tells me exactly where it's at right now. And I can look at the atmosphere and it tells me exactly what's happening, right? And there it goes. Boom. We talked about that. It's not totally there yet, but it's trying. Look what we talked about. Remember, we got this outer eye. And I said, man, if we just get this inner eye wall to close off, and look what it's trying to. It's not intense, but look what's happening now, right? Look at that. It's closing up. It's getting convection around the center now. It's wanting to spin up. Are we going to go to Cat 4 as we go overnight tonight? It's starting to look that way. I got to be honest with you. And then here's another clue. And you know that something's happening, right? See all this lightning? Watch the lightning. It's starting to really erupt on the southwest ring here. That tells you the echotops are getting bigger. You got some drier entrenchment in there, but you're also getting, look at the lightning on these back west-northwest wall. I've got intense new echo storms, tops going up on this northwestern side. And of course you get some drier entrenchment and you get some more instability and things going on. But I really like the look and the sense of just stricture, not what it's going to do here in about 12 hours as it comes at me. But right now, I just like, from a scientific point, looking at radar data, this is just fabulous. I mean, you can kind of see the whole eye evolving in real time, and it kind of gives you the forecaster Chaser, the meteorologist, the TV meteorologist, the National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service. It tells everybody, you know what, look at that. We have this eye wall replacement, and it got rid of the outer eye wall. It's kind of closing in a little bit. Now I've got this new inner eye wall trying to take over, and as I'm watching it right now, it's getting better and better and better organized. So this is a warning sign to me that in the coming hours, we may have an intensifying Cat 3 going to Cat 4 as predicted by the National Hurricane Center, right? So right now, this looks like it's getting lower to me. So it's going to be very interesting on this. If the hurricane hunters are probably in the area and they look at their flight right now, they're probably in there. I've got a page I can go to. I'll show you that in a second. If the hurricane hunter's in there now, or doing measurements in the area. But boy, based on radar right now, I really like this Iowa structure. It's getting better organized. It is getting stronger. And I think in the coming hours, we're going to find that the pressure is lowering inside this and the winds are increasing. Now we've got this inner eye wall starting to become established. It's getting reestablished. And once that inner eye wall, if this can get established like really firm in the sense of very intense convection around the eye wall, it's closing off. So let's just measure this real quick. Let me stop the loop. This is great. This is just great. So you got this big outer eye wall right now. Look how wide. It's 40 miles wide. That's ridiculous, right? That's we don't like big eye walls, right? It's not good to maintain the hurricane really well. It can weaken them. I'm down at 20 mile, maybe 15 mile, right? But my gosh, if you look here real close, and we're not that far from radar, look, we're at 8 miles, 10 miles now. So you're going from this big 40-mile hole donut, and now we're going to bring it down to 10 miles, 8-mile eye wall, right? Potentially. So if this inner core can get established, it is game on, our intensification, we're going to Cat 4, okay? I'm telling you right now, just based on what I'm seeing in the last 15 minutes, I haven't looked at the hurricane information, what we're at right now, but as it approaches the coast, I think sometime overnight, we're going to probably get to Cat 4, right? Just tell you that right now. I think it looks better. Just in the last 30 minutes, it looks better than it did the last hour, right? And you're watching it with me live, right? Just watch the radar. It tells you what's going to happen. When you see that thing, and then the other thing's going on. Look what's happened just since I've been talking to you. Look at these reds. Look at this deep convection, and I'm starting to get echoes. I'm getting really good echoes now established. See these yellows? You got greens there, and then you come back over and I got these yellows, not red yet. But look at that. And then you've got all these 65 dBz. When I start seeing this as the eye wall is approaching me, that's telling me it's getting better structure, it's getting intensifying, and it's going to create even more damage, right? So when I see this, it sends up red flags as a chaser. I say, okay, this hurricane is kind of getting back in what we call beast mode. It's getting into more, it's getting better defined. It's getting more intense. And this is the things I watch when we're in the field. We're watching this. If it's a big wide eye, if it starts closing off, as I've been talking about, and we just watch that, right? We're watching the sign, and I gotta tell you, if the dryer doesn't get too deep down here, and we can get convection around it and get this inner eye wall really established to protect that center core structure, and get this thing to close off really tight here, it'll probably be a Cat 4 before landfall. Unfortunately, that's what it looks like it's heading toward, right? And we'll see what the Hurricane Center comes up with on their next discussion. Tornado warnings south of me, tornado warnings over Fort Lauderdale. Just waves of tornadic storms are coming in because the dryer around the hurricane is embedding. See how the dryer cuts in between these lines? And when it does that, it also cuts in between the storms. See how these cells are individual? It's instead of a squall line, you get these little bitty baby cells. They take up and they're really easy to tornado. They're really easy to spin up. Then you got these guys over at Fort Lauderdale in this area up here. These are pretty beefy cells, right? They're not the babies. These are serious cells over here north of Fort Lauderdale, right? And they have been all evening. So those are the things we're going to watch. Obviously, tornadoes going up West Palm on up north there. It's a pretty intense circulation going up here just south of West Palm, that area. It looks like they've got some additional tornadoes going on up there. Let's see what we've got here on this. Yeah, there's that still. That's tornado. Looks like the tornado may have just moved out of a tornado warning. And again, these are all northwest of Delray. These again are moving fast. They last maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and then they're gone, right? So that's what's going on. So guys, right now that's kind of the that's where we're at. I'm gonna looks like we've got man, how many people we've got watching here? We've got, and thank you for your support. We have about quite a few viewers. I see, no, 1,500, a couple thousand looks like online right now. So you guys start asking some questions. I'll try to answer them the best I can. And let's talk. It's talk weather. Let's talk about safety, evacuations, whatever you want to talk about. Let's talk about it, right? Beefy sales, that's right. Hello from Venezuela. Yes, almost car wash time. Yep. Won't be doing that this time. I'd say if you get a Cat 4 coming over, that's going to be tough. 4:28 a.m. That sounds about right. Yep. So high tide in the morning as well as the storm surge coming in. So things will start getting interesting just around daybreak or just before daybreak, right? Let's talk about the shed. Paces, yes. Myers Cape Coral. Yeah, storm surge, it's 8 to 12 feet. Storm surge is the latest forecast, and that's what we're waiting for. Let's look if I had somebody else join us here. We've got a couple people joining me in the parking lot. I think the owner here of the marinas, he wants to hang out with the guys over here, and we're talking weather. Jacksonville, 8 to 10 inches of rain up toward Jacksonville as you get into Thursday, Friday, in the eye in the center of the hurricane list to the northeast part of the state. Yeah, just heavy rain up there. You'll have some damaging winds. You may have, last report I had, let me look at something here real quick before I tell you that explicitly. Be a tropical storm, but you may have some damaging winds, 50 to 60 miles up in the northeast corner there. Let me look at the track here and what it said it was going to do. Let's look at that. Let that come up and we'll, rain is steadily increasing here. Okay, Cat 4. It looks like it tracks up toward Orlando. Orlando, you're going to get in the action. 63 to 75-mile winds, and that's going to be at 2 p.m. on the 29th. 63 gusts to 75. And then it looks like it tries to go off the coast, on the coast. And that time frame is going to be probably later Thursday morning. At 2 a.m. Friday morning, the hurricane is moving to the coast. And it goes back on shore in southeast near Savannah, back to tropical storm at Savannah as you're getting late Friday afternoon into Saturday, right? So it's going to cross the state. Again, the most damaging part's going to be the southwest Florida. And right now, let me see, I've got a new update here. I can tell you this, the hurricane is zigzagging. It looks like yeah, I got it, babe. Yep. Looks like the hurricane is 9 p.m. northeast at 10. 947, 120, 947 pressure. Let me show you this. This is kind of crazy. Let me show you this pretty quick here. So here's the track. Look at this. This is going to be kind of hard to read. But I'm going to show you what's done this scene after it came off Cuba. See all these little jog, north, northwest, back northeast, northeast, straight north, back northeast, straight north, back northeast. These are standard fixes, either by satellite or hurricane hunter, right? Straight north, back northeast, back north, and that's heading back north again, right? So each one of these little jogs, it adds up over time, right? Can make it come 15, 20 miles east, or it can make it go back to the north. But we'll see how this unfolds, right? So right now, we're going to be pretty close to the hurricane, you know, somewhere in this area. Don't know how it's going to follow. Ooh, my winds are picking up. I'm outside. It's rain. Continuous rain now. My winds are out of the northeast to develop. 25, I bet. Not quite tropical storm, but it's wet. I can tell you it's raining, and it is wet. It is raining. It's not a super heavy rain. It's kind of a steady light rain. Winds out of the northeast here, right? I've got winds out of the northeast back here coming back toward me, going offshore, right? Northeast, because the hurricane's back to my southwest. So the air here is flowing out of the northeast back to the hurricane. As it comes up, my wind's going to increase out of the northeast. And at some point, if it goes just west of me here, my wind's going to come out of the northeast at whatever, 100, I don't know what the number's going to be, 100, 120, 130 out of the northeast. And then that eye passes from me just to the west of me here about 4 or 5 miles. That's the current forecast. My winds will go from northeast, and it's just like watching it's like, think about a straw in a glass and a glass of milk, right? And you're sucking that, on the straw, you're sucking that water in, right? You're sucking the milk up, and as the straw passes, right, where the center of the suction is, everything's floating to it. So as it passes just to my west-northwest, my wind's going to come out of the east, and then when it gets to my northwest, my wind's going to come out of the southeast about 120, 140, and then as it passes to my north, I'm going to swing to south, and as it passes just to the northwest of Charlotte, then my winds come around the south-southwest, and you know what happens then? I get the full storm surge comes in like a tidal, not quite like a tidal wave, but it comes in rapidly. when your wind switch around to southwest, southwest, 130, 120, 130, 140, whatever it is, when it makes landfall, that wind piles against this water in the ocean. And right now, because you got a northeast or east wind here at Port Charlotte in this area on the approach, it kind of pushes water away, keeps it at bay. But boy, as soon as that wind snaps around the southeast over the ocean, then that water just comes rushing in. I mean, it comes in. It's amazing. I've seen the wind at Hurricane Michael, the Panhandle. The wind was like east northeast, just straight out east, like east northeast. And I was in Mexico Beach. And I knew that hurricane was maybe 30 miles south of me, the North Eye Wall, and I knew it was going to whip around. And I left there, and about 10 minutes after I left, the wind just came like this direction right here, and the water came surging into Mexico Beach, about a 20-foot storm surge there, right? So I'm telling you, when that water comes off the water, when the wind comes over the water and it's a straight onshore flow, as a hurricane, the eye passes you, then it's full onslaught storm surge, right? But the water will get higher before the center passes me, because ahead of that, I've got these big building waves, 40 feet, probably 40-foot building waves, to the northeast of the eye. So as the eye approaches, I'm going to have the battering waves and the storm surge is going to start rising well ahead of the eye. Okay, so 4 or 5 hours before the eye gets here, I'm going to have big battering waves coming ashore all along the southwest coast of Florida. And then as that eye comes in, then it gets really crazy, really. You cannot imagine. I've been in so many hurricanes where you look at the harbor here and look at the water, it's like, oh, it's down 4 or 5 feet. It's not a big deal, right? And they say, oh, 10-foot storm surge. Well, that's kind of misleading, because what happens is when they tell you 10-foot storms or 10 foot, that's above ground level. See where I'm at? Well, that water's down about 6 feet from where I'm standing right now, right? So we're in low tide. So as high tide comes back in, and this comes back up 3 or 4 feet or a couple feet, then you get the storm surge in here in these bays, in these back bays, in these open areas. You rise all this water 8 to 10 feet. Now, let's talk about, I've got southwest winds, southwest winds at 120, 130 on top of the 10-foot water above ground level. Now I've got waves on top of the storm surge, because I've been in parking lots where I've been in second-story parking garages, third-story parking garages during Ike and Houston, down at Galveston, where I saw the water was like a 10-foot, 15-foot storm surge, and I was trapped on a third-floor parking garage with buildings on fire next to me. Literally watched buildings burn down next door to me, and the waves were 15 feet on top of the storm surge, right? So you get these huge battering waves, and when those battering waves, these big waves, can you imagine what's going to happen if I get 15-foot waves? The water's going to rise in this parking lot probably 6 to 8 feet high. I'm on the coast. You get 6, 8 foot of water in this parking lot, and then I've got 10, 15-foot waves hitting the side of this building. This building's likely going to collapse, right? I'm right on the ocean. So you get the 10-foot waves, these large battering waves with 130-mile-an-hour winds. The force of the water alone, forget the winds, is going to knock these buildings down. The water, the amount of energy it's going to take, you won't believe there's destruction just from the storm surge is an unbelievable force, right, against these buildings. And most buildings will not withstand, 10 to 15-foot battering waves every 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This big 10, 15-foot wall hitting the side of the building, anybody's building, right? I've been in concrete structures, 2-foot thick concrete, hotels, and it had big, huge 20-foot waves hitting the building, and the entire building shook. Like, I didn't know if the building was going to stand, 10 minutes from now, right? It just literally just shook the entire building. These were 2-foot thick concrete walls. So this thing comes up here, depending if it's a Cat 4, Cat 3, which way it tracks. By the way, my winds are really picking up on the northeast now, and I can tell the pressure's falling. I'll go check that in a minute. So that's what we got. It's going to happen all across the coast. Okay, I'm almost getting tropical storm warnings now. I'm getting 30, 45 now in the northeast. Can you hear the wind screaming? So anyway, it's going to get more interesting as the night goes on. I'm looking up at the sky above me here, and probably about 1,500 feet. It looks like I've got, what's my wind? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I've got, looks like east. I've got kind of an easterly direction, east-northeasterly, at about 1,500 feet. Maybe it might even be east-southeasterly. Yeah, it's like east-southeasterly at about 1,500 feet over my head. The sky is screaming. I don't know if you can see it. Might be able to turn a light on. The clouds right up here, they're flying overhead. They're screaming because it's a rotation back southwest, and the clouds up above me are just flying back to the northwest at about probably 50 miles an hour over my head. I can see them. They're flying by me like just warp 9. I mean, they are flying over my head. So anyway, you get these high winds above the surface, and you get those remember those big heavy rain bands we talked about? When that heavy rain falls through those higher winds just above the surface, then that brings the higher wind down the ground, and you get the damage, right, in that inner core eye wall, and around the outer core eye wall. So anyway, let's this is pretty wild out here, right? So let's go check on Jeff. We've got Jeff over here, Mr. Gammons, to see what's going on. He's got his big lady here. He's got a really nice lady here. All the lights. Oh my gosh, Jason's here too. Yep. Jason brought 20 gallons. I've got 20. He's got 20. And we actually, Jeff, are we going to pop your tent? And
yeah, we're gonna pop the tent.
I think we're going to pop the top. It sets us up, and let's get ready. We'll just pop the top, and you know what? We'll hang out in the. We got a storm shelter right here in Jeff's gladiator, right? We're going to take shelter right here in your truck.
We should totally do it.
Yeah, that's true.
It'll be a little noisy.
Huh?
It'll be a little noisy.
It'll be a little noisy. I think it would be more than a little noisy. We will not be outside in this pop-up on his rig. That's for sure. That will not happen. This will be the new blue shed, right? Well, it's going to be interesting. Did you see how the inner eye wall started to close off?
Yep.
Have you heard anything from the hurricane hunters?
No, but I mean, it sounded like the activity.
Yeah, it's exploding. We almost got tropical storm force now.
Yeah.
This feels like.
Watch out for these.
I know the tornadoes are just coming. There's like just a wave of them coming. We should have the advisory. Do you want to rest for a while, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, we could get a little shut eye, and then I wanted to get a bite to eat.
You want to get a bite to eat?
Bite to eat. I mean, I know the restaurants will fire up some back.
Are you got a grill or something?
No.
You got your gas grill? What are you cooking us for dinner?
You
got some ribs? What do you got, Jeff?
Let's see what we got here.
Brought my Coleman.
I have the pro.
Okay, I'll place my order now. How long does it take to prepare all this? What are we gonna do? We're gonna do salad. I'm thinking like a wedge salad with blue cheese and some bacon bits.
Okay.
What do you think? And then I'm thinking salmon or some grouper. I want some Florida grouper. I've had Florida grouper this week. It's just been unbelievable down here.
I was thinking grilled cheeses.
Grilled cheeses? No, Jeff. I'm thinking grouper. I'm in Florida. I'm sorry. It's key lime pie. It's grouper, right, guys? Some crab cakes. That's what I'm thinking. Florida, right? I've had that sweet. It's been fabulous. Fabulous food in Florida. I love Florida. Your food here is just phenomenal. I love fresh fish a lot. Really, really good. Okay, guys. Wind's picking up. It's raining. It's going to get way more interesting. The weather interesting. You never know what's going to happen. I got to turn the temperature up. Man, you get outside. I got my shorts on, right? You get right. The air inside the car's blowing, and all of a sudden it's like, I think I've got to get it up to 80 degrees here to like get warm, right? You got to turn the heater seats on. Yeah, that's another trick I do. If I get wet and I'm cold, just turn the heat up to 80, 85. Turn the blast up, right? Turn the heat. It's blowing 85 degree air. It's like hair dryer in here, right? They got the vents. Oh, that's nice. 85 degree air blowing on your wet, cold skin, right? So there you go. I'm a happy camper. And look at all the tornado warnings. Man, they're just all over the place, aren't they? Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings now. Okay, it's not bad. Wow, look how that's lifting north. All these waves. My goodness, look at that. There are so many hooks and notches and little appendages. Lots of, gosh, look at that. Oh my gosh. Wow. Look at all the warnings there. Just amazing. Lots of tornado warnings. Palm Beach, here we go. Miami issued tornado warning, Central Palm Beach, out 10 p.m. Yep. Located line. Yep. Near northeast. Yep. Northwest. Final degree. Yep. Damage is likely. Okay. Okay. So let's look at that. So yeah, I agree. There's damage is likely. If we can get the term, that terminal didn't give me the debris information, but we'll look at this here. It's a little bit far off, but we'll see here. See a lot there, but I'm sure it's been recent tornadoes. Okay, let's look at the hurricane. Let's see what it's doing down there. Very interesting. Let's see what this thing's doing. Oh, I see what you're doing. Interesting, man. Look at all this lightning back here on the southwest quadrant. Look at this. Okay, going to the equitops and let's see what it's thinking about doing. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. There we go, folks. We got 30, 40, 50. We got 50,000 foot equitops in the southwest quadrant. Okay. See some lights flickering. That's interesting. Got a little harvesters. Just the poles are starting to move a little bit. That's interesting. this has got my attention. You start seeing 55, 60,000 foot echo tops, 50,000 foot. I got some really intense cores forming. We'll see how this thing does. I really like the radar. I really like the radar stuff here. 64.9. It's got 60. It's 10 now. It's going up here. The velocity. A little bit curve. It's coming north. You see what I see. You see what I see, right? Get closer to Iowa, the winds drop off. You get just north of Iowa, northwest of Iowa, where the heavy convection is. We've been talking about 120, big 130, 120. Here we've been talking about that. Let's just leave it here. See, you get these high winds, and you get the convection. Okay, remember we talked about that, right? You get the heavy rain falling, and when the heavy bands are and the heavy winds, you get those winds down to the surface because it rains real hard. It's these big, heavy, tropical rains. It will cause those errors, the error at mid levels at the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 foot level to come on down the ground, and you'll get these really intense bursts, right? So some artifacts. You got 120, 130. We're definitely in the high 3 category. Waiting for Hurricane Hunter's tough. If we got a Cat 4, what's going on with the inner eye wall? Look at the south eye wall. 120, 129, 130. Yeah, guys, it's all about the data. It's all about watching the live data. This I can tell you because of the front and other things going on. The back eye wall in the same is going to be like. I'm trying which one it was. It was is it Naples? That was the one that came out of the Gulf, dropped 50 millibars. That was Wilma. Hurricane Wilma at Naples. The back west eye wall was absolutely ferocious as at Naples. The back west eye wall in Wilma was just unbelievable. I mean, it was, guys. It was. Okay, I've got a special warning going out. Okay, stand by. We got an emergency broadcast. Okay. Public safety message. Public safety. You're hearing it live. Public safety message. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Stand by. Let me went off phone. Notices for levels A, B, and C. Evacuate by 2 a.m. Shelter in place. Okay, let's open this. This is an EAS alert. Let's see what we got here. Okay, here we go. Here's my alert, right? There you go. Evacuate. Yep. There you go. Evacuate, right? Get out of there, right? A, B. So I've got all kinds of evacuation notes. Yeah, the waves are coming, right? So we've got one spaghetti model always must be different. That's true. Still waiting see what we've got here. Let's see. The new advisory will be out. Let's just stay with it, guys. You want to stay on? Let's just do this, right? And stay here. Let's just let it rip. Let's do it, guys. And we're gonna wait for the new advisory. I've got warning bells going off. I've got alerts going off. I've got evacuation flash flooding. I've got tornadoes now coming up. I'm telling you, if I get a tornado warning coming up at me, guys, I'm breaking out of here and I'm going after the hunt. I'm going after the tornado. If I got a tornado coming right at me, I'm all over it. You guys, I mean, we're gonna see this, right? If I got a tornado coming at me, I'm gonna bring it to you. I mean, I'm gonna absolutely bring it to you. The better tornadoes for sure back over in this area, but you get these embedded little guys like here. Yeah, they can do damage, right? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. They're small, they're quick movers, they spin up fast, they spin down fast. They're kind of hard to catch, right? In the general sense, out in the plains, you may have a tornado for hours, right? You know, out in the middle of nowhere, you can see them from long distance. That's a big old eye wall. That eye wall is really huge. Look at that. Look how big that eye wall is. That's kind of crazy. That's a big old sloppy eye wall, right? 30, 40 mile eye wall. It may have the inner eye wall trying to go there. We've got lightning now, more and more lightning around. That's telling us this is like I said, it's not uncommon, but just trying to fight off that dry air and that dry air and treatment. Just what happens here. But you get this lightning. Look at all this heavy lightning forming now. You got all this lightning forming around the southwest quadrant, and it's rotating around. This will move over here, but if this thing constricts and comes on down and gets tighter, pressure continues to fall. If we get down 940, 939, 935, most models have it in 940, 945 range, right, when it comes to shore. Somewhere around that number. It could be a little bit lower. It could be some models have it 932, right? So we'll see how that happens. But yeah, that's I would think so. Okay, let's go back to you guys' questions. The feed is so entertaining, right? It's just so much information feeding in rapidly. I'm in north of Daytona, worried about sister-in-law. Yeah, let me see what that went by so fast. Put a going to refuse to invite to stay with us. North of Daytona, worried about sister-in-law and put a going. Yeah, you're gonna have storm surge over there. You're gonna have high winds, damaging winds as we get into daylight hours, right? Hey, here's a new message for you guys. But that lady that is talking about somebody, one of their in-laws back over here in the in this area. As we get in the higher winds coming up tonight, not only in the storm surge area, you got it. And it's impossible for me to tell you where each person lives, what the wind direction is going to be at your location, right? So normally, if you think about this, and I'll do this really slow, as the eye comes ashore, you're going to get these, you're going to get these winds like this, right, out of the northwest. Hypothetically, let's say that you have a house right here, and let's say the eye's up here, it's over land, you've got houses, right? Well, if you're on the west-northwest side of the eye wall, you're going to have winds out of the north, northwest, northeast. Let's say it's 100, 120, okay? You need to be thinking about what is to my north of my house or northeast of my house. Do I have a big tree that maybe not be in good shape, right? And maybe I've got something that's going on just to my north. Maybe my neighbor's got some loose furniture or trampoline outside. Well, if I happen to be on this western eye wall when it comes ashore, and my winds are out of the north, and I've got new house construction, it's the next couple of houses down, they've got loose materials out in the yard. That stuff's going to go flying southward or southeastward or southwestward, right? Depending on that eye wall. But the opposite's going to happen if I'm over here on this eastern eye wall, right? If I'm away from the storm surge, and I'm getting this eastern eye wall, well, I'm going to have this extreme northeast wind, east wind of 100, 120, and then I'm going to get the south wind. Well, if I'm over here, if I got a house right here, and I've got something south of me that is coming apart or is not in good shape, maybe it's an older property, hasn't been built to hurricane codes, 2022, then the chances are, if that building south of you fails, like the roof comes off or debris, fence breaks, that's going to become missile debris, and it's going to hit the next house or the next building or the next window. So depending on which side of the eye the hurricane you're on, you need to be thinking about interior part of your house. I would highly recommend, matter of fact, I would, providing you're out of storm surge area, right? You're not going to get in trouble with water on the first floor. If you live, once this eye comes ashore, starts approaching, I don't know where that's going to be yet. We kind of have an idea, but we don't know for sure, right? Once this eye, and there's going to be warnings posted, high wind warnings, right? When the eye starts coming ashore from the weather service, alerts will go out. When the eye comes ashore, I really prefer people in these high rises. I've got a 6-story high rise right over a condominium. I understand from the local manager, there's elderly people up on the top floor. You don't want to be those high rises on those 8, 10, 20, 30 floor sky rises, even if they're hurricane proof. If the windows break, then the air rushes in. The winds are higher the higher you go off the ground, right? So you need to get an interior hallway, and preferably if you're in a high-rise building, you're in a vicinity, maybe you've got an interior staircase. You get to the really thick concrete walls between you and the outside walls. You need to get to the lowest possible floor, but stay out of the flood area, right? Storm surge. If the first floor is going to flood, get on the second, third floor, but get out of those upper floors. Get out. If you're in a residential home, whether it's and I built houses in Tulsa for like 25 years. So if you're in a 2-story home, a 3-story home, a condo, it depends if it's a wood frame, if it's steel frame. If you're in a wood frame home and you're in a second floor, when this eye comes ashore in this general area, right, tomorrow, you need to get off those second floor areas. You need to get interior hallways, get off the second, third story levels, right? Because as the winds come, those high winds come in, a lot of times as those upper floors, the winds will peel the roof off, and a lot of times those upper walls will collapse, or the second floors will literally shear off, is another way to say it. And it's quite common in these bigger tornadoes, right? So you need to get off the second floor. once these higher winds come in, you don't have to worry about it right now, right? Unless we get hit by one of these tornadoes, and that's a problem. But as these core damaging winds come ashore, you need to get to the lowest possible floor, get into the interior room, preferably the bathroom in the center of the house, get you, just like what you in tornado, like get you some blankets, sheets, pillows, get it. And this is going to be, it could be 6 or 8 hours of this. It just depends how fast this thing moves, right? We're going to be in these 100+ mile-an-hour winds when this thing comes ashore. You need to get as many walls between you and the outside walls, because as debris starts flying, and this gets, I don't want to get gory about it, but when fences and poles and sheet metal starts flying, it's like torpedoes. There's no other way to describe it. I mean, during Hurricane Michael in the Panhandle, that was ended up being a Cat 5, but it was actually a high Florida Cat 5 when it made landfall. But when you have those kind of winds, things that should not go airborne go airborne. I mean, I saw telephone poles break at about the 5-foot level off the ground, and they went flying horizontally like a straw during Hurricane Michael. I got video of this, right? And the roofs start peeling off. Those things become like just literally like battering rams. When they hit your wall, they punch through the brick wall, they punch through the stucco, they break through the plate glass windows, they'll break through the your single car garage doors. So that's why you got to put as many walls between you and the interior of the house as possible when these core damaging winds come ashore, right? When this starts coming ashore tomorrow, whether it be 9, 10, noon time frame, that's when you guys need to do these kind of things. You need to get to the lowest floor possible. If you're in a high rise, get into the concrete stairwell where you have as many walls between you and the outside. You don't want to be in your room in some of these condos where you got these big plate glass windows or sliding doors 10 stories up, and you're sitting there, and as soon as one of those walls, one of those plate windows give in a building, that air rushes in and blows out the windows on the other side. Did that during Hurricane Wilma at Naples. I saw the west wall of the condominium project fail. The windows blew out. The windows on the east side, about 5 floors up, the plate glass windows blew out above my vehicle. And if I hadn't seen this and videoed it, I wouldn't believe what I'm about to tell you. That the plate glass windows and the doors on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level blew out of this condominium complex that people are living in. And it blew people's furniture, the living room furniture, out the 3rd floor windows, it literally across the courtyard about 100 feet over my head, with winds at about 120. Okay, so when these upper floors start failing, it literally just blows out the interior walls of those floors, right? And things go flying. So that's why you need to get to the lowest floor possible and clear the concrete and center hallways, just like a tornado, because these could be and will be very destructive winds, right? Now, they'll weaken as they come on shore, 30, 40 miles. They'll still be damaging winds, but right along the coastline and wherever these really horrible winds come ashore, that's why you need to do, when those come ashore, you need to do that. So you got to be thinking about that. Another thing I got advice for you, and look, like I follow my own advice, right? I'm going to show you something here right in my car, right? I mean, I'll just let it rip. Let's just watch what we're doing here. Let's find it. I've got it here. What do I do with it? It's in here. And it's in the back seat. Let me find my flashlight. But anyway, so you guys know I'm not kidding you. So put helmets on, right? If you got football helmets, you got helmets for the kids, get your helmets on, right? So let me find my flashlight. I've got my hat. Maybe I actually have it in the back seat. I've got a helmet. And I plan on wearing it tonight or in the morning when this stuff starts going nuts. Oh, there it is. It's on the other side. I've got it with me. So I've got it with me. I got to try those more force winds. It's getting breezy. There it is, guys. Look, I've got a helmet, right? I've got this helmet. It's going on me, right? So I've got my helmet. You need to get helmets for your kids, for the family. Get them in the bathrooms. Hang on, Jess. Tell me something. Yeah. Oh, I know. It's flying at us.
Yeah. You gotta watch that one that's right near you.
I know, it's coming at us.
Yeah.
Okay, we got tornadoes coming at us now. Just saying, watch it. The winds have picked up enormously. It's like they're 30 miles an hour. Winds have switched to from a northeast to more easterly now. It's like you got a new EMD. Yeah, look at that tornado coming up from the south there. Let's look at the EMD. But anyway, get the kids, get the helmets on, family. Make it a family ordeal. Get into the terror bathroom. These are things you need to do tomorrow morning as that eye wall approaches these coastal areas, right? You got football helmets, baseball helmets, battery helmets. Get helmets on the kids. Family members, get to the interior hall. Get into the bathrooms. Put as many walls as between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest floor. Remember, get your shoes on. because at the roof, and I witnessed this there, and Michael Wilma have seen it. What if your house has damage, or your condominium has damage during the height of the hurricane? You're going to have glass, you're going to have nails, you're going to have stuff everywhere. You just cannot imagine. It's like you take in the house and you just shake it upside down and dump it back in your house. There's just so much debris. I mean, you're going to step on things. And if a house is older, you're going to have rusty nails or old nails, and then they're exposed in the house. You got people step on them with no shoes on. So get your shoes on, even though you may not want to. Get your shoes on. Have them on when the hurricane hits, because if your house starts coming apart, the roof starts coming off, you got to have all your stuff with you when you need it, not during the middle of the chaos and when everything's ripping apart or coming apart in your house or building or condominium during the height of the hurricane, because then you get distracted. Where's my shoes at? Where's this at? Where's that at? Right? So get your flashlights, especially later tonight. Get your checkbooks. Get everything together in one location. So if things start coming apart in your house or start flooding, those things, you have everything in one location, right? Put things in a bag. So anyway, I would highly recommend that. So these are just safety things you got to do. We do them at Tornado Alley. These are kind of things that you need to be aware of when this hurricane starts making landfall. So, yeah, just people telling me about tornadoes coming ashore on the southeast coast. Pretty intense. These are, excuse me, guys, I got to get some water here. Let me take a little break here. These tornadoes just southwest of me these are Bonafide tornadoes, guys. These are coming south. The dry air, that dry air's got in between here. So there's dry air up here to the north, right here. There's a batch of tornadoes up here. You got a dry air slot. Then you got a batch of moisture with convected and another dry slot. These things are going to continue to produce tornadoes. This is like almost ideal to produce significant tornadoes, right? Just one, look at this, look at these lines. These are all going to produce tornadoes. We're going to have waves of tornadoes coming at us, right? And these are, there's one, two, there's like 5 circulations coming at us right now. And they are moving at about probably 40 miles an hour. So I've got several going to be here in an hour. I'm gonna have tornado warnings over me here in about an hour. As this line's going to continue to lift, they're going to continue to produce tornadoes, and they're going to track toward us, right? We're going to have tornado warnings here in about an hour, right? So even tonight, when they got these stuff coming in here, east of Naples, Golden Gate, heading up this way, you got tornadoes. Take tornado precautions. Tornado threat is increasing. Tornado threat's increasing right now from Cape Coral, south and east. These are going to produce tornadoes. Don't know how long they're going to last. Don't know how strong they're going to be. But we've got tornado threat is increasing in this area. You got to be very situation aware of the next hour. As this line lifts north, this line's going to slowly lift north like this. And meanwhile, there's like a conveyor belt. These things are going to do this. They're going to keep coming northwest, right? So you got to watch. If we're in Cape Coral, Fort Myers area, all in this area, Golden Gate, look at these. You got new storms here. This one's hooking, that one's hooking, that one's hooking. So we got 4 or 5 developing tornadoes just southwest of us now, right? They're coming our way. And they're going to continue to do this all night. And still got a lot of lightning. Still got a big eye wall. It's trying to get smaller, but right now, still the main thing is we still got this big open eye signature. Just took a jog to the due north. Well, look at that. There's nothing I like to do. It doesn't always work perfectly. This is going to be rude and elementary. It's not really pretty. And then we put a loop on it. And I go back down here. I need to go back to a 30 frame loop and have it back up. But this is one of my old tricks. So I just kind of put where the bottom of it is, and we'll see out back up here again. So you see what I'm doing? You see what I'm doing there? So you kind of tell where it's at now, and then kind of general direction. So what it's telling me is it's kind of moving to the northeast, right? So I could put like a 3-hour loop, 4-hour loop on here, and this is a really easy way to tell which way the hurricane's moving and kind of its general track, right? So you see where I'm at, you see where it's at, right? I'd say the NHC forecast, hey, it should be out. Let's check it out right now. Let me get a drink of water. Let's see what they did. Don't know if it's out yet, but they should be out. Let's see what they did. Here's the, oh, you know what? Let's see what they did. Uh-oh. 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 Stand by. I don't know if that's a new one or old one. Hang on. I'm trying to see if my system is updated. It's thinking about it. Here we go. It just did something. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Let's see what time that is. 10 p.m. It looks like it updated. Where does it go? It goes Cat 4. Where's it going? Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, Hurricane Center, let's go to it. Okay, this is going to be breaking. Stand by. It's going to be scary. Here we go. Let's look at this. Oh, look at that eye. Look at that eye. Look at that. Look at that little baby. Look at this little thing. Oh, look at the western eye wall just mega exploding with new convection. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. Look at the eye. Look how tiny it's getting. Okay, guys, it's going to Cat 4. Their new forecast is Cat 4. It's gonna get stronger. It's wait here. Let me see if I can get their they issued an update of what happened. 10 p.m. Okay, Peppa. Okay. (9:47). That's fine. Let me see if this 11 o'clock advisory. No, still have the other advisory out. Let me see if what we're doing here. I'm just waiting for this update. Does not give it to, okay, it's still 5 o'clock. I'm still waiting for I'm trying to decide if I got the new advice. No, there's 8. Let me see if I got the 9 yet, or 11. 10 o'clock advisory. Yeah, I know. People are texting me saying the cells on the western flank are hyper exploding. Yes, they are. Let's look here at the Hurricane Center. I'm waiting for, come on, let's, nope, that was 8:19. Sometimes it takes just a couple minutes here for this to update. Okay, I'll go to Twitter here. Let's find my Twitter. Let's go here to Florida, and let's go here to, yep, and I'll see the new track. Let's pull this up. Hang on a second. Okay, rain totals. I know that's gonna be bad. So, multiple tornadoes backwards. Don't see anything right now, so it may still be a little bit before we get. Hang on a minute. Still trying to figure out here. Let me tornado. Just give me a second, you guys. I'm gonna go ask Jeff something. I'm gonna take you. Looks like I should have had the advisory out. Hey, did the advisory come out yet? Oh, that's right, another hour. I was off an hour. Okay. Yeah. We're talking about safety. We're talking about what to do when the hurricane comes in. The lightning's really exploded. They tell me the western eye wall, the western side is really, really. I know that looks like the eye's coming down, way down. But Jeff, I've got screaming east winds here now. Screaming east winds. Matter of fact, I've got stuff blowing across the parking lot. It's north-northeast. It's going to come right at us. It's going to be a monster. Yeah, it's going to be okay. It's about I'm a little bit early. Jump the gun. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's not up till 11 o'clock. You know, central U.S. and I'm coming here on the East Coast. I'm sitting here trying to get all the times right. So yeah, it's about an hour away. Everybody's texting me, telling me about how explosive development on the western may cause it to wobble more northerly now. Yeah, that's true. As is concerned, it was to the south. So this is the kind of play-by-play, hour by hour, as far as what's going to happen, where it's going to happen, those kind of things. And just so you know, I've seen a few people ask, I'm past full, and I've got another 25 gallons with me. You can see my range there. What was my range? It was about 450 miles on the tank of gas. So I'm using it sparingly, not moving. Yeah, so let's see what this thing does. Yeah. Yes, Cape Coral will have problems. This whole area is going to have problems. Let's be brutally honest, right? Ooh. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's another thing that's going on. Look at this. Wow. It's looping so fast, it's going to be hard to follow here. What I'm going to try to tell you. If you watch this ball of energy, it's like if you think of a skater, and you think something like a bowling ball type deal. Maybe a bowling ball might be a good deal. If you have a bowling ball of energy, you may start here, and then it'll do this, and then that energy. It's like slinging this ball of energy, which just happened up on this north side. And then what does it do? When this energy, it does this, watch this. And then all of a sudden this thing wants to go like this. because the momentum of the circulation, when this big ball of energy comes around, which it just did, and then all of a sudden, instead of going this way with the eye, it's like, I want to throw this energy up here, and I'm going to pull it more this way. So it does a stair step like this, kind of. That's a 90. It's not doing that, but it's more of a stair step, right? It's kind of like this, and then like this, and like this, and then like this. That's kind of what it does, right? Not always, but that's what it's doing with this one. And so you got to watch this, right? It's interesting. Yeah, lightning all over. The winds they're expanded out. Look, we've got almost, not quite hurricane force winds back southwest of Marco up there of Key West radar. It's 50, tropical storm for sure. 70s just southwest of Marco Island. They're almost on shore, guys. Now, I'm not at the surface there. I'm going to be up, probably 4,000 feet there, probably from the radar height. But we got some very strong winds approaching the southwest coast of Florida, right? So just down this general area, right, is the coastline. So just offshore, at a couple thousand feet above the ground, there's hurricane force winds, and then the really crazy stuff is down here. Look at this big area, these really strong winds here, right? We're gonna have a long time. So let's see what the measurement is here. We've got like 100, 120, 130, 115, 140, 135. Guys, this is going to be brutal. I'm telling you, when this stuff comes ashore, it's bad. It's really bad. This is going to create billions of dollars in damage. Okay, let me state that again. Unless this thing weakens or something, it doesn't forecast a weak, it actually forecasts to strengthen. And when this eye comes ashore in this heavy populated area, these multi-million-dollar homes, apartment complexes, literally billions of dollars in boats, value of boats, just in the Reno map right now, just a quick guess. There's probably $50 million to $100 million in boats and this marina I'm in right now. That's like 70, 80 boats here, right? There's some nice yachts here. You're talking it'll be in the hundreds of billions of dollars in damage, right? When the extreme destructive winds come ashore. Besides the storm surge, besides all the inland flooding, it'll be a catastrophic event, right? I mean, guys, this is it. I mean, this is your worst nightmare, really. Seriously, I mean, this is it, guys. You just cannot imagine how bad this is going to be, right? This is going to be Charlie in a sense of the intense damage, but it's a much wider hurricane, much slower, moving about a third of the speed that Charlie did, around a third, maybe half. This is moving at 9 or 10. Charlie was moving at 25. But look at, I mean, this is many, many, many hours of hurricane force winds. That's just the north wall, right? So you got 50, 60 miles there, 8 miles an hour, 6 hours for the north wall, northeast wall. And then I've got another 5 or 6 hours on this east-southeast wall, the back wall. 12 hours of 100 plus mile winds. That's a lot of damage. I mean, it's a lot of damage. Okay. And this is going to produce a lot of damage. And then I got where the heaviest convection is. Remember I told you earlier where the heaviest rain is falling, the heaviest convection, get those winds to come down, 120, 130. We're really close to Cat 4. Really close. We'll see what the Hurricane Hunter says next hour. If they're up there, what they're finding, what the pressure's doing, what are we down to? Yeah, this is not that far from the radar site. You see where we're at here. Looks like I am at, I'll get back out on my frame here. We're not that far from the radar, right? So I'm at beam height, I'm at 5,000, 6,000, just lower 850. I'm at 6,000 foot elevation right there, see? There's 6,000, the beam that hits the storm right now, that's 6,000. You get closer to the radar, I'm at 3,000 to 4,000 feet, right? So I'm getting closer to the ground, then I'm at 2,500, right? So, but nevertheless, I've got this huge area of these, because with the eye wall replacement, the winds like double in size. So we've got a huge area of hurricane force winds, tropical storm force winds already coming ashore. Hurricanes are now, tornadoes are now forming couplets. Look at this. That's a water spout. There's no doubt that's a water spout, right? Look at that couplet, right? So these are producing damaging water spout. I mean, it's out in the water, right? I mean, it's a fish storm, right? I mean, it's just bad news, guys. We're going to get hit with tornadoes tonight. They're going to be embedded in the hurricane. Look at all the ways of tornadoes coming up at us from the southwest. They're getting stronger as a hurricane. The pressure's falling. So as a hurricane gets closer to us, the pressure's falling. It makes it easier when you get low pressure approaching an area to the northeast, kind of like out chasing out in the plains. It makes it much easier for these to spin and get you to the ground, those kind of things, right? So anyway, that's what's happening. So it's going to be interesting. So anyway, what I'm thinking is right now, I think what I'm going to do is, let's see what we got here. Yeah, if we get a Cat 4, it'll be bad. You know what I'm going to do here is I think, let me check some power. I've got to get some power going. Make sure we got right out of power. We got a big power bank going here. Yeah, that's full. I'm going to plug this one in just to see how we're doing here. Okay, let me get the mount. Let me get you guys mounted on the mount. And there we go. There's that. There's this. There's that. Bear with me here. Hopefully I do not lose connection when I do this. And we've got basically tropical storm force winds here, and it's winds blowing. The boats are bouncing up and down now, so it won't be much longer and things get kind of crazy. Right? Okay, I've got people sending me text. Let's see what we got here. Catherine, I put a poll online to ask about blue shed. Okay, thank you, sweetie, for doing that. Okay, let me see. I've got to, let's see, I've got to loosen this up. And I got light flickering over there. Let's do this. I can do this. There's that. Just give me a second. I've got this big old suction mount. I got these big ram mount suction mounts. These things are just, I don't want to say the right word here. They're really bad. They're really just, I got about a half dozen. Kathy and I did some work, research, and got some other chaser friends got these ram mounts, and I can suck those things down. I can put them on glass and do all kinds of things, and that's they are really, really cool. I can turn them, I can flip them, I can do all kinds of things, right? So how's that, right? No more hand holding. You're seeing what I'm seeing. I hate the windshield wipers, right? Turn them off. The window's going to be covered, and it's not going to give you a see how quick that gets messy, right? Because you've got the rain, right? Give me just a second. I'm going to step out of the car and talk to Jeff for a second. Stand by, about to grab some food. Maybe a drink, some banana Anna, Santa, grapes. There's the ice bucket. Oh, that looks pretty good. All right. Sorry about that. I'm not stealth mode. Went and talked to Jeff and look at data, and I'm laughing because, okay, so I'll tell on myself. So I thought, okay, I'm getting hungry. So what am I going to go get to eat on? I'm not trying to be rude, just trying to snag. So I got some really good seedless grapes. Right, I've got a little box back there with some ice in them. They're nice, cold, and crunchy and crisp. So I'm eating some grapes. I got a banana. It's a little banana, a little grapes, and I'm all good for right now. $9.53. Okay, went up 5 millibars. That doesn't surprise me. Okay, so we're back up. Okay. Because I have chicken. I have rotisserie chicken, grapes, bananas, granola. Yep. Yep. Let's see what happens here. Guys, I'm just reading reports coming in. I'm looking at Twitter feeds on what's happening where, who's reporting what. Wow. There's some breaking weather. Major flooding in Key West. Ian's surge hit at 2.16 above MHHW. I'm not sure what that is at 9:36. Third highest water level on record, behind Wilma in 2005 at 3.14 and Irma in 2017 at 2.66. Okay. Okay. Let me send this to somebody real quick. Let me call Jeff on the radio and tell him what I just said. We got radio communications. Jeff, you copy? Find this over here. So, hey Jeff, you copy? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. You copy, Jeff?
Hey, go ahead.
Look at the tweet at this 4G for about Key West, what just happened.
Wow. Very impressive.
So those benchmarks, what is it trying to tell us there on that? Because you know about area well. What are you thinking? And I understand the pressure may be up 5 millibars too in the eye.
Up 5 millibars?
That's my understanding. 950 something now, from 947, 952 or 53 is what I just. That's somebody just texted me.
Well, that eye did look a little ragged there for a while. Well, yeah, these are very impressive. So, what is that, third highest water level on record behind Hurricane Wilma 2005.
Yeah, so I'm watching a live video coming out of, well, it's not live, 45 minutes ago, and water is overran all this guy's footage here. Water is overran a big chunk of Key West, and the water surging from the south to the north, and it is about 1.5 feet deep, and it's surging through buildings and parking lots, and it looks extreme.
And the eye right now is going over the dry Tortugas, so what's that, about a 70-mile difference?
Correct. So they're straight east of the eye, so now the storm surge is going over Key West. Then, 70 miles to the east, but they've got a storm surge.
So this is going to be a much larger surge event for us then.
Right, yeah, so eye wall replacement. Yeah, what was your say, Jeff?
That was Jason, but yeah, I think you're right. Did we have an eye wall replacement cycle there?
Yeah, we did earlier, and it's trying to come back the other way. And look at the new runs here. Okay, we've got something interesting here, some more breaking. So the new, Jeff, the experimental hurricane models, the HFS model, and some of the other ones, this is new. As the all replacement finishes tonight, those models intensify it to I got to keep reading this here, mid-4, a mid-cat 4 is what this report says, and it's let's see here, operational forecast. Okay, let me see what the pressure is on this thing. Hang on. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm not going to say this is going to verify, but I'm just going to tell you what this report says if you're ready. This is the new 18Z run. It just came in. As the eye wall replacement cycle finishes, which it apparently displayed it in this model this afternoon, which is, I only got a single image, but this is valid for tonight at midnight. It closes off really hard, and it starts getting deeper, and it's got down to 932 millibars, 130 knots at the surface. That means they'd have to, but they're saying that the model is persistent, that it's going to deepen about 15 to 20 millibars between now and landfall.
Well, look at the radar. Look how healthy it's become again. Look at that northern and northwestern quadrant.
Right. Yeah. Sam, I got a tornado warning. Got a tornado warning.
The National Weather Service in Miami has issued a tornado warning for Central Collier County.
Central Collier County tornado warning.
County in southern Florida until 11. Yeah, that's all those bands coming out. So if you go over there on the East Coast too, Jupiter and Palm Beach Gardens.
Okay. Yeah, I got new tornado warnings back southeast of us coming up at us too, southeast of Fort Myers. There's just swarms of tornadoes. My gosh, there's so many hooks, it's crazy. It may get a lot more exciting than before daylight at this rate.
Well, that little dry slot that's about to move over us, I think we'll see a lot of activity on that next wave that moves up.
Yeah, there's some experimental models that the hurricane sent you a tornado pic. Okay, hang on. Apparently I just got a picture of a tornado. Hang on. Somebody just sent me a picture. Okay, yeah.
Pretty impressive to watch the smaller eye get absorbed by that larger eye.
Yeah, it's exactly. Okay, hang on. I may have just got a picture of a big tornado. Stand by. Here we go. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh my goodness. Monster wedge tornado came down and hit Kings Point area, located west of Fort Lauderdale. This is about an hour and a half ago. Okay, I'm going to retweet this, guys, on Twitter. I'm going to retweet it now. A large wedge tornado. This was about an hour ago on the southeast coast. It's a huge one. If you're following me on Twitter, I just retweeted a large wedge tornado. This was about an hour ago in Southwest Florida. Guy went out his back of his house, took about a quarter-mile wide, very incredible tornado for Southeast Florida. It literally looks like a Dodge City, Wichita type Kansas tornado. Very huge wedge tornado. I just retweeted it. If you're following me on Twitter, you're going to see that just posted on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter, it's just Jeff_Petrosky. Wow. Okay, that's a big time serious tornado down there. They definitely had damage with that big guy. Okay. Wall replacement cycle. I'm reading this. Nearly complete Hurricane Ian is suddenly much wider. Let's see here. Yep, that's true. Okay. Yeah. In this general area is the forecast for tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. Don't be scared. Everything's fine. Everything will be fine. We'll get through it together. Okay, got breaking. Again, I can't confirm this, but got more breaking weather. Cuba is reporting the entire collapse of their grid system across Cuba. Cuba is reporting the entire infrastructure of Cuba power grid has collapsed. Surges going into houses Key West. Also breaking power grid in Cuba has collapsed due to the major hurricane. Entire power grid across Cuba is down. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, I've got more breaking. I've got damaged tornado. Tornado went across one of the airports. It went across the North Perry Airport, north in Hollywood in the last hour, and there's numerous planes flipped. I'm getting ready to retweet this. Came in from Greg Setzer in Miami. If you follow me on Twitter,
that was from that cluster of tornadoes, what, about an hour ago?
Right. Guys on Twitter, I've got a tornado went across the airport north of Miami there, and the last hour, North Perry Airport, and it flipped, it looks like 5 or 7 planes on the runway. These are small Piper type planes. Just retweeted that image. Okay, here's a brand new image, outer bands, significant damage reporting.
How's your fuel situation?
I'm over full. I mean, I'm over full. I mean, it's like past the full line, just to the right.
Okay, just checking. Good.
Wow. I'm getting more data in, Jeff, and a little bit of 18, a little bit of 0Z data, and it's some very interesting things are coming out.
Recon data, or?
Yeah, well, there's just tons of new stuff coming in. I'm trying to decipher everything really quick here. I'm trying to see what's old data and what's brand new. Everybody's saying that the eyewall replacement cycle process is now complete, and central pressure rose 5 millibars, and winds weakened slightly, but the wind field is broadened dramatically, and will still support a high Cat 3 at landfall, if not Cat 4, if it goes back to tightening. And water surging into Key West. Numerous Key West flooded. Yeah, oh my gosh, this is deep. Get retweet a new image up. It's very deep water. Looks like it's 2 foot deep in houses there. Storm surge report comes in from the Keys, and it says Monroe County residents reporting on Henry Street, Summerlin Key reported storm surge flooding water 1 foot above ground level, entering multiple homes at garage level. Hurricane Hunter plane into the eye. It says largely stabilized due to intensity to Iowa replacement. The pressure's up, but the winds are holding steady. The eye is now looking much better on the radar, both visually and from the Hurricane Hunter. The eye is getting better organized, I guess, on the maybe the latest pass on the Hurricane Hunter.
Yeah, its radar presentation looks more organized than what, the last 25 minutes?
Yeah, it's an update from Fort Myers. NHC's forecast Fort Myers beach to go on. Okay, this is brand new. It looks like landfall now is going to be between Port Charlotte and Sanibel Island at 2 p.m. Wednesday. NHC forecast calls for Fort Myers beach to go under 9 feet of water storm surge. Much of Sanibel Island, Cape Coral, Fort Myers will have 6 to 9 foot overtake. Home and businesses evacuate tonight. Get out, you will drown. That's what it says on the message. Thank you for the super followers on Twitter. Thank you. And YouTube, appreciate your support too. Okay, looking at all the wind, watching all the wind reports. There's just tremendous amount of data coming in now. Both damage surge reports, Hurricane Hunter data, and things are pouring in rapidly. That's not a bad idea. The manager here at the yacht club is in the building. They told us where to go, and we may have to get on a boat. Don't plan on getting on a boat. We may be forced to get on a boat. Yeah, Iowa 150 miles southwest of us now and closing. But it looks like it's going to slow down. We got very heavy rain. We're going to have to start worrying about inland flooding here.
Yeah, we are. I might head out to the road. Jen's
Thank you.
In the
Thank you,
parking lot
Morgan.
out
Appreciate
there,
it.
so I might go check on her status and maybe see if we can see some road stuff.
Is that Jason?
Good stuff.
Okay. Yeah, looks like we've got 2 to 3 inch rain rates coming in here now.
Yeah, rain has picked up. These back roads are going to go under pretty quick.
Yeah, you guys want to reposition here shortly? We've got some outrageous rain rates coming at us right now. They're going to be here for the next 2 to 3 hours. Things are going to go in water here quickly on these back roads. We probably need to start moving. Because this band setting up, guys, is coming right over us, and it's not going to move. It's going to be a train echo of just 3 to 4 inch rain amounts, and we've got about 2 hours at least. We're going to pick up 6 inches in the next 2 hours, probably, over us. Well, matter of fact, I'll give you the more exact. Stand by. I'm looking at the storm totals right now coming at us. Southeast Fort Myers has had 2 inches of rain in the last, I don't know, hour or so here. Yeah, they were nothing 45 minutes ago. Okay, they just picked up 2.5 inches of rain in about 35 minutes. I'm looping the radar on dual pole data and look at the rain rates coming at us.
We can go back the main road for a while.
Yeah, let's go now because I'm looking at cumulative rain right now, and it's raining an inch. It's raining 1 to 3 inches an hour, 8 miles southeast of us, coming right at us. It's going to go into torrential rainfall in about 15 minutes, so we got to get moving.
Yeah, because some of these back roads are going to go under real quick.
Okay, guys, we're moving. Stay with us on the stream if you want to. We're going to be moving. Just got some extremely intense rain rates coming at us. Here we go. Let's see here. Jeff, one of you guys lead the way if you want to hit your overheads. Or you get your LEDs going.
Yeah, he's going. Go. Yeah, then I got my little pod light, so that'll help.
Jeff, you want to lead in front of us?
Jason, your lights are off, and that's actually the entrance. It'll trigger the gate.
Oh, that's right. We got to go this other way.
Oh, I thought, like on the other side?
Yeah, you got to come back here, Jason. We got to loop around this other side of the curve here. Hey, Jeff, you got a tail light on your right rear out too up there. Hey, Jeff, why don't you lead in front and turn your overheads on? I got to make sure we're not driving into water.
That was Jason's car that has the tail light out.
Right. I know, Jeff. Come on. I want you to lead so get your LEDs going in front of me.
Okay. I really hope there's no one left in these buildings out here.
Yeah, guys, we got insane rain rates. We got 2 to 3 inch rain rates per hour. It's going to overrun us here in about 15 minutes from the southeast over Fort Myers, and we come out on a lot of back roads to get over here. So, and we've got a lot of little creeks to go by. Look at the water in this parking lot, guys. Look at the flooding. Right, so it's going to get. We're just got to make sure we're not going to get trapped on these roads because we're right on the ocean, and we don't want our back roads to get flooded where we can't escape out of here. Right. So we're moving because you got to constantly watch the situation, and as things change, you've got to change your plan. I'm gonna turn weather radio on. You're gonna hear weather radio now broadcasting.
With isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. Northeast winds 45 to 55 knots, becoming north 55 to 65 knots area.
Exit here on this little curve.
What's going on about the curve?
I said those trees there coming down would block our exit.
Oh, yeah, they're already starting to sway.
Yeah, I can see they're sitting in all this soggy water here.
Oh wow, we've already got debris on the road from the tree limbs. Like the palms are shredding.
Leaf steady. Alright, so did you just want to go out to this main road, or you want to go ahead and head back out toward 41?
Jeff, which way do we want to go back? Do you want to go back up to the northeast, or?
I'd like to top off just for the heck of it, if possible, and then from there, I don't know. We'll see. I'll let Jed know this is us and we're moving.
Yeah, look, I can't. Just the 30 minutes it's been right here, guys. There's like 6 inches of water all over the road. This is nuts. Oh, look, the ditch to your right. It's already filling up. The ditches on the side of the road are already filling up. They're about a third full. I don't know if you guys can see it on the stream. Now the water's filling up the ditches. Guys, it's only been raining here an hour. Look at the ditches are already filling up. That's what happens. These low-lying areas start filling up right on the water. So we're very, very close. We're only about a quarter mile from the ocean here, and we're going to start leading back north because we don't. And these incredible, insane rain rates are coming in from the southeast up over us. So over the next hour, some of these roads are going to start going underwater, and then once they fill up, well before the storm surge gets here, we may not be able to escape. So right now we're going to.
Wait, was this the way out? I didn't even look.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is, Jeff. You're going northeast. Yes.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure if I.
Yeah.
Marina.
says 6.9 miles to get to the main
Continue for
highway.
7 miles.
But you got water on both
Your
sides
route
of
may
us
be
here, either
affected by
side.
Hurricanium.
Yes. Look at the right side. It's pretty deep over there.
Yeah, I know the water's already filling in on both sides of the road, but just from the rain, we don't even have storm surge here yet. Yeah, so that's probably why we're getting out of this low-lying area and getting a little bit higher ground here, because we've already got problems. I mean, in the next hour or two, this is going to be a problem.
Definitely getting into the tropical storm condition.
Yeah, we're definitely moving to tropical storm. We got full tropical storm conditions. You know, Jeff, we're probably going to start having power. I think we're going to have some power grid flashes here, probably by maybe 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, as the hurricane force winds start approaching us.
Oh, easy. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We've got an airport on the left-hand side. It's got some runways, overheads going. Got a runway just left the road here. That's what the lights, the landing lights are right there on the right. Those are the landing IFR approach landing lights to the airport runway on the right here. Got,
It's some strong turbulence.
yeah, we're going in about 2 inches an hour, maybe 3 inches an hour rain rate's not coming in. It's going to rain here for like 4 hours like this.
Yeah, and keep in mind that this area of Florida, I mean, from Fort Myers all the way up past Tampa, it's been very saturated. Soft ground, ponds are high, ditches are high.
Yeah, this whole area's going to flood bad. So you want to go back up where we were, Jeff, back up to the, just north of the Charlotte port there. So we're on the north side of the bay. If we catch the storm surge bay coming on the backs on the north side.
Yeah, I guess we could. Where was that gas station that you pinned earlier?
Well, that's back up at Venice.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Now, if you want to have an adventure, go back to Venice and come back down. That would be a real adventure. They're like we get there, there's like no more gas in that tank, right?
Lots of standing water to the right.
No, I know that the ditches are going to fill up. That's just the stuff we can see. What about the stuff we can't see? That's the thing. When just the heavy rain's going to start filling up all these creeks and streams well before the storm surge even gets here. Guys, we're heading back up to a more we're in an extremely low-lying area right here. The road's like 3 feet, 4 feet above sea level on this road here. So we're moving back northeast on this road here, back to higher ground. But we're still low ground here for another 8-10 miles. This road will be, if the eye goes just west of us here and we get full-on storm surge, we'll be this road right here tomorrow at about noonish, 9, 10, 11, somewhere there, will be under about 8 feet of water, 7 to 8 feet of water. The road I'm on right now will be under about 7 foot of water. It'll be higher than this car in about 12 hours from now on this road, for sure, 100%.
Watch out, big water.
I got it. Ooh, big, deep water. Yeah, that was about 6 inches. Oh, you got more deep water. Wow, look at that. Wow, look at the water. It's already crossed the road up here. All right, Jason, move to the left-hand lane. Move to the left-hand lane and slow down because you got water about 6 inches deep on the road. Guys, this is not even storm surge yet. This is just the rain. We've already got flooding. The roads are already getting covered with flash flooding from the rain, because we've got a band setting up over us from the southeast northwest with those spiraling tornadoes, and they're producing 2 to 4 inches of rain per hour. This band's probably not going to, it's moving, but it's not going to be passing for probably a couple hours. We'll pick up a real quick 3 to 5 inches of rain across Fort Myers northwestward as this band continues to rapidly move northwestward. It's We've already got street flooding is occurring now back southwest of Port Charlotte. We'll probably need an urban street, I'll send a message to Weather Service here in a minute. I'll need an urban street flood warning. Yeah. Well, Jeff, that was pretty wild. I believe we have that on video. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah, that water's already coming across the road.
Did you have your lower beams on so you could hit the road before you got to it?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm really glad this thing's making a daytime landfall, because this is an extremely high risk for a nighttime intercept.
Well, it definitely shook off any drowsiness there.
Okay, once you get to this intersection, see, hang on a minute. Jeff, you want me to take you back to the intersection where we grabbed dinner a while ago?
Yeah, we can go there. That's good.
Because we got a lot of light, right? It's a little bit, that's gonna be that's the backside of the bay. It's gonna flood. I mean, in that area, right? And yeah. That's about 9 miles ahead on this road. Let me look at radar, because Jeff, what we have now is nothing compared to what's going to be here in about 4 to 5 minutes.
Got that coupling north southeast.
Okay, Jeff. I'm not laughing. It's just I can't tell you how hard it's raining. I think we're gonna barely get out of the really absurd stuff. There's a band just south of us here, about 3 miles, about where we were. Hang on, let me look at the numbers. It's raining inch and a half in a very short amount of time. Yeah, it's got 1 inch to inch and a half rain rates.
Are we going right here?
Hang on.
In 800
Yeah, you
turn
go around,
right
yes.
onto Florida
Go right.
776. Turn right
Oh,
onto
that's where you
Florida
got all the ants,
776.
fire ants on your, at the Citgo gas station earlier.
Oh, I didn't get fire ants on me, Dave. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, you guys watched the stream, see that Citgo right there? I got gas this afternoon. There's like a bunch of people, and I got gas, and everything's fine.
Continue on
And
Florida
I was walking back to the car, next thing I know, there's like 1,000, not
You're
fire
really
ants, but
affected
just
by
ants on my
Hurricane
leg. I mean, they were like, my whole leg was black, and it was like moving, and it was like a bad horror movie. It's what I described it. So I was doing a slap dance in the parking lot with my legs. So it was pretty interesting. It was pouring down raining, and I was doing the rain dance in the middle of the parking lot, shaking about 1,000 black ants off my leg as I was getting gas. It's just crazy. It's just, you wouldn't want to see that on video, but it's just, I mean, you look down and your whole leg's like black, and it's just, everything's crawling up towards your shorts, right? It's like, no, this cannot be happening.
Yeah, I'm back a little bit. Jed's with me. We're making our way. We're getting a little bit closer to you.
Now, these were black ants. Little tiny, small black ants. They weren't the red ants, or they weren't fire ants. I've had the fire ants attack before in the Florida Panhandle. Those were, I had about 200 or 300 bites, turning the blisters the next day. It were, oh my gosh, did they hurt. They actually got up on a flooded deck in the Outer Bear Island, and we walked out on the deck late at night, and I felt something stinging on the bottom of my ankle, and I had rain pants on, big rain pants, top and bottom, Man, I was like, my legs started burning. I was like, man, what's going on with my legs? So I ran back into the building and removed my raincoat or rain short bottoms there, the pants, and I had these fire ants were biting me with like hypodermic needles is the way to describe it. And by the time I got them all off of me, everything, I had about, oh my gosh, about 50 bites on my ankles and legs. They turned into this enormous blisters the following day. I mean, I was in excruciating pain. It was really bad. Lasted for like 3 weeks. I mean, it was.
Oh, look how high the water is, just to our right.
Hang on. Can you shoot that, Jeff? Go to this bay. What? Jeff, this is the back Charlotte Bay Bridge. Hang on, water's coming way up. What do we got, Jeff?
It's right up to the top of the seawall right there.
Yeah, this is the how I'm pronouncing this, Mahiki River. It looks like it's coming up. The Mahiki River's coming up on the back northwest part of Charlotte here. Wow, it goes all the way up to the top of the wall back there, right on the lower end of the deal. That was pretty amazing.
Look at the dock to the right, illuminating the water. You can see the water level.
Oh wow, slow down there, Jeff. Slow down. Check that out. Wow, water's right to the top of the dock over here. Whoa, man, that came up. That's up from when we just came by here about an hour ago. Wow. Yeah, this whole place is gonna go way underwater, guys. I hate to say it. This is gonna be really bad. I can already tell. This is just rain. Okay. Can you imagine what's gonna happen when the ice starts approaching?
Yeah, this area of Florida is so low-lying. It's all going under.
Yeah, we're still live streaming. Man, all these parking lots are turning into lakes up here. Okay, guys, get ready. This is getting crazier.
Are these pumps on, or they got them all wrapped up?
That's going up to the main intersection up there, and there's like 8, 9 stations up there. We'll find something, maybe. You definitely want to do it before the power goes out.
I'm fine for gas, but you know me, I like to top off before the power goes out.
Yeah, we all need to top off when the power goes out, which may happen as early as a little after midnight to 4. We may start getting power outages here. Jeff, do you have two rows of beam lights on your overhead, or 4 rows? What do you have? At spot or flood?
So, are you talking about my 50-inch bar?
Correct.
Not quite how many. I'm not sure how many lights I have. I mean, it's a beam.
Okay, Jeff, we're going to come around about a 45-degree bend here, heading back to the northeast. How you guys doing? How's Team Blue Shed doing? Right? We got gas. We're relocating from low-lying area right on the ocean, and we're going to come back up north to Port Charlotte, and this band of rain is over us and already producing street flooding, and some of the ditches are filling up. So for safety, we're going to come back just a little bit higher ground. So
definitely getting into the stronger tropical storm conditions too. Ran up kind of quick.
Got an update for you. It moved southeast about 5 miles or 8 miles. The new update's in. Cat 4 just before landfall. Stand by. Just before landfall, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's a little bit faster, guys. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, southwest of us, 132 mile an hour wind sustained, gust of 161 mile an hour. This is the new 11 o'clock advisory. Cat 4 catastrophic hurricane just southwest of Port Charlotte. It's going to go right down the middle of the harbor.
Really is Charlie 2.0.
8 a.m. tomorrow morning, guys. It's coming in. Wait, we're going to be full. It's just southwest of us at 8 a.m. Everybody. It's like 40 miles from Sanibel. It's about 40 miles southwest of Sanibel at 8 a.m.
Oh wow, so it won't cross the coast till almost noon maybe?
Say again?
It won't cross the coast then to maybe about noon.
Correct. Yeah, the I make crosses coast is a Cat 4 at about noon. So guys, on watching the live stream, new hurricane update, Cat 4. Okay, Chris is telling me we got power outages here in Fort Myers. Already coming in. Power outages are occurring now in Fort Myers. Cat 4, devastating hurricane, 8 a.m., 40 miles southwest of Sanibel Island. They moved the line about 8 miles east-southeast. So now technically it goes to Port Charlotte. Again, guys, we're cutting hairs here, right? Big eye wall. It's like 4 miles, 5 miles east of Port Charlotte. But that's the center track. But it looks like Fort Myers is going to be pretty bad, right? So I'm sort of pulling in data here. We'll have more updates here in a minute. Cat 4 at landfall. Fort Myers is going to take the direct right front quadrant of the hurricane. Catastrophic damage, catastrophic storm surge. Fort Myers is going to be ground zero, right hand side. Catastrophic damage coming into Fort Myers, and also up to the left here, up to the north as well. Right? I think, guys, we need to look at this new hurricane deal. We'll read the advisories, get up there, get some light. It's ready to track what they're thinking, and they got a Cat 4 coming deal. So it's right around sunrise or before we're going to have hurricane force winds on shore. And then we're going to have the 120 to 150, 160 winds at about 10 to probably 9 to noon, 9 to 4. It's out of control. It almost says we need to go south and east over back on across the bridge, guys, over to the other side. Get into Fort Myers. That's. Hey Jeff, you're going to turn in just a little bit up here, about a mile.
Good though.
Yeah, the line's about 4 miles east of here, 5 miles east of here. We probably really need to be scout the southeast of here. If you see fuel, go ahead and grab it, and then we'll relocate. If you're watching on, yeah, I've got GPS. I've got GPS on the car here. So yeah, we're just
Sometimes these pumps are on, but the lights are out.
Well, we'll just pull a couple parking lots, Jeff, and see what we've got there. I know Sam shuts their pumps off for sure. But some of these other stations, let me turn it right here, Jeff. You're gonna turn it right here. We're coming out the quarter mile, sorry. Jeff, on the left you got a mobile, and then we got 3 or 4 stations on the right up here. And actually, if we go through the intersection, we go through, there's another one. Okay, Key West Gus is 79 miles an hour now. Gus is the elevated posted Gus, 91 mile an hour at Gus at Key West. This wind field's expanded dramatically outward from the center now. How about that mobile? Are they all wrapped up over there?
Yeah, it was wrapped.
Okay. Sometimes you know about that situation. Jeff, I got 2 more gas stations up here, about a quarter mile, and we can come back to this intersection and start dropping down to Fort Myers.
Okay. Yeah, I think the Wawa, was south of here.
Back south here, Jason.
I believe so. I know I thought that had got some air from my tires. Yeah, let's go south.
Jeff, just up there's 2 gas stations up there about an 1/8 of a mile. There's a Circle K and a Valor. If you want to see if they're open. Now those chances are, given the fact they're not the big guys, right? There's a high probability they're going to have the pumps on. Maybe.
You're going to have to turn around if you want to go south. We're headed east.
Correct. We're going to turn around here in just a second. It's only up here about another 2 blocks. There'll be one on the left and one on the, both are on the left.
Oh, gotcha. You're still hunting the gas. I see it.
There you go. Let's vector in there and see what what we got. Lights are on. Interesting. I pull into the pumps. There's a high probability one of the pumps are going to be on. I'd say a high probability. Let's find one. Yeah, the pumps are on and everything's on here. So you gonna pull in there? I'm gonna pull in here, Jeff.
All right, check it. I'll check this one.
Yeah, you're going to the next station. Let me see if it feels. It looks like the pumps are turned off here, but let me double check. The pumps are turned off at this location. Yep, they're all off. Just everybody watch this train. We got plenty of gas, okay? But we always like to just keep topping off the gas before the power goes 110% out. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to just see if we can top off, and then we'll be fine. What you got over there, Jeff?
The other, 76, they're closed.
The pumps are off?
Yeah, they're powered completely off.
Okay, I'm going back east or back west here to the intersection, go south back toward Fort Myers. Okay, I'm gonna go there and there's another 3 or 4. You've got local on the right. So you're watching, we're Hurricane Alley, yes. Oh, thank you for support, I really appreciate it. We really appreciate all the supporters helping us. Lucia team, Hurricane, we got Hurricane Ian coming and we're gonna cover it and we'll see how this thing unfolds, right? So, let me get the update from the Hurricane Center. Yeah, I remember seeing the cars, the planes flipped, Chris. I'm gonna assume most stations are locked down and closed for the night. Well, Vince, yeah, we originally thought that we're going to take the direct hit. Honestly, earlier today I thought Venice was going to take the direct hit, but they're going to have wind damage. They're going to be on the more the northwest eye wall, kind of offshore flow, but they'll have torrential rain. They're going to have torrential rains there in Venice, upwards of 15 inches probably in that area. Thank you for support. Yeah, Venice is going to have very some damage and winds, but man, it's going to be not much storm surge, but definitely they're going to have torrential rain. Okay, got another one on the left here. Looks like the pumps are off.
Scope that side, Jeff B. If I see something on the right, I'll scope it.
Yeah, there's multiple ones down here, guys. There's actually several back here. There's another Mobile Express right here on the left, back here in the corner. Yeah, it looks dark over there. Jeff, where are you at?
Making a left southbound.
Yeah, thank you guys for your support.
We're going slow. You'll catch up easy.
You might want to slow down because there's a ton of stuff on both sides of the road here coming up on both sides. You got a Circle K to the right there. And I take a chance. Those guys generally are on. They're open. I think.
Not sure. I don't see amber lights on the pump, so let me check.
Is this guy local or another chaser following you?
That's Jen.
That's who?
Chad, my chase partner. I can't see. Yeah, looks like they're off. Nope, they're off.
Somebody go turn the breaker on. I'm just kidding, of course. Being funny, and I'm not really being funny. But we got gas. It's not like we're in dire. We always like to top off right before the power goes out. That's basically all we're doing, folks. Got plenty of gas. I got plenty of gas to last about 3 days, right? As long as I'm not doing a ton of driving, because this is going to be basically where the, the bad stuff's going to happen, right? Guys, we've got about 9 more stations from here to the next 3 miles on both sides of the road. There's another batch of 5 or 7 down here, about 2 miles. Woohoo, look at all that support. We appreciate it. Thanks, Darcy. I really appreciate your support. That's awesome. Yeah, it's, so 8 a.m. it's not on shore. It's still back southwest, about 40 miles southwest of Sanibel Island. But the hurricane force winds are going to extend, upwards of about 80. But right now, I'm just going to try to see if we can do this gas deal, and I'll give you a hurricane update on that. Let's see if I can. Hey guys, coming up, we got Wawa, Mobile, and Sunco up here at about a mile, and they're on both sides of the road. Actually, 3 different intersections. Northeast intersection, northwest, and southwest. All at the same location. Yeah, it's kind of a ghost head. It wasn't about 4 hours ago. There was a lot of people. This was extremely packed. The road was bumper bumper. It was busy here at around 5 o'clock. It was crazy. It was very busy.
That place back there was called Force Field Hurricane.
I saw that. Okay, somebody take a different. We got 3 or 4 at this intersection each direction. I'll take the Sunco. They're opening maybe 7 across the street. Wawa. It's got cars lined up across the street. Let's go to Wawa. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get back over here. Look at that. I got cars that are lined up, and I've got gas. Look at that. Look at that.
The big question is, are they serving smoothies and subs?
Smoothies and subs. Do you want a smoothie and sub? I'm thinking I need some coffee. You guys, you know what, to really get me fired up, I need a Mountain Dew. Coffee time, Mountain Dew. What are you guys thinking? It's coffee.
Why don't you just put Mountain Dew and coffee together?
A little coffee, a little Mountain Dew. How about a little small cup of coffee? We're going to Wawa. What's your favorite thing at Wawa? You guys tell me what you love at Wawa. I haven't mentioned too many of them, but I know about them, right? Where are we? We're in Fort Myers area.
Coffee.
Yeah, love Wawa food. Interesting. Eats Taco Bell, confirmed, yes. Love Taco Bell's not too bad. 2020, yes. Sue said yes. Jeff on the Dew, yeah. You can imagine what I'm like with the okay. Oh!
There's a fuel truck arrived.
Jackpot, big time. Watch the ladies in black here across the street in front of me. Don't run over. Fuel truck being delivered in real time. Guys, look at this. Look, found a gas station and we've got gas and the truck's being delivered. Guys, watch this stream here. Okay, see the cars getting gas, Fort Myers, and we've got a fuel truck. Whoa, are you kidding me? How about them apples? Woo! We got fuel, baby. And we're pulling up to the pump, and here we go, Wawa. You're getting a lot of viewers right now, baby. There we go. I'll put the car in park. I'm gonna go out and start pumping gas. Don't need much, actually. I'm basically 99% full, but it does not hurt to top off that tank, folks, right? Because you don't know how much we're going to need in the coming days. Could be a lot. So we're going to get that gas. I'll turn the wiper off. I'm under the shelter. You guys watch this beautiful view here. Okay, guys, we're getting fuel. Everybody's getting fuel. Awesome. Can anybody decide what's the best thing here at the store? Anybody? Is it coffee? What is it? What do we need to get? Some coffee? I don't have any coffee in the car at all. And no, don't need any of that stuff. I'm thinking, I think some coffee and I don't know, man. I gotta go inside and check it out. I like a nice smooth coffee. I'm not a coffee snob, but it's like kind of smooth coffee, right? Not too bitter, not too rich, not too bold, just a nice smooth coffee. Open all night, they all right before the actual page of 100 kids in here. Or sit up, we make it ourselves, pop off and so thank you. Okay, we're done on fuel. Here we go. That was nice. Oh, I've got to drop one more thing off here. We've got some. Yeah. I do that after I grab the pump, right? Thousands of people on it every day. Woo! Get that Germex stuff going. Woo! It's got that smell, doesn't it? Okay, here we go. I'm trying not to hide in the parking lot. I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna whip around, get this parking place right over here. I think it's time to go in and grab some coffee. Oh, look at this. Awesome, look at that. Is that carts or setting area? Are you serious? You can set outside? Really? What are we doing outside here? That's interesting. Okay, wow. They've got tables set up. I'm not sure. I don't know if they're doing a fundraising here or something. Something's going on. They're doing some kind of, I'm not sure what they're doing here. Might be a fundraising for something. I'll leave the car running here. We're inside, get some coffee. Do you guys want to go inside with me? Do you guys want to go inside? You want me to take this? You want to take the camera inside? You want to take the phone inside? You want to go inside? Service, smile, Wawa, yeah. Brain freeze, right? Gas station hot dogs. No, I'm not too crazy about that. Jeff and coffee, no sleep for any more, right? Yeah. You need to go to the bathroom. Yes, go inside. Okay. Everybody's talking about other things. You know, maybe I don't go inside with you guys. You guys are having too much fun on Twitter because I got to carry stuff in my hands. I got to do stuff, right? So I don't want to do that. So it's rolling papers. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hang on a minute. Beef jerky. Air up your tires. Yeah, that's a good point. Got to turn on the light here. Yep. Oh, never mind, that's with me. Okay, I got the keys with me. Here we go. Donut. Jeff, coffee isn't bad at all. Okay, thank you. I'm really Canadian. Yeah, Red Bull's expensive. I don't care for Red Bull. That's the last thing I need. You guys want to see me? You think Starlink blasts off from Cape Canaveral fast? You give me a Red Bull, and I'm going to another galaxy. Okay, I'm back. But I've got really bad news. That really bad news. You ready? If you could look inside there, right on that corner there, they shut their coffee machines off. They're closing. They dumped all their coffee in like 9 containers into the sink. Their hot cocoa chocolate mixer is turned off, and there's no coffee. So anyway, that's it. No coffee. That's not a problem. It's not a problem. Anybody want to guess what I got? I took care of that problem. It's not a problem. I prefer just nice, smooth coffee. Does anybody want to guess what I have before I show you? Does anybody want to guess? You got about 10 seconds here. What did I buy inside of Wawa to, like, keep me awake the rest of the night? Anybody want to guess? No, it's not Mountain Dew. Nope, Red Bull. Nope, no Red Bull. No, I don't need no Red Bull. No coffee either, but here we go. Okay, I got Starbucks. Here we go. There we go. Just look at this here. So let's get the light. You can see what it is there? So see a little light on it. There, you see it? Starbucks. Got a little vanilla. Starbucks energy shot. What Jeff and Jeff Gammon's got at Starbucks also. Unbelievable. Nice ice cold Starbucks. Little coffee, iced coffee. Here we go. You guys got to rev up the engine. You guys ready to stay up all night? Team Blue Shed. Here we go. There's going to be surprises all night. It's never boring, I promise. Oh my gosh, that's good. That's so good. Yep. Okay, let's find out where the tornadoes are going. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here comes more heavy rain. More heavy rain. Oh, 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 oh.
PGA back on frequency.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, back in frequency. Look at the storms back southeast of us here coming up at us.
Yeah, you get a little hairy going. Are we sitting tight or are we gonna push south?
Look at the zero line forming, guys. Look at the zero line coming. We're on the east side of the zero line. Look at the winds out of the east, and immediately west of us here about 5 miles, 4 miles. Look at the offshore flow. It's over at Inglewood is the zero line. Look at the zero line. Offshore flow. Winds out of the northeast or northwest over there. Wow, look at that. Ooh, it's climbing. Stand by, guys. I got people text me, want to know if I'm awake. Hang on, I'm trying to answer all these texts and emails. Stand by with me. Okay, whoa, 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 my goodness. Okay.
We lucked out. They were locking the doors just now.
Yeah, well, they were locking the doors. I saw that. No Mountain Dew. No, I don't do that. Mac and cheese. Okay, whatever. Cars flip mac and cheese. Yes. Okay. Yes, I got it, babe. Okay. You awake? Yes. Let's roll. Yes. Roll. Yes. Call me. Hang on. Call me. Yes. We got a call coming in. No.
Well, we didn't get hot coffee, but at least we got coffee.
Nope. I don't want him to do that. Hang on. Just hold up here for a second, guys. Hold up. I gotta call somebody real quick. Hey, thanks for the support. That was awesome, buddy. That was awesome. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Kathy Rollins. That's awesome. Oh, it's got supporters on YouTube stream. You know, support deals. Hey, what do you know, Jeff? Send the movie to me, buddy. Hey, if you want to see something interesting, look at Key West radar. Look at the zero line setting up right now from just west of Cape Coral and you got the inbound and then the outbound. The line is, you can see the eye coming up the zero radio line. Right, right. Okay, great. What happens with that tomorrow? That's correct. Right, exactly, right. Stand by, everybody. Uh-huh. Yeah, go ahead. Yep. Okay, it did, okay. Well, okay, you got 110. Okay, so here's another thing. So a couple of research hurricane models, they say they bring it, it goes down to 929, 930. It's a low pressure than I thought it was going to be. They said that one of the hurricane modelers just posted about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago, that their HCV3 model they're running, that it drops to 929.30, and it goes to a full nice Cat 4 right before landfall. And they said between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. So our model's showing the same thing. Right. More uniform, right. Right. By the way, the eye is shrinking right now off the Key West radar. It's getting much tighter. Right, right. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. The Key West radar is really coming up on the wind. Stand by. Let me look at something here. That looks really good. 128, 136. Woo. Okay, that's nice. That's coming up. This is the northwest eye wall and the north eye wall. I'm seeing a lot of 128, 133s now in the north eye wall. Yeah, 128, 129, 134. Tilt 1. I'm on tilt 1 from Key West. Go north. This is your inspector deal, and go up on the northwest eye wall. Look at the 130, 129, 128. Go up in the dark red up in the northwest eye wall there, north and northeast wall. Yeah. So another thing, Jeff, look how far out from the northeast corner of the inner eye wall, and then you go northeast, which is just southwest of Marco Island. I'm out 60 miles now with hurricane force winds. We're gonna have hurricane force winds moving on shore. Let's see, 10 miles, 20, probably in 3 hours, somewhere around 3 in the morning at Marco Island. Down line there, I'm gonna have hurricane force winds moving on shore. So it's gonna rapidly go downhill after about 4 a.m. probably 4 to 5 a.m. and then down south of us, and then of course it'll be closer to 8 or 9 up here. But okay, this looks. No. I know it's probably it's in the 3 to. I can tell you exactly what it is. It's at yeah, it's around 3,000 feet. Looks like 3 to 4,000. Right. Send it to you. I appreciate that. And the next thing is also, let's did you see what happened at Key West, the third highest record storm surge going over the island? Did you see that? Yeah, it registered like a whatever it was. You got to go look at the tweet from Key West. They got water going into buildings and the houses, and it's running plumb across the Keys. It was like 2 something feet tide went over the island. As it says, the third highest compared to like Wilma and some other hurricanes that went through there. So just go look at what happened at Key West. So the east of the eye wall is producing storm surge. A good 100 miles east of the eye wall. It's pretty significant. Send me that loop, and I'll get that out, tweeted out. Now you're talking about on the east side, but also Jeff, another thing you might want to do when I'm thinking about it before you crash for the night, and I crash, not because I'll forget about tomorrow morning. There'll be too much stuff going on. As you can almost do it right now. Well, actually, it may be a problem. Either the AMX radar or the Key West radar, as the eye is approaching landfall, you can go to the shear swath, right, and show the max damage winds coming ashore where that is concentrated, and then we'll overlay that over the mapping so you can see where the damage is occurring in what towns in real time. Okay, perfect. That's great. Okay, that's good. You're on it. Thank you. Good night. Bye-bye. Okay, it's the guys from our office telling us just look at things. So it's really good. There's a quick update. Yep. Tell some people what's going on. So the guy in the office is telling me that our model, as it approaches, we tighten it up the eye, and we actually bring the eye tightens up, and we actually have it over at Inglewood. Somewhere just near the or south of Inglewood, but we actually bring the winds up to 130, 135 right here in the harbor, right in Port Charlotte. We're at 135 around 9 a.m. in the morning. So the eastern eye wall goes well above 100, about 20 miles inland from the coast.
Okay, so we kind of stay put in this area then?
Whatever you guys think we should do. I mean, I'm good. I'm good. The only thing great about this location right here is it's well lit.
High ground, garages, anything like that. The Peace River, if this comes up the Peace River, this Peace River is going to flood like crazy. I'm on the phone with my girlfriend who has a partner that's down here. They were going to flee to Miami tomorrow morning, which I told them that's crazy. But yeah, I think everyone in this area is starting to panic now because of this and the flooding forecast.
By the way, on the northwest and north and northeast eye wall, I have multiple areas of 130 to 135.
Alright, so if it's so you're saying Inglewood is the center of the eye, correct?
Well, that's just 1 mile of forecast, right? The actual official track's just east of here, about 5 miles. So there's two thoughts, do we go south and east, go southeast here about 15, 20 miles and relocate and see if it wobbles to the right? Or the worst damaging winds are going to be in that north, northeast, and northwest eye wall, wherever it ends up at.
I mean, that puts us in, if you want that upper right quadrant, it almost puts us in Punta Gorda.
Right. We'll see how it fits in here.
We toured the Punta Gorda parking garages earlier today, and they were all locked down pretty good.
What? The other thing I think was we need to get some rest before things get into berserk mode. Got a couple people texting me right now from different places telling me Jeff, look at the north eye wall. They said lightning, which it is. I'm looking at the radar here. They said the lightning is exploding. Oh my gosh, the eye wall. Look how, okay, this is really wide. Look at the radar, guys. Look how deep and thick the north-south, and then look how that big, huge blob of 65 dBz now come around the south and south. Some people are saying, well, it's gonna. They actually got it going to Cat 4, and I think it's going to verify. It's getting, the overall eye structure has gotten way better over the last 40 minutes, and look how just it's way looking better now. Stand by, the people streaming want to see the radar with me. Hang on. So boys, here we go. I'm taking out the cradle. Yep, there we go. I got it. Got you covered here. Just a minute. Got this going right. There we go. Let's get, look how, yeah,
Eye looks a little elongated.
Yeah, it does.
South to north.
Yeah, it does. See all these winds, 120. It's a big area. 115, 125, 133. Again, I'm a couple thousand feet off the ground. It's not the surface. It's a couple thousand feet off, but it's giving you the idea. These are still, you know, you get the idea, folks, right? These are this couple thousand feet off the ground, but basically because we're away from the Key West radar. But once this eye gets up, we're gonna have stuff flying everywhere. It's gonna be like a 30-mile, 20-mile wide blender. There's no way to describe it. It's going to be whack-a-mole, you know, stuff flying through the air, both on the north side of the thing. The whole area of this eye is going to this whole company's eye. It's just extreme destruction, right? The winds are going to pick up way out here, and then just this core eye right here. And the model's forecast is back northwest and western Iowa is going to have a lot of intense convection in it, and that's what the models show, right? Yeah, that's wicked. Yeah, that's really bad winds. We'll see how this unfolds, guys. It's really, you see where I'm waiting for it up here. Does it jog? And the forecast track actually now is, guys, this is not going to be exact. It's not going to be perfect. It's about like this, right? It comes like right on the east, like that. It's like right that. Okay. So I want to be on this back northwest Iowa. This okay is down here, and this is bad down here. And I want to be where this big bad 65 dBZs are coming around, and it's gonna be after daylight. You're gonna see what I see. It's gonna be bad. You're gonna see stuff flying, roofs peeling off. It's gonna be everything, right? I mean, this is total. This is we'll see how it holds together. We'll see how it's an intensity, how big it is. If it comes as a Cat 4, which is the latest forecast, which looks like to me it probably will. This is upwards of, oh gosh, $25-50 billion minimum damage coming. This is going to create at least 25 billion, if not upwards of $100 billion across the state of Florida. Right? This is a catastrophe on the way. Right? This is bad. Lots and lots of damage with this thing coming. It's going to not be pretty. I mean, the other thing we can do is it's a standard digital total rain, which is just going to be nuts. Okay, it's not going to give it to me because it's out. Icon has gone back to her. Yeah, right. It reforms a hurricane back off the coast, right? It makes landfall, and then it goes back, at least the Florida coastline, and then it goes back over up North Carolina, South Carolina, goes back as another hurricane up there, makes re-landfall up there. I won't be chasing that. And let's get this going here. Okay, wow, that's some nice rain totals, right? Okay.
Still trying to figure out our options here, because this area, and I looked at the flood maps, God, the whole area floods, and this is slow. And I'm actually with my girlfriend on the phone, and she knows the area, and it's like there's just no high ground here.
Okay. Okay, breaking. I've got breaking weather. Stand by. Key West buoy. It's just south of Key West. 25-foot waves coming ashore south of Key West now on the buoys, which will give you about a 12-foot storm surge, ballparkish. Let me go to another map here, guys. I'm gonna push in the cradle. I'm gonna pull up a different set of data. I'm gonna bring up my storm surge and my.
We may have to go south just to have high ground options.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, whatever you guys do. I'm gonna pull up some buoy data real quick. I'm gonna see what the wave heights are doing. I'll be right. Just, like I said, we're fine right now, guys. Just the main range south of us, but I think Jeff and I are probably fine, I guess, here, Jeff. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I'm good for a little while.
Yeah. Stand by, guys. We're gonna get this. I'm gonna pull up another page here. Turn that down. Turn that down. Okay, there's my new track. Okay, I've got that. Let me go to my tropical stuff. Tropical. There's that. I need my wave height. There's that. And at sea track, there's that. Let's see what I've got out of here. Actually, the wave heights are the highest in the Northwest Quadrant. 25-foot wave. That verifies real well. You got 23 to 25-foot waves out here. Okay, that looks really good. Let's see what it does with time. And let's back this out. Well, it goes up higher. Okay, let's see what this does. Back this higher. That's interesting. Bear with me here, buddy. Trying to see what we're going to do with this hurricane. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. You're very. All right, it shreds it. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we're working on. I'm just looking at data, guys. We're kind of in a law that's kind of like 23. It's like the 23 hours of boredom and like 1 hour of terror's coming. It's just got to be patient. Let me look at buoy data. I'm looking at tons of data here. Target for you guys. Yeah. Spaghetti, got that. And that. Okay, got it. Buoys, here we go. Got buoy data. Yep. Pressure on, that's fine. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. I need wind. Let's go to wind on bay. Wind, let me see what I've got out here. It says no data. Interesting, yep. Yeah, there's apparently a debate online right now about which way the hurricane's moving, which is just good. Meteorologists, you constantly have to weigh your options as far as what the actual data is showing us, right? When we look at everything. See, I think Key West buoy is gone red. Just tell me it's got something going on there. Wave heights, yep. Wind's at wave heights. Wow. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Got it. Wave period 10 seconds. 26-foot wave heights just south of Key West. Wow, they're gonna get slammed. They're gonna have about a 12, 13-foot storm surge go over them or come into them shortly. It's just south of Key West. I've got a 26-foot wave heights on the buoy. Real-time data coming from the buoy. I thank you for support. Wow, appreciate that so much. Who's in the house there? Kathy Rollins, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That southernmost part of the island back south of us here. Okay. Hey Jeff, I did see immediately south of Key West. I did see a 26-foot wave height current data. It just went to red. So probably a 12, 13-foot storm surge is probably coming into will soon be arriving in Key West with a 20-foot waves just south of them. Just the buoy didn't look like it's maybe 20 miles, 15 miles south of them, roughly. Jeff, look at satellite rapid scan and tell me what you think on the IR rapid scan. Look how the northwest eye wall is really, the southwest northwest eye wall. If that continues to explode in the western and keeps exploding in the western front versus the northeastern front, you're probably going to pull this thing a little bit more north.
That's what I'm thinking, and I kind of mentioned how it looked a little elongated north to south in the last few hours. I mean, the last hour.
Jeff, I'm thinking right now, I think we need to hold in this immediate vicinity, because we're far enough north of the storm surge, south of us coming out of the harbor, that we're out of the 9 foot. We might get 3 foot up here, but that's going to be when the eye's like right even with us, and by then we're probably going to be northbound or somewhere, right? But I'm thinking we hold for a little bit while, I mean, 2 or 3 hours here. It's well lit. It's away from stuff back in town, that kind of deal.
Yeah, I agree. I think we can hang tight right around this area for just a little while. I mean, I don't expect any flooding here for at least another 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the lady in front of us here, guys. I wasn't quite sure about that earlier.
Now the occasional tornado coming through, that's a different story.
Yeah. Let's see what's in this. Okay. Oh, I'll see what the problem is. I know what's causing that. I know what's causing that little problem right there. That's a little back plate deal. They get that little wire out there. Yeah, I don't want to comment on the lady, but I will tell you that, how do I say this? She was in the store. She was not acting normal. Let's put it that way. It's sad, folks. These are kind of things you see when you're on the road.
For what, 5 days, 4 days?
Yeah. So it's yeah. Yeah, it's never a dull moment. Unfortunately, this is a whole can of worms in itself. Whether the person has a mental illness or a drug situation, abuse problem, or whatever it might be, there's you know, the truth is there's millions of people around the world that have this, you know, different mental issues and different things going on in their lives, and everybody's got problems, right? Everybody has different social problems, and it's a problem, but it's not uncommon at all, guys. The homeless, the people that need, they really need to be in mental institutions. I mean, you see everything on the road, right? So I want to go into a lot of details about things that have happened over the years out in the field, but it's you see everything. It's unfortunate. It's very sad. It's very heartbreaking, and it's not something that you want to be exposed to. You're right. It's very sad. What else can you say? No, I'm not going to call the police on this person. They've already got they're unfortunate. The last thing they need to do is be arrested for something, laundering or whatever. They'll maintain, right? So anyway, she does look pregnant. She does, but you gotta be careful how you say those things, right? So anyway, yeah, we're fairly high ground here. There's nothing high in South Florida, right? It's all relative. But yeah, we're out of the, I think, the A, B, and C zone where I'm at here. I have to double check my map, but I believe that's correct. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, let me do a new. There's 11 a.m. I'm trying to get. The other thing I'm trying to do. It takes time to get these maps updated from the Hurricane Center. There's a 5 p.m. That storm surge that comes in like an hour later. Let me look at another public forecast.
All right, I know you got some things coming in, Jeff P. But so I'm kind of just looking at things. I like how you guys are saying sticking around for a few hours. Kind of, we've got time. We can let the conditions get a little worse. For me personally, with all this northern talk, I feel like if we go anywhere after this, north is the option for me, and potentially everything from the new Venice branch of the Sarasota Hot.
I'm looking at warnings here. Yeah, Northport near 75, right? Yeah, it'd probably be, the official forecast is Cat 4. I'm going to go with the official forecast as Cat 4. It's going to come to destroy. I mean, even Cat 3 is a catastrophic hurricane, right? It's a major hurricane by technical definitions. And so, things like that happen. Yeah, you got to be careful about the streams and about locations. And I'm trying to be very politically correct, folks, on this live stream. You just got to be careful about where you're going, where you're at, where you're staying. That's why most of the time I don't talk about any of those kind of things online, but live while we're out in the field, because it does attract the weirdos and the freaks. Let's put it that way. And it's common. The safety is a huge issue when you're in the field storm chasing for both men and women. It always has been, but over the last 10 or 15 years, the last 5 years, it's gotten way worse, right? So, like I said, men have just as much problem with the weirdos as when ladies do out in the field, storm chasing or photography, and you get wackos from both sides wanting to interact with you, and a lot of times they have bad intentions, right? So you got to be always on guard and never turn your back to somebody, and always watch over your shoulder. Unfortunately, that's where we're at today. So that's what happens. I'm sitting looking at this thing coming ashore, trying to look at these plots. Mercy, 115 gusts, 140 knots. That is some. We got hurricane, 64 knot winds, 40 northeast. Okay, so probably around shortly after sunrise. Yeah. Getting attacked and all that wall cry stuff. But we got a lot of utility trucks pulling in here all of a sudden. Look at the utility trucks buzzing by. Oh, I think they're trying to get gas. Unfortunately, there's no gas. They shut the pumps off, even though they still have gas. I understand people got to get home. I get it. 11 cost. Trying to look at all these maps, man. There's just a ton of data, guys. I'm trying to pour over all these comments, and I need to go to the local zone. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Hang on, but I can't let the audio run. Let me stand by here a second. Hey, Jeff, I'd pull up. I'd probably go into BBH TV here, local market, and start watching their live stream, because they'll have extremely valuable data. Fantastic station. They're always on top of these kind of deals, continuous wall-to-wall coverage, and they'll have what's going on in what part of the city and what's happening. And I think we need to start watching those guys. They're going to start telling if there's exit ramps, where it's flooding, where it's inundating, and everything in rapid fire here. Marco Island, Pinion, yeah, storm surge, absolutely. Near hurricane force winds. If Key West has it, Marco Island, you're going to have it too. Whatever Key West has, Marco Island, you're pretty much going to get the same thing, right? Very close. Storm. I think you're in a tropical storm warning. Might even be hurricane warning down there if you look. And then those things. Let me look. I've got Jeff. I've got them up. They're showing live. Go look at it right now. It's very impressive. Look what they're showing.
With this particular model, it is having the wind sustain.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to turn this down, so I can't have that audio on there. Okay, so they got the eye coming ashore, just nearer and just northwest of us here. Yeah, every channel's showing a different deal, Jeff. She's got the eye going in toward very close to us, just between us and Venice is where she's got the eye. But I don't know what model she's using. Is it the, GFS, her, Euro, those kind of things. Marco Island, look, you're going to have the same thing as Key West. You're going to have storm surge. You're going to have near hurricane force winds, tornadoes, all those kind of things. Let me look at, guys, I'm trying to look at the wind forecast here coming in from the local station BBH TV and Fort Myers, local TV station in Klein as well, and looking at their on-air coverage continuous coverage. I'd highly recommend, if you want to see wall-to-wall coverage in Fort Myers, go to bbhtv.com. Look at the live stream. It's fantastic. She's showing locally right now, they're forecasting winds of 128 miles an hour in this area, Sanibel Island, right through Fort Myers, 128 to 120 across the city. And this is going to be in the, look at the time frame here, it's in the morning. So the whole area, big area, is going to have 100 to 128 mile an hour winds in like a 5-county area. Guys, this is going to be just a horrific event. It's coming. We're about 6 hours from disaster, literally. Yep. The local channel, they had 128 across the city. Yeah. You know, I got to thinking, she's watching something online. She might just be watching herself online. Maybe I need to move the car. Yeah, 30 inches of rain. The new data is showing 30 inches of rain across central. Oh my goodness, Jeff. Jeff, is that current, or that, what is that? Sorry, I had the audio down.
6 hours from now.
Say it one more time.
6 hours from now.
Okay, got it. Which model was that? Oh, that's that model we were talking about. Jeff, do you see what I see? That's the model that the people refer to of going down to possibly the 9 upper 30s.
Exactly.
If you got that going on there, you see what's immediately to the northeast of it. I think we're going to be hammered here, this whole area. By the way, my winds are now, look behind you. I've got, the trees are bending. I've probably got 45 to 50 mile an hour winds here.
Yeah, I think we're a little sheltered by these buildings to our south, but yeah.
Yeah, we got some models indicate we might be in the somewhere in the 930 something range on some of the high-res hurricane test models they're running, kind of behind the scenes. Okay, let me do something here.
I sent Jason the same graphic just now.
I'm watching a large wedge tornado go through the Everglades on the channel. There's an amazing tornado. That's one back southeast of us this afternoon. Wow, that's pretty. It's on the channel there. If you guys are watching online stream, yeah, my 882. I was down here for one. That was a freaking monster. Oh my gosh. If you're watching online, you probably want to, if you just want to see some phenomenal top TV on-air coverage, BBH Fort Myers, this is the city that's going to take a direct hit. They've got outstanding meteorologists. They're in continuous wall-to-wall coverage here in Fort Myers. And by the way, look at my feed, guys. Look at, I got tropical storm force winds. Very intense winds now are picking up here. Let me look at radar. They're talking about flooding in the city now. Yes, BBHTV, yes.com. They're in Fort Myers, Florida. They're wall to wall, and they're doing a fantastic job. I've got a checked radar here, and AMX. Man, the winds are really picking up. Yeah, I've got some really intense bands. Okay, I see something. Hey Jeff, I think we've got it. We're gonna have. Let me double check it. I think we're gonna have a tornado warning coming out momentarily for us. Yeah, we are. Southeast of us, about 15 miles. I've got a gate-to-gate culprit forming. This is a crossover line from the rain and the dry slot coming in from the southeast. It's on the northeast side of Fort Myers, now coming up the highway toward us. It's about, hang on. Yep.
I'm going to flip around and just look. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just flipping the car around. Yeah,
Maydeen, thank you for support. Y'all, the rest of the night, it's kind of dynamic. And by the way, we're about to have a tornado warning. We're about to go on a tornado chase here momentarily. I think. Hey, if I've got a tornado coming up this road, I'm gonna see if we can't see the tornado. Let's flip our cars around, Jeff, and see if we get any power flashes coming in to Fort Myers. We've got a developing tornado coming in. Looks like to me on the northeast side of Fort Myers. At least a couple. It's intensifying. Yeah, I'm gonna switch the car around here, guys.
Kind of riding right up 75 there.
Yeah, it is. Right, it is. Right. Yeah, it is, Jeff. I'm just going to turn the car around here and face back south. That'd be southeastern directory. And I'm going to go on the other side here and see if we can't see power flashes. Yeah, thank you for the donation. Wants to know what your plans is for tonight. Well, guys, it's changing by the minute, right? So let me see if I can get out of this stupid rain here, which I think I can. I got the headlights over there. If I can stay out of this rain, I could kill the windshield wipers, right? So I'm gonna do this. The station's closed. I'm not gonna block anybody's path. They're officially closed here. Yeah, let me back up. I'm trying to stay out of this rain. So if I can kill the windshield wipers, it'd be great, right? It's just so freaking distracting on the car, the live stream. So stop here. I'm watching a storm with a little bit of a hook coming up the highway here from the southeast from us. No, that didn't work very long, did it? Let's see what we've got here, if it's going to drop a tornado warning. It's not the strongest circulation I've ever seen, but it's there. Now, let me do something else. I've got another way to... Oh, no, I've got a circulation coming in. They've got so many things going on. Let me switch to another radar source. Let me go to another radar here. They've got a... Let me jump to another situation here, guys. Things are rapidly evolving now. It's going to change. Every couple minutes, guys, something else is going to be happening here. Now, don't know about the plans the rest of the night. It's going to keep changing, right? Everything's going to be changing here. Let me find here. Just give me a second. Okay, boom, 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 boom. There's a buoy. I got to change where I'm at here. Just gear with me. I'm going to try to... There we go. There we go. Uh-oh, just heard something really loud. Bang. What's that? Oh, there's somebody behind me. Okay. Yeah, let's go lock the doors. Second here. And there we go. Stand by. Okay, I've got access to local radar here. Oh, wow. Okay, wow. Interesting. Yeah, it's coming up 75. Yeah, look at the local here out of Fort Myers, and it's got a hook. It's coming up Highway 75. It's just north of the southeast of Suncoast Estates. The hook's coming up 75 from the northeast side of Fort Myers.
It's moving pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing. Even if we don't have a tornado, you may start having damaging winds with that storm and the rotation. May not produce tornado, but you may have damaging winds as it comes right up toward us. So, guys, we're pointing southeast where we've got a storm with a hook coming in from the southeast.
Shows over 50.
Yeah, moving northwest toward us. Not very far away now, and we'll see what happens. Oh, the storm is really intense. Yeah. What's interesting is this big dry area just southeast of us, guys, coming in. We're gonna really watch. I think it's really close to producing a tornado. I got it at Bad Rock Ranch.
Yep, QSL.
If it goes in strong, I'm gonna send the weather service a message. We're real close to getting a tornado warning coming out. It's gonna either go over Jeff or just 1 or 2 miles east southeast of us here. It's gonna, Jeff, if it comes up, is there a road we can go east on and go over to the circulation? Let me look here at the map.
Negative.
Well, you can go east on this road right here, or on this road that goes east, or you can go back up to Murdoch and go on the road up to back northeast on 776 up to 93 and get in front of the circulation. I think we're gonna have a tornado here momentarily.
We do have east options, yes, confirming that.
Yeah, we're guys. The circulation is getting better and better. Yeah, it's just on the east side of 75 now. It's heading in the general direction. It's heading, it's either going to hit us or go between Deep Creek and northeast, just northeast of Port Augusta and Port Charlotte, just in this general direction. It should be here soon.
We could go north, east, yeah. We'll go east, then tracking back across the bay.
Yeah, I think he's not talking about far. Just
It's close. It's not done it, but it's thinking about it.
Oh, look at that new scan that just came in.
Which radar are you watching? You watching Key West? You watching Tampa?
I'm still on Key West. Maybe I should jump to Tampa.
definitely jump to Tampa.
Yeah, it's way closer to Tampa. It's the dryer. It's coming in on the left side, and it's causing the thing to spin because you got that dryer entrainment coming in from the southeast, and it's going in the storm. I just like the storm structure look and how it's got that kidney bean. Man, guys, it's really close to tornado. And look at that. Look over at Black Rock Ranch, just northeast of the corner of east of 75 there. If it gets any tighter, we should get a tornado warning here.
It looks like it's going to go right over us, right here.
It's going to be real close to coming right at us. So guys, we've got a storm coming at us. It's rotating. We've got a developing hooks back southwest. So I'll show you, take this off the rider here and make sure I don't pop that. Let me do this here. Let me show you what we got here. So we got this storm. Look at this, guys. I'm using, this is going to be Tampa Bay VCP. Okay, what's happening is we've got this dryer coming in, and look at the storm, and we've got this, it's got a little pinnage on it. The storm's coming around, and just try to get in here, and you got this little pinnage going on, right? So if you go in here and look at velocities, again, I'm a ways from the radar, but I've got it developing, not quite hot enough to go with a tornado warning yet, but I've definitely got rotating supercell, just a rotating cell, right? Some of the storms have looked so good today. It's like they're almost plane standards, like they're bonafide. The video I've seen on a lot of day, they over in southeast Florida are bonafide full-blown tornadoes. They're not the baby stuff that you normally see down here in Florida. These have been the real McCoy today, right? So you just got to watch the circulation. We're right up here in Port Charlotte. The storm is coming northwest toward us, not really fast, but we'll watch this and see if we don't get a tornado warning coming out here. Let's go to, that's a different radar deal that's old. There's the new one. See this dryer, when this dryer comes in, it splits the storms into, allows them to spin up. Look at that eye. So watching that big wide eye down there.
Looks like it'll be here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's moving. That dryer really makes these things spin. You see that? We got another MD just out for us. Let's see what this is in the MD here. Yeah, tornado watch. Yep. Trying a little support tornadic storms. Yep, that's earlier. See on the screen. Yeah, it's just telling you about the supercells, right? Like I said, it's not quite enough to get us go tornado warning here, but uh-oh. I see. Hang on a minute. Did you guys see a flash southeast there? It may have just been the lights bouncing. So guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put you back in the holder here. Let's watch southeast together, because when these things spin up and they start producing damage or start tornadoing, it happens pretty quick. So what we're gonna do is we're watching the general direction. It's gonna come right at us. I mean, at the gas station here, right? So we'll see what happens. I mean, just crazier stuff happens. You never, when you're on a chase with me, you never know what's gonna happen. That's what makes it so exciting, right? Just like, didn't expect that. No, I didn't either. Sometimes, right? But we're in tornado mode. We definitely got a lot of spin in the air. A lot of spin in the air. So let's just watch it, see if we get power flashes coming up the highway here. And it's about, as a crow flies, it is from our location right now, that storm is about 20 miles southeast of us, right? Coming northwest. So let's see what happens. Might be another 10 or 15 minutes before it gets here, but it will be very interesting. Okay, the attribute on it now is It's very fast here in northwest at 41 knots. That's 50 miles an hour. It'll be here in about 15 minutes. Real thing, yep. West northwest at 41 knots.
Yeah, it's booking.
Actually, the latest attribute has it right on top. The arrow, cross arrows, right on top of us. Storm track. I sure like just that whole hook looking deal. I like to go. You know, gosh, it's gonna be raining real hard. It'd be nice if we were just back east enough out of that heavy core, maybe 2 or 3 miles, so we can see the bottom of that hook as it passes us. See if we don't have a bowl or something trying to come down.
We do have a lot of light here along 41, though.
I don't know. It looks really good. That's true, because we go over east, or it's gonna get dark on us quick.
Yeah, it's a lot darker closer to the interstate.
Okay, gotcha, babe. Gotcha, cat. Okay, so Kathy's working her magic on that side, and I'm doing this over here. And comes the storm. The storm's coming in. It's gonna start pouring on us hard. Let's see what we get. Okay, there's so much. I got to keep my eye on the hurricane. You know, I sure think that we're gonna get into action sooner than they thought. Let me go back to velocities and see how close those hurricane force winds are. There's that. Go back to the keys. This is the better looking radar image. Wow. Boy, it's coming up. It's going to be really, really, really close. It's gosh. Wow. I didn't update off the Key West radar. It took almost a due north jog, just straight north. It's going to be close. There's a 50-50 chance, guys. We may end up going back. But you know what? As you come north, the trough is coming in. So you got to remember, the farther north the hurricane is, the more the trough's going to start influencing and wanting to push it to the east. Let the wipers off, okay. Get the wind's blowing. I'll back it up. It's going to start raining pretty hard here. Try to back. Are you right behind me, Jason?
Recently.
Is somebody right behind me?
Gammons go. You guys stepped on each other. What was that, Jeff? Gammons?
No, just saying that it definitely looks northerly.
Yeah, anybody right behind me?
Just somebody getting gas.
Now the gases are shut off. I think.
I don't see where Jen went. I thought she pulled around too.
Yeah.
Did she leave?
Doubt it.
Yeah, exactly. Hold my beer. Yeah, guys, it's just the hurricane, just stuff just blows every direction. It's just really hard to keep the winds clean. It's just, you know, it's just gonna be a mess. It's what you're dealing with dealing hurricane, guys. It's just it's constant.
Oh, maybe that's her on the back southwest pump.
Okay. Got a new drops on from the Hurricane Hunter. Here's what they just told me. Office Chris has sent it. Drops on had 128 knots at 1,900 feet.
Oh man.
And oh well. And it had 65 knots. Wow, the great. Listen to this: 128 knots at 1,974 feet, 65 knots at 1,300 feet, and change of wind speed of 72 miles an hour at 649 feet. So they went from 128 knots, which is what, 140 something, 140 miles an hour. So look how tight that gradient is. So if you get those winds in the convective bands, we're going to get those 130 mile an hour winds to the ground, 140 easily to the ground. It's only 1,900 feet above the ground. Okay, guys, we got to watch the storm. Here comes it. We're going to go through a really bad heavy core, and then we're going to get the circulation couplet coming over us. Yep. Online. Yep. Let's watch it, guys. Tampa.
Hey Jason, did you give Jennifer a heads up about this couplet coming?
Latest scan, guys, it actually may go south of us here. It's gonna be real close. It's gonna be really close. Yeah, it's tighter. It's hang on. I'm gonna look at this road option here. I can go south down to the heart, but I actually go down to the bridge. Yeah, the ice got much more circular and less elongated as people tweeting in real time. So this is, if you guys see the stream, can you see how the beads, I don't have any rain X on the window, by the way. Okay, and I needed to get that on there. I've got that with me. But anyway, I'll get that done before the morning. You see how you see when it rains, you see, make sure it's not pouring off the roof. No, when it rains, they're like billions and trillions of little tiny beads of water. It's kind of it's kind of like it's just real fine. When you go outside, it just soaks you, like just 5 seconds out this rain compared to the big flat, the big splatter drops you get out in the plains. A lot of times there's these big, huge drops that, about the size of $50, and it's in a hurricane, it's this real fine mist, just torrential soaking rain. It's really crazy how it does. Yeah. Yeah, move due east, guys, or due west. Wow, Texas Best MRS won the 5 DVD set, is what Kathy's saying. Awesome, congratulations. Yeah, we're using Baron. We got Baron ThreatNet, Baron app, Baron mobile apps. Depending on what city you're in.
It's really wrapping up.
It's doing all these motion deals. It's going up and down, and it looks like it's going to go near us or just south of us, maybe 2 or 3 miles. New eyes less than 30 miles wide now.
You want to drive south a little to investigate?
Yeah, sure we can. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Watch this eye. It's gonna be interesting, guys. We're going to be moving before sunup. I think. I don't know. We'll see. We may have to go. Who knows? I don't know where we're gonna end up at. Yeah, we'll see how they're saying. It may come right over us, right? I don't know. Look at upper level Key West. Okay. They really ramp up. Okay, hang on. Just a minute. Just a minute. Oh, wow. Yeah, the winds are really high. Yep, I see that. Let's go back to 1, and let's go back to, hang on a minute. I'll see. Yep. Wow, 130. Got a lot of 130 mile an hour winds coming inbound. That north eye wall, northwest eye wall, northeast eye wall. Tons of 130s now. 125, 133. 142 mile an hour winds against that surface, probably about 3,000 feet, 4,000.
3.8 just southeast of us.
Hey guys, I got almost 140 mile an hour winds down the north eye wall. Of course, that's a couple thousand feet of it's tilt 2, but it's I think it's going to make Cat 4. I got tons of 130, 136, 140 at 7,000. Yeah, I've got tons of 138 to 140s. This thing's going to Cat 4, guys. We're going to have a monster coming. Okay, let's go. I'm going to jump off the eye. Let's go back up north here. Let's look at this. Thank you for support. Let's just look here. Jeff, do you think it's worth going south? It's kind of up and down on the couplet.
Seems to be a couple of pixels in there that are very veered.
Yeah.
It's a lot tighter.
Yeah, we can go over there. We have to go over the bridge, does it look like? If you want to go south, we can. Where are you guys at?
I don't know if I want to go across the bridge yet, but maybe just a little south.
Yeah, that's fine. Go down here and look. It's got to be pitch dark. I'm moving. Alright, guys, we're going to go down here. It's a little couplet. It's kind of moving in. We're going to go down here and check it out. That's what we call it. Keep it honest. Keep it. Make sure we don't have some damage or something going on. See if we can, you know, change the wind speed and direction. Get these real quick spin ups. So they like to kind of tornado. You never know for sure, right? So yeah, check that. Going. Yeah, location I am, sorry about that. I am Port Charlotte, heading southeast. Kind of watching these things come in, these circulations coming in from the south and east of us here. Going southeast here. Phone's starting to go berserk. Got it. Yeah, I want to check out. Call somebody, guys, stand by. Do it. Yeah, I think this thing on the winds, the eyes and everything, I think it's gonna make Cat 4. No, it'll be Cat 4 because the models, Chris, the experimental hurricane model, and the other in-house deal, we ramp up the winds and close the eye. We make it smaller and we ramp the winds up to well over 125, 130 onshore. At right before it gets to onshore, we ramp it up, and so do the other hurricane experimental models. And it's right. Well, the other thing that's going on, you got this dryer to our southeast here, just southeast of Portland. You get that trying to interaction with these cells or trying to spin up. I don't know if we're going to get a. We'll watch this stuff. I'm just going to drop southeast here about 5-8 miles and get closer down there. This thing starts producing tornadoes or something. But anyway. Oh no, the shear's extreme. Right, exactly. Yeah, but I've got a new cell going up at Badcock Ranch. Is that Badcock Ranch just northeast of Fort Myers?
Well, gentlemen, I just realized I am so big because I left all of my memory cards back at abandoned.
No, Jason left all these memory cards at home. Gosh, that's bad news, man.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, man.
I'll call you back, Chris. It just keeps sending me texts. You do something crazy. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Chris. That's really bad, Jason. That's really bad. I got a bad feeling. Are you getting power flashes? I don't see any power flashes right now, guys. It's possible. I haven't seen none. You guys see something, let me know. I'm just in heavy rain, and a lot of times with the water and the windshield wipers going at nighttime, it'll make the lights swirl or make it look like something's going on. Power flashes and flickers. But the winds are getting probably up to 35, 40 miles an hour here out of the east. I mean, they're blowing from the east to west. You can see the sheets of rain, right? This band is going to be biased maybe in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We'll go from this torrential rain to almost dry, right? We've got a little dry slot coming in from the southeast of us here. And probably over, hopefully in the next 15, 20 minutes. And we'll see what this eye does back south. Let's see what this hurricane does right as it comes in from the southwest. Wow, okay. Now let's see. Gosh, guys, I think we're going to be Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow. You see, this is going to be a very interesting hurricane. Yeah, it's just torrential rain, guys. It's that hurricane just, you know.
So I may be trying to get to Sarasota and back. We'll have to.
Yeah, this is interesting. Jeff, the changeover line from Tampa radar is basically right. I mean, it's right here. It's right through the port. It's right through the port here. Northport. Put it on it. Look at the inbound southeast east winds, and then you got changeover line. The zero lines like just west of us here.
This could be the spot.
This is crazy heavy rain. I got a little bit different opinion about what's going to happen once we start getting some shoves to the east. I think it's going to go very near us and just to our west. Let's see. Okay. Yep. Uh-oh. Okay, I got a big flood. It looks like there's a lot of water in the road right ahead of me here. And that dry air coming in between this stuff is really making it just insane rain rates here. But,
You guys see the foot for a little bit?
the winds are picking up, Jeff. We're about to get blasted with a hard dry slot coming in. Right, we're going to have a big changeover soon. Next mile or two. We're right in the core down, and we're going to have a big changeover. And look at that notch back to our southeast there, about 5 miles south-southeast. We're going over. Hey, maybe just go on the bridge here. Here we go. We're climbing. Man, if we want to slow down here, go real slow here. Let's see what we have. We're going to go from this extreme rain to nothing in about 1 mile. It's coming in from the east. It's moving right. It's going to be past this bridge here in maybe 2 minutes. So we've got a band right over us on this road, and the rain band's almost past me now. We're gonna have this heavy rain and torrential rain. I've got the dry slot coming in. About to pass the Causeway Bridge here, coming in on the northwest side of Fort Myers from Charlotte, Port Charlotte, coming in from the north, crossing the Causeway Bridge. Kathy's telling me tornado in Pine Brook, back to the southeast. Okay, yeah, we got a tornado back over into Fort Lauderdale again. That's just been a tornado machine over there tonight. Wow, yeah. They're passing us. Oh gosh, got bad tornado on the ground. Yep, got a big tornado over there. Okay, the rain's passing. Start looking southeast. I got a tornado on the ground, by the way. Pembroke Pines back northwest of Fort Lauderdale. It looks spectacular. Okay, here we go, guys. The rain's stopping. Hey Jeff, look, that dryer's cutting in right here. Look at the clouds to your south and east, Jeff. That changeover. Look at the clouds, what they're doing. The dryer's cutting into the storm. Look at the clouds going over the road to the left of the highway, the bridge.
Wow. Yeah, I can see that.
Can you guys see that? Look to the left. Look upper. Guys at the streaming. Look at the left side upper window here. Just I can't look at the right there on the north shore. This is the circulation going over right now. It's crossing the highway. We're on the south of the bridge here, coming on the south side now. Circulation's going right here. We got the dryer coming in on the bottom of the storm. Let's go see what we've got here. Stand by. It's coming over. Yep. Could have gone right in this area. Just see what we got. Low clouds. Wow. Sometimes you get these spin ups right on this wall. Hey Jeff, look at the clouds immediately to my left where the dryer's coming in. Look how low the clouds are. They're almost on the ground. See that, Jeff? Look at immediately to our left.
Yeah, right there, scraping.
Yeah, they're scraping the ground. Right where that changeover line is. Oh my gosh, the clouds are racing over our heads. Look at that, Jeff. Look at the changeover. See that dryer's cutting into this core here. Look at how they're just hugging the ground. Guys, we're real close to almost having a tornado. They've got clouds just off the ground, about 200 feet off the ground, coming over the just south of Charlotte Park, or right in the Charlotte Park area. It's where these east winds in the dry slot is cutting into the storm here. It's spinning up and down. Don't see a tornado yet, but we're now coming in here. Yep. Coming in Charlotte Park. Let me see if we get anything crazy spinning up. Let's go. We're gonna come. Uh-oh. Jeff, hold up. Immediately southeast 1 mile. I've got gate to gate. I just went like I've got a vortex, possible tornado vortex forming 2 miles southeast of us now, off of Tampa radar.
Okay, I'm right. Just.
It's going to be immediately southeast coming in at us. Keep your eyes out immediately southeast of us here, about a mile. Look for power flashes. Get ready. Oh. This scan jump, Jeff, due east northeast of us, like 1 mile. It's just we're in the extreme shear zone. The winds are changing violently directions right here. We're in the changeover right now.
I'm gonna stop right here at the
Yeah, stop. It's gonna go over us right here and immediately east northeast, so like a half a mile. The rain stopped, but we may not get nothing. We'll flip the car around. Yeah, you're in a good parking lot right there. Jeff, start looking back to the east northeast, back northeast. I'm gonna come in here and we're gonna flip the car back around. Jeff, you're looking southeast. Turn the car back around to the northeast, like back toward the bridge. The complex immediately east of us here, about a half mile. Using the Tampa radar, just east northeast is Salone there and southwest of Cleveland. Should be just to our northeast. Let's just see what happens here. Got a couple. It's crossing the road. It's crossing right here, right to our east northeast here, about a half a mile. These things spin up, spin down really quick. We got other circulations back south coming up at us, southeast of us. These things are rocketing northwest, about 50 to 60. Wow, circulation came up. Okay, got another circulation south of us. Jeff, I got another really, really intense circulation now, about 4 miles southeast, and it's the one that came out of Babcock again, ranch area. It's coming up it's just south of Port Arthur here, just southeast of us, Jeff, like 3 miles, rocking up here at 50 plus miles an hour now.
Yep, see it.
Oh wow. Off Tampa radar, look at we're going to the hook. The hook's immediately southeast of us. Look at the Tampa radar. Look at the hook. It's like 3 miles southeast. Let me show you guys this real quick. Here's the spin up. So this wall of water just went over us, right? Spin of water, and then we come back over here with the hook. Okay, so the dryer got in here and it's spinning. Here it comes. It's like a shrimp tail, Florida, right? And but again, we're shooting from Tampa, but the circulation, the precip's doing this, it's coming around, and I've got a hook forming right here in southeast, possibly developing tornado south of Charlotte Park. No tornado warning yet out of, I believe it's Ruskin. You've got some gate-to-gate shear, it's tiny, a little spin up just south of me, and you got this blob coming up, right? You got this is where the winds change over from one to the other, but just look at this circulation, this broad circulation, this storm, but this circulation going off to the west northwest here. It's going to come over Port Charlotte. It's just the heavy rain's up here, but you got to watch this right down here. Look how this keeps changing. Boom! You got to watch these things, man. They'll spin up really quick, produce damage. You don't even know it. This is coming right up at us. Look, you got this cell. Look at these little gate-to-gate deals. You might even have. Look at that. You got a post.
Low-level deck.
Yep. You got to watch these guys right here. These little spin ups. You got this changeover. We're in an extreme shear zone here, where the winds are changing direction. That's very intense. Might go just south of us here. You got to watch these. The dryer's feeding in here. These things love to spin. When the dryer gets feeding these things, they love to spin. Got another tornado back down there. So this dryer's ahead of this, and it's wrapping in here. That hurricane is very interesting looking. Wow, look at that. This is from Tampa Bay radar. It's not going to be. But let me go to Key West. It might be a better illustration. What I'm going to tell you next. We call it the zero line. Basically, it's kind of zero ISA line where the storms that doesn't show up that well. There's a hurricane. It's pretty intense. Let's go back up to Tampa Bay. And let's look at the changeover line. So this is the wind changeover line, approximately, right? It's like this, guys. See that? And when I'll loop this, watch the eye, and the eye is coming. Well, generally, it can come to the east or west, right? But it's changing, telling you the changeover line. So if I'm there, let's put it this way. Right now, I've got screaming east winds here, right? My winds are approximately, they're doing well down that line there. This line, so I'm going to have winds like this over here, right? And move it away from the Tampa radar. That's away. And then everything here is just, it's a powerhouse, right? It's plowing in. It's doing this, right? This is coming around the eye of the hurricane, right? Everything's plowing. I've got deep east winds here. If you look outside here, it's screaming east-southeast winds, right? I'm on the inbound side. Over on this changeover line, this is where the winds change direction. You're going to be back. You're going to have the winds coming back out of the northeast. So if I went west here, about 15 or 20 miles, I'd have probably a deep northeast wind, right? On the other side of this, where the winds are offshore, because they've got a north. They're coming inbound here, and then they're moving away from the radar over here. So the wind changeover line is going to be probably more of the northeast over here. But you can see here comes the hurricane, and it's not that far. The North Iowa wall is not that far from us now. It's 116. Boy, I tell you what, I'd be shocked this eye wall is not on us by sunrise. Maybe about 7 or 8 o'clock. It's not that far. 8 miles an hour, I think it's 8 to 9 while it goes. That's 10, a little over 10 hours. So yeah, it probably will be a little bit later this morning, about closer to 10 or 11 o'clock or thereabouts, before things get really crazy here. But it's heading in this general direction, kind of northeast, kind of in this general direction. It's going to be interesting, right? So that's what's going on with the eye wall. You see it spinning there. Let's see what this little guy. Wow, you think we're in the couplet and the circulation? Look at this. Looks like a big hook. Looks like it. Actually, I'm not hungry right now, but that looks like a shrimp. We're down here in Florida, right? Big shrimp hook, right? The big. There it goes. Yep, that's what it looks like. Not too much circulation. Now, see, this is the stuff you got to watch for, right? Inbound. Got a spin up going about where we just left, right? Yeah, not real strong. 59 there. We got a little bit of changeover, about 70 delta there on the changeover. Yeah. Wow, look at that. You might have a little couple up there. Just got to keep watching. Jeff, you got an inbound, outbound couplet now back up at Port Charlotte, back toward north there. We're almost at the gas station. Look at the couplet right. Look how tight it is straight toward north. Yep. Let's go to, let's see if we got, hang on, I got to.
Pretty much following 41.
Yeah. We got multiple. This is burn threatening at people asking what that is. Can't show their stream. And IR, let's see what this guy's doing. It's a boot. It's just, come on, it's boot this thing. I'm just trying to get the data. As the hurricane gets up closer and everybody's pulling up data, look at my bars, 2 bars, right? And it's just see, just let this reload the latest data. Yeah, that's interesting. Wow, interesting. Interesting. Okay, guys. Wow, that's interesting. The wind went calm here. Okay, do this. Let's go back here. We're unavailable. Very interesting. Wow, just, yeah. Have a whole slew. I'm gonna put you guys back in the rack here on the mount just for a second here. Got all kinds of couplets now up the road. Let me come over there, Jeff. Whip around.
What do you count, 3?
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 couples. I'm gonna point the car that way. I'm slide in, point north. You guys watch this train. Just watch up there, left up the highway to the left to see my direction. Yeah, just be up this general direction. Anywhere in this area, you may start seeing power flashes. Got a couple couplets up to my northwest now. Just a minute, Jeff. Go talk to Jeff real quick. Oh. guy. Oh, we got turn temperatures. Stuck to Jeff, got soaking wet. Okay, stand by here. I'm gonna get down here, look at this eye. Okay. Gosh. Hey guys, it's gonna get crazier and crazier. Me and Jeff's just looking at the radar data. Get some data's here. Okay. Wow. Just looking here. In a few minutes, I'll show you. Do a little radar tour with you about the eye. What's going on? Wow. Wow. 35. Wow. Because the winds are exceeding the radar capability. I'm going to change radar sources here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, wow, wow. Show you something here, guys. The North Eye wall that winds. Now, it's some Key West there. You know, it's not surface, but look at the winds, guys. The North Eye wall is getting meaner and meaner, right? And got about 130, 135 on the South Eye wall. A lot of 130s and 140s covering a big area of the North Eye wall now. Okay, this is not the surface. It's going to be a couple thousand feet up. But you can see when you start seeing that off the radar, a big area of 130, 140, this is just mammoth, extreme damaging winds coming. It's just, you guys, it's going to be a really bad deal today. You just look how big this is, just east-west here. 75, 80 miles east-west of those winds, and see how far north-south. At least 35 miles, then you got the eye. Then we got another 35 miles south. You got about 80 miles, 8 miles an hour. You could have about 4 hours of 120 mile an hour winds, calm or near calm for a couple hours, and then back to 4 hours of 130 to 140 mile an hour winds. Okay, and you can see we're not that far from it. Don't know where it's going to end up at, but we'll see. We'll see what happens, right, as it continues to come up this way. Yeah, look at that. Let's take a little bit more of a north jog. If the trough comes in, it'll try to push it. Man, look at all the lightning. Look at all this lightning on the South Eye wall. Guys, this is just a super wicked bad storm. Ooh, took a jog northeast that time. It's northeast. It's on its way. Really, it's 1 o'clock. The sun will be up, what, about 6 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. And okay, I'm gonna put you back in the rack here. Just watch this, guys. It's got a big eye on it, and it's probably gonna stay that way through landfall. It looks like. We'll see. But you know, this outer eye wall is getting more. It's trying. Well, it's connecting now, right? So it's gonna go through these morphing deals. But if this side over here, back to the west, northwest, all this over here is it's really got its act together, right? I mean, look at this eye wall. I mean, this back half is good. If we start getting this into this finished up, it's there. If we get it up where it's solid here, guys, we've got You just will not believe how bad it's going to be when it comes to shore. It's 1 a.m. Eastern time. Hurricane Ian is on the way, right? I'll watch something here. I gotta make sure you're back in the holder. Turn off the wipers. I'm gonna check some data out with me. Reno Prime Brooks, thank you. Yep. Okay. Who's getting the big wins? Great question. Well, they're offshore right now, but and that's the $1 million question. You know, I think that the greater Fort Myers area, you know, Cape. I name off a bunch of little cities here and towns and coastal areas: Captiva, obviously Sanibel Island, St. James City, Pine Island, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach. You go up the coast there, you're going to be Bonafide Key, Englewood, Murdoch, Port Charlotte, Lazy Susan, Fort Ogden, Northport, South Venice. This whole general area here is going to have damaging winds after sunrise. So one thing we need to talk about again, I know it's getting late, and I'll go over this in the morning once the hurricane's approaching. Remember, whichever the way it's blowing from, the direction the wind's blowing from, that side of your house, from the east or north, you know, look out the window and see which way the wind's blowing from. Stay away from that side of the house in case a tree falls. Also flying debris. Get to your lowest floor possible if you're in a high rise or a condominium. Please don't stay in the second floors if you've got children or people upstairs or elderly parents. Don't stay up in the upstairs. Once these high winds come in, everybody needs to be in the center of the house, the lowest floor, preferably in the bathroom. Again, this is when the really high winds come ashore after sunrise, near sunrise, after sunrise. The standard practice from the Weather Service is they're going to issue a high wind warning, or they're going to issue multiple alerts as the ice coming ashore. Most of the time they'll have an alert go out talking about a high wind warning. They'll tell you in the warning, do not go outside. The hurricane is now moving in, and thank you for your support there. And so those are kind of things you've got to do. The issue of those alerts you're gonna hear a lot of EAS alerts go out on your phones, your iPads, iPhones. By the way, while we've got power right now across Southwest Florida, in most areas, charge your phone. Okay, there we go. I've got it. I've got alerts. Stand by. Got a warning.
The National Weather Service in Miami has issued a tornado warning for Central Collier County in southwestern Florida until 1:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 12:56 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Copeland, over 13 miles northeast of Everglades City, moving northwest at 40 miles an hour.
Tornado warning.
Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, expects damage to mobile homes, roofs, and vehicles. Tree damage is likely.
Everglades City.
Impacted include Big Cypress National Park, Miles City, Jerome, Deep Lake, and Sun Island. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 1:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following county: Collier, Florida.
The tornado, intense tornado couplet now, southeast of Naples. There's a tornado warning just popped up. Tornado, it's got to cross Alligator Alley over there. Look at the couplet on that. It is rocking northwest at about 55 miles an hour. It will actually the track on that storm is going to come right over us.
For the following counties: in Florida, coastal Charlotte.
Northwest at 40 knots, it looks like, Jeff. The actual attribute from that storm comes right over, it comes within 2 miles of our car. The tornado now developing back southeast of us here, about 40 miles.
I think we'll just stay right here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we moved. We're just going to have waves of these. Man, look at all the tornado swarm coming out of Fort Lauderdale again. That's like the 9th swarm this evening.
Island. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 1:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following county: Collier, Florida. The current time is 12:59 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Flood warning remains in effect until further notice.
I'm right now to give you a recap where I'm located. I'm down here, down in northwest, just south of Port Charlotte here, southwest Florida. Thank you for support. And think about Port Charlotte and just to the north of Cape Coral, just northwest of Fort Myers, general vicinity. So basically the Fort Myers, southwest Missouri, basically where the hurricane is expected to strike here as we get into early morning hours, right? So right now it's about, I want to say about 100 miles roughly south of us here. Let me see where I'm at from position down to the hurricane. 110 miles southwest of me. Southwest of me, about 240 degrees from my position. The hurricane will be making its way to the northeast over the next oh my gosh,
that eastern eye wall's filling in again.
Yeah, 12 hours, and we're gonna have some horrific stuff. Yeah, the eye wall definitely is getting way stronger. The whole eastern eye wall, Jeff, is just, the whole thing has gotten, it's gonna be Cat 4. There's no doubt about it. It's gonna absolutely be Cat 4. I got 140 almost completely around the entire eye wall now on all sides. 130, 140. Yep. Yep. Okay, guys, I tell you what, how many people want the stream to continue? How many don't? Let me know which one you gonna stay up all night, because I'm going to kind of rest. Just let me give it a second here, because I've got to be ready for more, guys. Okay, so let me do something here. I got this little strap back here. Just let me do this here. I don't need that. Actually, I was on the front anyway. It's the back. It comes off. Don't worry about that. Keeps the front from falling off. Right, I have no problem in keeping the stream going, guys. Right, and here we go. My goodness. But things are going to get really out of control tomorrow. Tomorrow, really, after sunup is when things are going to go really berserk. Okay, Chris, you want the weather radio going? Jeff Petrosky has weather radio going down here in Fort Myers. It's always great to hear the warnings and all that stuff go off, right? It's always fun. Like hear all that stuff going on. I'm going to try to see if I get this thing on just kind of intermittent on the wiper there. Okay, where did you see a power flash at? Let's see here. Somebody's reporting a power flash. Kathy's being funny. So Kathy's gonna take her break. She's gonna rest, and I'm gonna sit here and chill for a little bit. But we're gonna let weather radio play, and we'll see what happens here.
Forecast: the river is expected to rise to 18.5 feet Sunday evening. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Flood stage is 11 feet. Flood history.
Sad news. It's all empty. Oh, there's a little sip.
In 1947, HTTP
That's it. I'm sad.
Look at that low-level deck right above the palms there.
What happened?
Look at the low-level deck.
Stand by. Outside?
Yeah, look at it.
All right, let me go outside. Something bad's going on. Oh, yeah, it's ripping. Whoa. Yep, here comes the hurricane. Hey, guys, it's going to get really nuts. Okay, let's go outside, guys. I'll take you outside. Stand by. Stand by. We're not going to sleep. We're just getting started. You guys going to party. Here we go. You ready? We're not going to sleep here. This is Petrosky, man. Blue Shed team. It's gonna be hard. I love this being in the city, man. Look at these clouds. They're over my head. They're about moving to the west at about 45 to 50 miles an hour now. The low level clouds, what we call the low level deck, is racing to the west. To the west, out the east southeast, about 50 miles an hour now. Palms are starting to sway pretty good. Probably 30, 35 on the ground, and. Boy, if you look up here, you can see the clouds are just screaming by at about 500 to 1,000 feet off the ground here, right overhead. As we get into sunrise, guys, these winds are going to be over 100 miles an hour above my head. These clouds are going to be moving by like a jet plane going over, just rocketing by. Winds are picking up. We got about 40 mile an hour winds. A lot now out of the east. Winds are really picking up here out of the east. We start getting into 65, 75 mile an hour winds. We start getting into this hurricane force winds at about 4:30, 5:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. As they'll start south and come up north, we start getting those hurricane force winds, and then we're going to get you're going to get some power lines. You'll get the palm trees crashing into the power lines. They'll start arcing, so we're going to get power bumps, and I look for power to start going out across the entire region sometime near and after sunrise, right? That 7, 9 o'clock time, you're going to see power outages start from the south and start coming north with the eye wall. And I can tell you that we're going to have just an absolute horrible scene after sunrise with this eye coming ashore. The winds I'm seeing on radar, 120, 130, and 140 mile winds in the north eye wall, northwest, northeast, and the southern eye wall. It's going to be it's basically going to be about a 40, 50 mile wide area of just extreme destruction with this eye coming ashore, unless it changes, its shape or size or weakens or fills in or the dryer cuts in. There's a lot of things. And you can see you've got a lot of pine palms down here, palm trees. You get the winds and stuff, the leaves swinging back and forth. But it won't be too much longer. I'd say about 3 or 4 hours, probably right after sunrise. It might be before sunrise. We're going to start having power flashes. The first thing you're going to hear, you're going to hear the winds pick up. You're going to hear when we go outside, you're going to hear the telephone pole lines and the high power lines overhead. Once you get about 70, roughly about 70, depends on how thick the transmission line, whether it's a 200,000, 150,000 volt line or 300,000, the big ones. Once you get about 70, 80 miles an hour sustained, those lines start whistling. They make a certain harmonic sound, and you hear everything just go to just this high pitch, continuous whistling roar sound, right? And as the winds get up into 90 and 100, then that sound becomes like just a screaming, screeching sound, and then you're going to hear, wind is breaking, clashing, bringing, sheet metal ripping off buildings. Things are going to go downhill after sunrise here rapidly across southwest Florida, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, Sanibel Island, as this eye starts making its way this way. And the hurricane force winds are not far from making it on shore back to my southwest. We're still probably not far. Got another tornado warning down there. You see how far those hurricane force winds are. Just if we look here, not too far. We've got 50 down just south of Coral Gables, you're 55. So, but you get in this area, you're still off the deck there. Let me go to Key West. That's out of Tampa. They're going to have a lower look here, about the same. If Key West, yeah, they're a little bit lower winds, right? I mean, they're a little bit higher winds, but closer to the radar, so you get a little bit better look at them. Obviously, we got hurricane force winds there. Even if
Key West radar is ominous.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about in my stream, Jeff, on the radar, telling what's going to happen as this comes ashore. As Jeff's telling me, you look at hurricane 58, 60 mile an hour winds, guys, are just west of Marker Island. Somebody want to know about Marker Island? Want to go? We've got another developing tornadoes to your north and east in that dry slot. And look at these 70 mile an hour winds now coming in from the south. Sanibel, you're going to have full blunt. You're going to have big waves, battering waves now are building. The seas are building ahead of this wind. These northeast winds and southeast winds here coming up with the eye wall. So to the northeast of that, I'll just always leave this on, and this is not the battering waves and the big storm surges. It's to the north and east of this. You have this big, huge surge building waves here. There's around 28 to 30 foot waves, right? These are 28 to 30 foot waves. These are not the tidal surge. This is going to be just the wave height. Take about that number roughly about in half, and that's going to be close to your storm surge. So you got big building waves to the northeast of the eye. Those are making its way toward the coast now. So Marco Island, Golden Gate, Sanibel, the Sanibel, I'm extremely concerned about Sanibel Island being extremely damaged from the storm surge and the winds, both combo, right? So that's the area down here is going to get hit first, and then that's going to come northward, right? So we're not that far now from the extreme winds offshore. It's not that far now. It might be about 40 miles. There we go. I was guessing 40. I was pretty close. 38 miles, 38 to 40. So as these extreme destructive winds start coming onshore, hurricane force, and then as we get over hours, you're going to have about, oh my gosh, before we get into extreme winds, you're going to first start over the tropical storm, then lower in hurricane force winds, and you're going to have that. You're going to have about, let me see how many miles we've got before we get in the extreme. You got about 3 hours of 10 miles an hour, 9 mile an hour movement to the northeast. You got about 3 hours of 75 to, let's call it 100 mile an hour winds. And then as we get into what I call the core winds, which are going to be the super destructive winds, it's going to be that last 25 to 30 miles, right? So this 25 to 30 mile ride, 20 mile path right here, this is where you're going to have the 120 to 140, maybe even 150 mile an hour gust, and probably 120 to 130 sustained. So this core wind, you're going to have about 2 hours of that. Then if you're lucky enough to get in the eye, and because the eye's so big right now, there's probably going to be quite a few of us to get in the eye, right? And then on the backside, you're kind of another 3 or 4 hours of 130 mile an hour winds on the back south fly. But when this eye gets even with you or passes you, and, if you're on the coast area, you're going to have this extreme storm surge, right? So you can see this eye wall and the eye. So that storm surge water is coming up in front of us right now like this, right? And those waves are building. So all this water is as soon as this eye gets up, and again, this is going to work out the way it coasts. You're going to start hearing reports of water inundating, Marco Island and these areas, these southern things closer to the eye first. Down here, we'll start hearing reports coming ashore of overworks and water surging into buildings and houses down south first along the coast. And then as this eye approaches, then this area back, as you get back south here at Cape Coral, and you get the area back to the west of Naples Park and Baton Springs, down in this area, that stuff's going to start coming north, right? And that's what we're getting Captiva, and you got all these other areas back south here where we have a lot of the outer barrier islands, right? So then the Barrett is going to start having the damaging winds come ashore. So as the day goes on, the morning goes on here, it's 1:11, 1:12 Eastern time, Wednesday morning, September 28th, and Hurricane Ian is on its way. Category 3, but forecast to be Category 4, very close to the Port Charlotte and northwest and western Fort Myers area and Captiva. It's going to come in this general direction, the center, but the eye's pretty good size. If you notice, a lot of the extreme heavy convections on this west, northwestern, southwestern eye wall. So as it comes ashore, if you have a lot of convection, you're still going to have heavy winds. But if you have these big heavy cores where you can get those higher winds, those 130, 140s to the ground, because the heavy rain will cause the winds to burst, and the heavy downpours will get those heavier winds to the ground. This western eye wall is going to be wicked. I really can't tell you how nervous I am for everybody that's anywhere around this eye. I mean, whether you're in the western eye wall, if your house or business ends up being in this eye as it comes over you, it's going to be unmerciful. That's the only way I can describe it. It's going to be absolutely terrifying. I'm not going to kid you. It is going to be unmerciful. Thank goodness this thing is going to come ashore during the daylight hours, right? If it was coming in the middle of the night, I can tell you have no understanding of fear until you get a Cat 4 hurricane coming through in the middle of the night. it's super scary. I'm not gonna kid you, man. I've been in hurricanes at night, and everything you hear is like 10 times amplified because you're scared to death anyway, right? And power's out, and boards and your roof's ripping off and things like that. It's very terrifying, right? So I'm thankful about this horrible disaster. It's going to unfold. The majority of it's going to be during daylight hours and on the eye making landfall, right? It's going to be after sunrise, which is the only thing fortunate about this disaster. Quite honestly, is you can see things happening out your window, right? It doesn't give you any comfort seeing your trees fall and roofs coming off and fences blown down, but at least you can see things while it's happening outside, right? So that's the only fortunate thing about this tremendous hurricane. And it's coming in, the south wall, there's lightning, it's crazy. You've heard me have discussions, people with our office and other people in the know. So, we take cases like this and we look at it, and they run different hurricane models. You've heard about the GFS, the URM, we got the Barron model. By the way, the Barron model, I'll give a shout out right now. Of course, I work for the company. If I didn't work for the company, I'd say the same thing. Got to give credit where credit's due. From about 5 days ago, the Barron model, and we got data for this and can show you all of this. The Barron model and UK Met model from about 4 days ago, it literally on our 15 kilometer, because it goes out, about 9,620 hours, it showed the hurricane coming over the western tip here and doing this, and we had it coming in to...
Was that lightning to behind us?
Just a minute, hang on. We got power flash. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know. What are you seeing?
Right here.
What?
Is that lightning?
I don't know, Jeff. Did you see a power flash or something?
I don't know if it was a power flash.
There's a power flash?
The winds are picking up really a lot now.
No, the winds are coming. We got 50 just south of us, Jeff, coming in. And then like 30 miles south of here, it's up to 70. Jeff, I just saw something in the distance. It may have been lightning, but I did see something in the distance. Like 10 miles south of us. Huh? Jeff thought he saw a power flash, or either lightning or power flash south of us in the sky. Pardon me. Now, Jeff, it moving 8 miles. I just did a calculation on the eye width, Jeff, of the northern eye wall. We got 40 miles of 120 to 140. Then we got about 20 miles of the eye. Then we got another 40 miles of the south eye. So it's about 8 to 10 hours of 100 to 120 mile an hour winds, which is just going to be horrible, right? Yeah. Then you got the stuff under 70 for another 4 or 5 hours past that. So we got this, just so we're clear here, in all the area southwest, give a shout out to law enforcement and the emergency workers. Run into, talked to a lot of county sheriff, EMAs, fire department, commanders all over the state. Talked to state people at the state level. But I can tell you, the law enforcement is out massive all across every county. I won't go into details, but I can tell you there is gargantuan amount of reinforcements. So as soon as this hurricane comes in and out of here, there's going to be hundreds of law enforcement flooding this area down here, both with search and rescue boats, helicopters, all that stuff. Of course, you got to wait for the winds to die down right after the hurricane passes. But there's teams. I've talked to fire departments from other states. Texas is here. We got water high rescue teams from multiple states all over the southern United States. We got teams coming in from numerous states now, and I understand they're staging all the way from Tallahassee, Gainesville, Mobile. There's teams, there's utility companies. There's a lot of out-of-state utility companies already in South Florida, ready for the hurricane to come through. But the big thing is, if you get trapped in your house, is try to send a text out as quick as you can, because as the power goes out, if you happen to get trapped in your home, and that happened in Michael, to a lot of people there, back over by Mexico Beach in that area, if you get trapped in your home, those kind of things, that in the 911, the law enforcement will not respond if the winds are up over like 40, each jurisdiction at different numbers, 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. They will not respond to your call, and they'll put your call in a priority list, and they will stack up. There'll be hundreds of calls stacked up in the waiting list as far as priority. And as soon as the winds get back down below 30 or 40, and sometimes during the eye wall, depends how close you are to the station, and what your priority need is at that location, they may or may not come out during the eye wall. Most police and fire and emergency vehicles will not respond in the eye wall because it's just too dangerous, because the back wall comes in at 130 and 40. Now you've got millions of pieces of debris on the road and the wind's coming from the other direction. So if you get in trouble, I am seeing either lightning or power flashes distant south. It's probably lightning distant south now in the sky. But if you get in trouble at your house or business, whether it be a flood situation or in a just trap situation because you've got a structure failure, call 911, tell them where you're at, but you need to do that as quick as you can when it happens, because as cell service and power goes out, some of the cell towers may have a 12-hour, 6-hour, 24-hour battery life. Some may go out an hour or two at a particular tower, especially if the tower takes physical structural damage from flying debris in there, knocking off the power, the actual antennas off the tower. And of course, at that point, you're going to lose communication. So get those calls out. If you have a true emergency and you need 911 to respond, they will respond after the hurricane. As soon as the winds die down, they'll have a priority list at the 911 center, and they will dispatch the calls based on the severity of the call, right? That's how the jurisdictions work. So if you get trapped in your house, the fire department and police will not respond. And it's been a rule across the entire United States, whether it be landfall and hurricanes, they just don't respond until the hurricane winds get back down below a 40 number so they can get out and safely get to it. And I can tell you, after the hurricane, that a lot of people are going to need help, right, in different parts. We don't know what potential areas are going to inundate homes that never inundated before, and what areas may fill with structure failures, that it's going to take time to get through that debris, through the streets. The streets will be full of debris, nails, cables, power lines, telephone poles. These signs right here, I'm not saying this sign's going to fail, but I'm just saying signs like this are going to fail by the thousands all over Southwest. They'll blow over, they'll block roads, telephone poles, these metal poles are going to break. These are all these things I'm showing you now. A lot of the stuff will be just be ripped off these buildings. You get 130, 140 mile an hour winds. So be prepared that if you call 911, they're not going to respond to you the minute they call you. So that's why it's so important to get in the inside of your house. Don't stay in the second floor of your house. Get in the interior bathrooms. So when these high winds come ashore after sunrise, get in the center part of your house, put mattresses and pillows with your kids or the family members, get in the lowest floor, get down low, and those are the things you need to be doing when these high winds come ashore. And I can tell you, there's tremendous law enforcement out here all over this area, right? Look, you can see all the county, you got local sheriffs, and they're watching the stores. And I can tell you, without getting too deep in the weeds here, I'm just telling you, and I'm sure the people that are watching aren't going to be the people that do this kind of stuff, but you don't want to go out and loot this time. I can tell you, every hurricane, I always see looters, find looters, see looters looting because the stores are damaged. And I can just tell you, you don't want to do it, because when you loot after a hurricane and you do those kind of things, I'm telling you, they're going to put you in jail and put you in jail for a long time. It's not a pretty scene, right? And that's just horrible, because these businesses count on everyday business to get by, just like your job. People aren't coming to your house and stealing. Don't steal from businesses if they get damaged, right? It's just, don't do it, right? It's just not the right thing to do, and it's just wrong, right? So anyway, they're looking for people like that. I can just tell you, after the hurricane, if they see you're looting, you're going to jail. That's it. You're going to jail. You're going to be locked up. Period. I know they've already told me that, right? So don't loot, because there's going to be a lot of damage over a lot of area, and they don't have time waiting on looters because they got other more pressing things, and that's rescue and probably getting people out of their houses that are trapped, right, and flooded. Those kind of things as the night goes on, and tomorrow especially. So the winds are dramatically picking up here now, probably 40 miles an hour sustained now. It's the winds are picking up hard now out of the east. You can see look at the winds now. The palm trees are swaying. Moderate rain at times, so things continue to get better. What are you seeing, Jeff?
Picking up.
It is picking up. It's always picking up, just like it's picking up. We kind of start getting excited when the winds start getting up and they start bumping up a little bit. It's like, okay, things are going to start. When we start hearing things flying through the air, we're real situation aware of those kind of things. And let's see what we've got here. I'm just looking at radar again. Got to keep my eye on the radar. I've got lots of lightning coming southwest. That eye is it's gnarly. We'll see what happens with it when it comes on ashore here. But again, I think we're still about 6 hours, 8 hours away. I see it kind of coming north, then northeast. So we'll see. There's a trough coming in from the west. We'll see how it handles, if it pushes it back to the east, northeast a little bit. Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. I agree with that analogy. Yeah, I don't disagree. That's pretty close. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Chris. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mean to talk too fast. It's probably that, what was it? Starbucks kicked in. I think that's what happened. Man, I get rolling about data and hurricanes and what's going to happen, man. I'm all over it. I'm a machine, non-stop machine. We just rip it, right? Just go. Guys, this is like second nature to me. I'm in my elm, and I understand the dynamics and the wind and everything happening in real time in 3D. And probably in about 6 hours, things are going to go into hyper mode, and you got to think mentally, kind of fiber optic speeds, gigabits per milliseconds, right? I mean, your brain's got to process. You look at all the dangers out there, and you look at this building's coming apart. Where's that debris flying? I got to turn here to get out of the path of that flying by. And so your mind's in this 3D element, every second is what's going on, where's it flying to, where's it going to fly to. So those are the things you've got to constantly worry about. So it's going to be interesting, right? So that's going to be interesting. Yep. Yeah, Starbucks should be sponsored for me. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I'm thinking Surf Pro, Starbucks, Safe Lot Auto. I'm thinking Tesla. Yeah, Tesla. Yeah, I love Tesla, to be honest with you. So yeah, we've got all kinds of great sponsorship opportunities. And man, the clouds are ripping overhead. Look at that. Yeah, 50 tornado warnings so far today. Wow, that's a lot of tornado warnings. 50 tornado warnings. Wow. Kind of nice when you clear up the screen there, right? Of course, obviously, it gets daylight, guys. The video is going to improve dramatically. That's why I like to stay in the metro city areas that were basically in a well-lit area. But during the day, you're going to see everything. Of course, when the eye of the hurricane comes in, then the visibility drops down because you got 140 mile, 120 mile winds, right? So those are going to be tough. Oh my gosh. Yeah, watch the air conditioning. Yeah, Hurricane Laura. Yeah, that was Lake Charles. That went flying over my head, didn't it? About 130. Thank you for your yeah, the Matrix, right? So it's all good. Hey Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I'm hearing. Yeah. Yeah, 25 northwest. Kind of where we were earlier, late this afternoon.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. I ain't gonna kid you. Yeah, tornadoes they've had over 50 tornado warnings today. Southeast Florida. The machine just keeps cranking. Let's see what we got here.
Lightning again in the
Yeah.
7-eye wall.
Huh. Radar, no, I don't need no caffeine. Almost looks like I took a northwest jog. Yeah, that eye's getting tighter and tighter. We're gonna have a solid Cat 4 at landfall. Good evening, everybody. I'm not familiar with Pecos River, to be honest with you.
Definitely getting tighter.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna look at power outages. Well, that whole southwestern, southerly, and southeasterly quadrant on visible or the IR satellite. Look what it's doing there. It's kind of shoving it kind of north. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support, everybody.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of a northeast component at all for quite a while.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you about the sewage drains. You got that right. You got so many hazards, you know. Thank you, Kathy, for moderating there. Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna look and see if the hurricane hunters up there. Okay, training mission. They are. Let's see where we're at. Yeah. Let's see where he's at. I've got a. Looks I've got another. Let's see. Should have a couple. We should have some more hurricane hunters in there soon. Yep. No training. No, don't need no training. Just looking. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Look at some model data here real quick. Yeah, subscribe to the channel. You can either do it by Tornado Alley video on YouTube. That would be great. And then also you can become a super follower on Twitter, which is also awesome. Let's look at this model. There's that. Oh my. Okay, yeah, the track. After it comes on shore, the track's going to go. Let me get a map up here. Just a second. I can tell you. Yeah, eyes moves almost due north right now. As it comes on shore, the eye's going to move kind of north-northeast. In the general direction, it's not exact, but just general direction. It's going to go from Port Charlotte, Venice area. It's going to track up toward Winter Haven, up to the west side of Orlando, goes up to Daytona Beach area, St. Augustine, goes off the coast, goes from tropical storm, possibly back to hurricane northeast of Jackson, and then comes back on shore in the Charleston general area, right? I haven't looked at all the data yet, but that's basically what I know. Inland flooding will be massive, 10 to 25 inches of rain from the southwest Florida all the way up toward Jackson. The most intense rain is going to be from Tampa southward down here to Fort Myers, but just north of here, Sarasota, Venice, and then on east northeast from there, right? And let me get something else done here. Sorry, folks. I've got to take care of something else here. Let me look at some. Okay, here we go. Here's a little trivia. We're going to play trivia. You ready? Since there's only been 6 Cat 4s and 5s ever make landfall in Florida since 1950, here is the list. Hurricane King in 1950, Donna 1960, Andrew 1992, which I chased, Charlie 2004, which was right here where I'm at now, Irma 2017, chased Irma, Michael 2018, I chased Michael, and now we have Ian, right? And if it comes ashore as a Cat 4, it'll be number 7. If Ian comes ashore as a Cat 4, it'll be number 7.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Sari thinks I'm talking. I'm not talking to you, Sari. Leave me alone. So it will be number 7 if Ian makes landfall as a Cat 4, which is projected, and based on radar presentation of what I'm seeing, I'd say that's a high likelihood, right? So that is what I am seeing. Yeah, that's right. I know, babe. I'm tired. Watch the Key West live radar. Yep. I think the best thing to do here, let me look at something here. Wow, I got to look at some. People are sending me images. Whoa, okay, 950, okay. So different models have different solutions, but you know, we're watching radar. I just want to see what they're thinking about, right? You always want to see what they're thinking about. Let me look at something else here. Bear with me. Just look at some data. Oh, nice. Wow, that's pretty. Let's see where that goes. Wow. I'm drooling right now over something I'm seeing. I'm watching something that's pretty crazy. Very interesting. I'm looking at something right now, and I really don't hope this model verifies for today, because this says after sunrise. It is really bad what I'm seeing on this computer models. This is one of the hurricane experimental models. Don't have a lot of history. It's new this year, and we'll see how that verifies. Oh no, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go talk. Okay, I'll be back.
3PRZ, PJ.
Now I'm copying you. N3, PRZ here.
I guess you're in range.
QSL. Coming across the bridge. You must be on the south side still?
Yeah, we're in front of a Bell's outlet.
Is it the Bell's outlet at the shopping center where we stopped for Charlie?
It's been remodeled.
Oh yeah, definitely remodeled. But I think it's the same spot I stopped earlier. So just across the bridge, just a couple blocks.
Hang on just a minute. Now talking, shooting. Okay. Just bear with me here, guys. I'm trying to assess what we're going to do next. I'm watching the hurricane path and thinking about moving and looking at all that. Just bear with me here. Oh, the deal went off. Hang on a minute. The car shut off. That's what's going on. Have to run the car or turn it on or it won't run. Right? Let's just go over here. Just gonna try to get a little bit closer to this tree. Watch this stupid stuff going on. Let me look at radar. It won't be long, guys. Things are gonna get crazy or crazier. This hurricane is still doing some funky things and where it's moving. It's kind of coming north-northeast, then jogs due north. So we're watching, yeah, a little bit. Hey, Steve, you got that right. Hang on. Hey, let me get that done. Hang on, I'll be right back. actually interesting. It actually looks like it warmed up between the rains. Come back. I am back, babe. Come back, please. Not talking. You got parking lots filling up with people. Hang on. All right, guys. I've got to start getting cameras ready, guys. I got a whole bunch of stuff to do with the camera stuff going on, and I've got to get GoPros ready. I've got to get them on the sticks. I've got to get wires hooked up, because things are going to get out of control at some point. Just a minute.
Feel better?
Gosh, it's pouring again. You guys doing okay? I hope so. Power on. Guess I'm trying to. If you guys know any kind of weather data, you hearing things. No cuss words. Except the stuff's starting to get. I'm gonna drive around this parking lot. I see stuff bending and moving. Guys, I'm gonna drive around the parking lot here and just kind of film. Just kind of, you know, for my viewers, my YouTube followers, Periscope, or the Blue Shed crew, I'm gonna follow around this parking lot here. I like this tree action going on here. This palm tree action.
I did find a car wash back there.
Oh, you found a car wash? Are you serious? What's the name of it?
Blue Shed.
Blue Shed Car Wash just down the street. Okay. Let me see what we got here. Hang on. Call Kathy. Hey, babe, don't call that other number. Call this number. So I'm just. Oh, I know, babe. Well, things are going to get real hairy, and we're looking for escape routes. I'm thinking about the storm surge coming in. We're going to have a 15-foot storm surge coming in. The eye is getting better and better. Some of the models now bring it to a solid Cat 4, like just over us or near us, and wind's going to be 130, 140, and I'm like 145, and I'm like, okay. Oh, I know, honey. I'm taking care of business. Just like 3 people. Jeff's here and Jason, and I'm just looking. Oh, is that a car wash? Hang on. Hang on. Just I'm gonna hang on. I'll let you go. I'm gonna go check this out. Okay, bye. Okay, guys, I'm seeing something here. It's not a car wash, but I found a bank building. But I don't. Well, it might work. Let's see. The winds are on the east. Okay, here. Okay, it's not a car wash. We've got to drive through something. Oh, it's a bank building. But look, I'm facing south. You don't really be outside in the car wash right during a Cat 4 landfall. Even though it did happen before getting Hurricane Harvey. So anyway, so you get on the car wash. This is not a car wash. This is a bank teller line, right? Right. So we're here. So this won't quite work because. It won't quite work because the situation is that when things get really hairy, let me put on my seatbelt here. When things get really hairy, I am facing south, so the hurricane comes approaching. It's going to be coming out of the northeast and east. So the bank building would actually block the flying debris from the east for a short time until the hurricane passed me to my northwest, and then the winds would come ripping out of the southeast. See, these are the danger things you got to think about after the hurricane comes short. Let me straighten that up. Let me straighten this up. Straighten that up. And you got to think about which way's the wind going to be blowing. Like a guy's been telling you, which way is the wind approaching. It comes out of the northeast, then east at 75 to 100, and then here comes the whipping southeast winds and then southwest winds, and when those winds come by, you got to watch out for these signs. You got to watch out for things that may become projectiles. And as you see, you got a lot of these. The other thing is, and again, not making any bad comments about the city or anything. It's just every city in America, right? You got new sections of town, older sections of town. A lot of times these older sections aren't built to the standards of today's hurricane standards, right? So things like this, I don't know anything about this particular carport, big awning here, overhang, but these things start breaking, start shearing off. Those are the things you've got to watch for, right? I've already got a plastic sign here. I can already see the plastic bending. It's look at this. So you watch the plastic, like the wind's gusting. I can see the sign of the green sign ahead of me.
Yeah, this is definitely the shopping center where it was, look at those, got his windows all kicked up.
The Regions Bank there, so you got another Regions Bank. So any of these signs here, these plastic fiberglass type signs, they're designed to blow out so you don't blow the poles down, right? So those things, it doesn't take but about 65 to 70 mile an hour winds sustained. Sometimes you just get a 50, 55, 60 mile an hour gust, and those signs will just start blowing out, right? And it's like, the only way to describe it is if you put, a bunch of, if you take a bunch of leaves and debris and you throw it in front of a big fan that's blowing 70 miles an hour, you throw a bunch of stuff in the fan, and stuff just goes flying everywhere, right? It covers you, it blows by you, it hits whatever's against, whatever downwind of it, right? A wall or whatever. And the hurricanes are the same way, right? So it sees this flying debris, and then one piece of debris, like this Waffle House sign, right? Those are, any of those kind of things are tags, O'Reilly's, any of those kind of signs are going to come off fairly easy, right? Doesn't take 120 mile an hour winds, 75 mile an hour winds. Those plastic start peeling off, and the next thing you know is you've got just tons of that stuff blown down the street. And so once that plastic comes off, it hits another building, it hits a glass wall. There's a big plate glass center that's got whatever it is, right? It's a you know, whatever. It's a four-wheeler, you know, car type deal, motorcycles, and then it breaks the glass, and then that blows out the other wall, and then that breaks the next thing, right? And it just becomes this tumbling effect where everything downwind just starts failing because you get a lot of things, you know, doing that stuff, right? So anyway, that's the stuff that we watch out for, because those are the things that we're thinking about, right? As far as the severe storms, and you're watching the wind blowing and things. So I'm gonna go back to this parking lot here and get back over to where I was at, get back on this other one-way street. But those are the things that you got to watch out for, right? So when the hurricane comes in, there's going to be, thank goodness, it's going to be, hopefully most of it's going to be daylight. We may start getting the flying debris. It's 2 a.m. So we may start at around 6 or 7, start getting hurricane force winds coming ashore back to our south here. And then we're going to have to turn around and get ready for, you know, the really bad stuff coming in, probably 8, 9, 10, 11, that time frame. It ought to start getting extremely hairy. 100 plus mile winds over a big area, and it's like a big, kind of like a big tornado, right? It just blows and blows and blows and blows, and it's like kind of insanity, right? So I made a little loop here, and I'm coming back up here. Yeah, it's gonna be AM. It's coming in this morning right after sunrise. Sunrise, we should have, the winds are picking up here quite a bit, and you're going to see hurricane force winds coming ashore down South Marco Island, on down to Sanibel Island, down there southwest of us, where the eyes approaching the closest, right? Down there. And then those winds will make its way up. We'll start getting reports, damage reports, coming north with that big wind surge, and that will happen as well. Wow. Okay, Jeff, what do you know, bro?
I don't know. I mean, look at that northward trend the last, like, hour or so. I don't know, man.
Probably right at sunup.
Yeah.
What time we got sun up here? 6:30, 6:45. When do we have the first light, Jeff? Well, we got low clouds, so it's going to be a little bit longer, but...
What, like 5:45?
That early?
Yeah.
I'm gonna check it. Let's see what sunrise is here tomorrow morning. 6:30, 6:15. Yeah. Yeah, the building filled, the blue shade survived. Yeah, it was, by the way, it was the blue shade. I went back and looked at that, met the owners.
I was way off, 7:14.
Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. That makes much more sense. Yeah, that blue shed was built out of a center block, concrete reinforced wall, and it had blue hardy board on the outside of the board. Okay, we're getting tropical storm force winds here for sure coming in. That hurricane, boy. At some point, yeah.
I think that original target could validate.
Yes, yes, Captiva, Sanibel, yes, they're going to take, yes, they're about ready to get heavily rocked. You're correct. Extremely rocked. I made the Google Map blue shed. Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was awesome. Well, let's see if we can't make something else blue shed worthy. She could be very interesting. Not a problem. Oh man, I think I may try downtown. You know what? I don't want to be out roaming around because law enforcement is, they know we're here. they've drove by about 200 times in the last hour. We've seen at least 20 different units. Law enforcement is everywhere down here, right? They are absolutely on top of it. The sheriff, the local police, they're patrolling extremely heavy. Waiting for the first signs of damage, and then they're all gonna go to shelter.
This northern track continues, and Sarasota definitely looks like it's going to get the worst side. Well, even any of the I, I maybe have to think about returning to Sarasota much over the FAM.
Hang on a second again. Officer Jeff, yeah.
That's completely understandable. Should.
Oh my goodness. Gosh. How's everybody doing? Yeah, no, I've got Red X. We just talked about that. We're gonna be getting that on before the 100+ mile winds get in here, because it's gonna be pretty extreme. We got it bottled in the back. We're about ready to. I'll leave the stream up, but I gotta start getting cameras ready. We got about 3 or 4 hours. Thought about crashing, but I may not crash. And it's got the windshield wipers intermittent right now. I can tell you the eyes coming. 140 mile an hour winds. 130, a big area of 130, 140 on the northeast Iowa is inbound. 140 mile an hour winds are coming. So about the crow flies from our exact location there, it's about 100 miles southwest of us. 140 mile an hour winds at 9 miles an hour, about 9 to 10 hours. 9 o'clock to noon, let's call it, somewhere in there. But we'll have hurricane force winds way before that. Hurricane force winds are only out about 50 miles. So just south of Cape Coral, southwest of Captiva. Captiva is going to start having pretty much close to hurricane force winds in about 2 hours. 4 o'clock in the morning, it looks like hurricane force winds will start moving to shore. Let me, guys, I'm going to pull through a lot of data here and just, I'm going to start going hammer mode here, looking at data from lots of different sources really quick. And gotta get some water. Well, yep. Wow, oh my gosh. I'm watching not live video. It was 2 hours ago. Wow, Key West is underwater. Cars are floating 2 hours ago. Wow. Hey Jeff, FYI, 2 hours ago, cars are floating all over Key West.
Yeah, they're getting that right side of just onslaught of winds.
Yeah. Guys, Key West flooded. They weren't even, as far as I know, they were not even supposed to have a storm surge. They have roughly about a 10-foot storm surge. Whoa. Watching live camera, web cameras out of Key West, just huge battering waves coming in on the South Shore. Key West is really severely flooded. Cars are in roads. Looking at damage, cars, houses crushed, houses, I'll retweet this right now from PC over in the southeast, Kings Point, Delray. Cars flipped in a parking lot, roofs ripped off houses. It looks like possibly EF2 damage, EF tornado earlier this evening. And then pretty serious looking. Wow. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of messages online that it's time for Rain-X. Yes, well, I'll do that, guys. I've got Rain-X with me. Okay, we've got some new data here. Let me look at this. Came in 30 minutes ago. Major hurricane force winds, piling up a massive deadly surge. Very concerned about 120 to 150 mile an hour gust in a very densely populated area. Stand by. Got new information here. Oh, mercy. Wow. The grid forecast for Fort Myers, 80 to 125 mile an hour winds. And radar, I think it's going to be a little bit higher than that. Day one, they went enhanced risk for the SPC, Storm Prediction Center. There we go, guys. 10% tornado, my goodness. SPC went 10% tornado over the east central part of the state. Very high. Orlando to Milburn up to Daytona Beach, 10% tornado. You're gonna have some serious tornadoes across eastern, well, the whole state, but the eastern part of the state's gonna have serious tornadoes today. Yep. Okay, 500 meters shear. Wow. Man, we could go on a tornado hunt today and probably nail several tornadoes almost like guaranteed, right? Where are you located at? Yeah, wind's picking up here too. Storm surge warning, it continues for the lower Keys, Monroe County, until Wednesday. Highs between noon and 4 p.m. Plus, plan for 4 feet above high tide, 3 feet above king tide. USG gauge at Key West peaked at Tuesday night, 11 p.m. at 4.4 feet above MHHW. It looks like some areas off to the east of the hurricane center is exceeding forecast on storm surge and storm surge height. Wow. Okay. What do you think, Jeff?
I think this thing is still trucking slowly northward.
Yeah. A lot of people, the deal at Key West, Jeff, exceeded forecast, and they're still saying 4 foot above king tide down there through noon through 5 p.m. in Key West, and but there's numerous cars floating and stuff, but it was exceeded greatly what they thought it was going to be. A lot of people, there's a lot of new updates coming in that thing could still continue to intensify before it makes landfall, and a lot of people are making comments they think it will.
And what if this slows down? Just imagine what's going happening in the Keys right now, the lower Keys, just pounding on the southwest Florida coast here for a whole day.
If you look at the updated flood maps, they have, I think most of downtown here, like under 10 feet of, or like 9 feet of water.
Yeah, actually, I've got a brand new map that just came out from a company, a flood map model I've never seen before, Jeff. And let's see what the numbers are. They're extreme. The information is extremely concerned about Fort Myers metro area, increasing likelihood some of the greatest storm surge will be focused there, somewhere close to that, due to maximum onshore flow and concave shape of the coastline. And the numbers are, I don't know what the max values are. They're in the bright reds. It's extreme. The back channel, Pine Island, either side of Pine Island it looks like it's, I don't know how deep it is, 14, 15 feet. And then Fort Myers Beach is 14, 15 feet above ground level. 41. The flood comes all the way to 41. Cape Coral, the whole Cape Coral, Pine Island's completely inundated. Fort Myers Beach down to Watania Springs, the 41 business loop. It's totally under, looks like 10 to 15 feet of water. That's a coastal, that's nothing but a coastal flood. Here's a brand new model, just came in, GFS now. It now has extensive extreme flash flooding and long duration power outages, and now it's going from Lakeland, Florida, just northeast of Tampa, at 15 to 18, 25 to 30 inches now in the new forecast. From Lakeland through Claremont through Leesburg up to DeLand, just northwest of Orlando, 25 to 30 inches is what they're now forecasting.
First it'll be the surge, then the wind, and then the excessive rainfall.
Yep. Right now we still have really rock solid coverage here.
Jason is correct though. We're about 7 to 10 feet underwater here tomorrow.
This road right here, right where we're sitting, they're kidding me. Oh, that's what the based on which model? I mean, which model or which map?
I think it's the hurricane map.
Is that right, Jason?
Yeah, it's the one that I was looking at. Was from the Hurricane Center, from the collection of maps they have on the outlooks.
Wow, I just got a brand new satellite image. This is a special image from, didn't tell me who sent it, from NOAA, one of the satellite group companies, showing the light coming, from the power grids over different countries, and Cuba is 98% totally black and across the entire Cuba coastline. You can see Florida lit up on all the metro areas, and then Puerto Rico or back Grand Cayman, and all of Cuba is totally black. The entire power grid's failed. Seen a new video of people, wow, they're up to the waist in their apartments in Key West, waters up to people's waist, 4 feet deep in apartments. So the water surge, guys, with this thing coming north, is going to be massive. Jeff, I'm going to send you something.
Yes, sir.
Look at that power. Look at that power. That's 120 to 140 swath.
Oh, wow. That's a little further north than I thought.
That's just the NDFD grid, but I probably got adjusted south after that. People say the eye wall is shrinking based on the latest lightning mapper, GRM, and the northwest, western, southwestern eye wall is exploding in rapid flash rate, and the eye wall is intensifying. We're going to have a Cat 4 at landfall. We've got more pictures coming out, Del Rey. Major, moderate damage. I've got buildings, two-story buildings. Roofs were sheared off, and cars flipped in parking lots. This is pretty dramatic pictures here. It looks like a F2, F2-ish.
Was that the Fort Lauderdale tornadoes?
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale. Guys, if you're following on Twitter, I just tweeted an image of damage from earlier this evening's tornado. Here, Jeff, I got a new image. Wow. Just looking at maps here, guys, going over data. Hope you stay with us here. Might as well just keep that stream going, guys, because it's time you go down and get back up again. I mean, I can kill it. If you guys want to stay here, that's good. Let's look at data. That is, now the cars were flipped back from the tornado earlier, seen southwest of Fort Lauderdale Airport. Okay. Oh my God. Oh. I think I'm about to snooze. I'll let the let's see, get this.
I'll take first watch.
I think I had first watch breakfast this morning. That was really good.
Quite a few of those around.
Stay alive. How many people want to stay alive? Okay, I got 2,500 people. We got people for it. Yeah, Florida's gonna have a bad tornado day. Hey Jeff, if the hurricane doesn't work out and we get trapped or we get cut off or whatever, I'm probably gonna peel off the I-4 corridor. I'm gonna go over to southeast Orlando, Daytona, Melbourne, and catch me some long track tornadoes across eastern Florida this afternoon. There's
always that.
Yeah. SPC just pushed a 10% tornado across eastern Florida. That's extremely high for Florida standards.
Very.
Yeah, many people online and behind seeing, texting me, tweeting, different people. I'm watching people communicate back and forth, different scientists, meteorologists, NOAA people, National Hurricane Center people. Most people are now agreeing it will be continue to intensify all the way up to landfall, and where the quote I just saw, we're less than 5, they said it 40 minutes ago, we're less than 4 hours away from the disasters unfolding. Oh, here's another really good tip for everybody, especially if you're in this southwest quadrant of Florida. Okay, I already did this. It may be too late, but still not too late because you've got time till you have damage. But if you're down in the southwest quadrant where the hurricane warning is, go inside your house now. Take your phone, take your camera, go shoot pictures of all your rooms, just like you're recording. You know, record everything. Take pictures of each room, your furniture, your belongings, garage, everything. For houses well lit up. I know it's 2:30 in the morning. You're 5 hours away, 4 to 5 hours away before we have hurricane force winds move in. Take the inside, outside, or not outside, it's raining, right? But inside pictures of the house. The sun up, take pictures outside if you can before the hurricane moves in. And if you're gonna need them probably for if your house gets destroyed, right? It'll help with the insurance settlement. Boy, that hurricane. Go to Tampa radar and loop it. It's got a little bit different perspective and look at. I'll show you something else, Jeff. Look at also to go to velocity and look at your kink just northwest of us. Yeah, water on the road is gonna be a major issue.
Kind of runs what from Northport back offshore.
Now I'm gonna be in the eye, guys. I'm gonna be around the eye, in the eye, by the eye, following in the eye. It's gonna be extremely crazy today. What I had for breakfast this morning at First Watch there in Sarasota downtown was, by the way, the people there were awesome. First Watch, I had cutter. Oh, I had let's see, cutter oatmeal, silk cut oats is what I should have said. With some strawberries and blueberries and bananas, some wheat toast, and I had some. I didn't have any of the bacon, and then.
Do you feel like that 0 degree line hasn't come any further east in a while?
And then having the. Then I had a 3 scrambled eggs, some protein there, and that was basically it. A nice couple of cups of coffee. What do you got, Jeff?
That 0 degree line hasn't come east in a while.
Right, it hasn't, right? Yeah, I'll have a little breakfast left over this morning. That's actually with me, and I'll maybe chaw down on that here before sunup. Some oatmeal, some toast. They gave me some extra stuff to take with me, some plates and cups. This guy's hauling. Yeah, I love their blueberries. Blueberries are really great. Yeah, it had blueberries, bananas, strawberries, the whole mix they put in the steel cut oats. When I'm on the road, I try to eat really healthy. I like oatmeal on these big hurricane days because it stays with you, right? All day. Try to stay away from the carbs, no sugar crashes. Yeah, I saw the scones. They didn't have any scones today. Actually, that's incorrect. They grilled me or heated me up a blueberry scone, but I didn't eat it, but I have it with me right now, matter of fact. What do you got, bro?
A cooler, I can get some juice.
Oh, you're thinking food. We're talking about First Watch breakfast. Steel cut oats, blueberries, scrambled eggs.
The cooler in the back of the ice water, juices, all that.
No, I got ice. I don't have ice water, but I got a whole bag of ice in the cooler.
Okay, good.
Strawberries, apples, peaches, oranges. I've got everything.
I was kind of in a daze in there, and I went through a whole half a pack of crackers, like a whole sleeve of saltines.
Where at?
Saltines.
Oh,
Now I'm like really thirsty.
I guess Jeff had the munchies, and he's having those. Those are pretty good. Sleeping in the kayak with a life jacket on. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that Zephyr water. He got some Zephyr water. Yeah, it was really good. So just to confirm again to everybody, right there it is. How about that, right? Just confirm. I really did get some. You guys were really beating me up bad about the Dasani water I had to get because you guys were out of everything when I landed on the ground here. And Jeff Gammon said, Petronsky, what are you doing getting that Dasani water? That's the only thing they had. And he said, you got to get some of Zephyr water, and I told him about all the
Zephyr Hills.
Zephyr Hills, just awesome. Yep.
I have some banana and strawberry nectar.
Oh, that's interesting. That would have went well with my strawberry banana steel cut oats this morning at first watch, right? There you go. I'll move the water for you now. Speaking of water, I need some water. This whole event's going to be about the water, the rain, the surge, the inland flooding. It's all about the water, and there will be massive damage. Wind's gusting, the car's rocking. Here we go. Look at the trees. Right? It's starting to rock. Yeah. Good example, good visual there on the lightning shutting down on the south side and coming around the north side. It's where the new convection is, and actually you have the new towers going up on the northwest side. That new convection helps pull the hurricane because the pressures lower, those higher tops are. It'll help pull it that direction, and that's what we're seeing on radar too, right? It's getting pulled a little bit more northerly than it was northeasterly. Man, that thing took a jump due north. Wow. I'm stunned on how that thing went straight north just then. Wow. We're gonna watch this, guys. There's gonna be I've got to get rain jackets on. I've got cameras ready, and we're gonna get going here. Okay, guys, we're moving.
Hey, Jason, call me.
Yeah, call Jeff. Okay, guys, we're moving. Here we go. Here we go. It's here. Okay, guys, scary times ahead. Here we go. Yeah, I had a more talking strategy, guys. It's going to be very interesting. Okay, storm surge is coming up from the south. Got buoy reports. It's 2:41 a.m. So just a second here. We're going to back across some areas, and we're going to do some crazy stuff here coming up. Figure out how we get out of here. Yep. I agree with you. Now things are changing, guys, and we've got this assessment situation. We see some change tracks, some things changing in the strategy right now, and there's some things we like and there's some things we don't like, and we're moving on those now. Let's see. Why don't we get back on the other side of the harbor here, and just you gotta always stay ahead of. It's not where it's at now. Where's it gonna be 5 hours from now, right? 6 hours. Where's that track? Where's that sweet spot gonna be, right? Okay. Winds are picking up. Winds are out of the northeast, which is pretty good. Here we go. Just keep in mind that based on all the forecasts, we potentially could have water over this road here. Wow, wind's strong. Oh wow, that's very strong winds now. Probably 55, 65 mile an hour winds now. Coming out of the east-northeast, winds are picking up. We went up in elevation and I'm getting hammered on the bridge. Winds are definitely over 50 on top of the bridge at Port Charlotte, over 50. Winds are coming up hard out of the east-northeast now. Top of the bridge. Like 50 sustained. Yeah, it won't be long, guys. Shortly after sunrise, we're going to have hurricane force winds coming ashore, just to our south. Got some cranes right here on my left. Those are probably going to be spinning when the winds get high, unless they got them locked down. Normally they let them free spin. Depending on the direction of the wind, they just let them turn. always moving. Gotta watch things. Good question. It's going to be the Fort Myers area on landfall is the best guess right now. Official forecast tracks very, very close to accurate. It may be dead on. It's going to be close. No, I don't run lights. I'll stop. Winds are definitely picking up. Now I'm going to probably pull up here and probably sleep about 2 or 3 hours, to be honest with you. We wanted to get a little bit farther north and west ahead of the eye, based on its current track.
Your coastal waters forecast for the WWG59 listening area for the following marine location. Coastal waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs out 20 nautical miles. Issued at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane warning in effect. Tonight, tropical storm conditions with hurricane conditions possible. Northeast winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots, increasing to 35 to 45 knots with gusts up to 65 knots after midnight. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough.
Yeah, the alarm scared me to death too.
Thunderstorms. Wednesday,
Wait until the hurricane gets here. The alarms are going to be going off like every 45 seconds.
Up to 75 knots,
Storm surge warning, high wind warning, tornado warning, seek shelter warning. I'm telling you, it's going to be rapid fire, like non-stop, crazy.
Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions expected. North wind 70 to 90 knots with gusts up to 150 knots. Becoming northwest 45 to 55 knots with gusts up to 75 knots after midnight. Seas 10 to 15 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Thursday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. Northwest wind 35 to 45 knots with gusts up to 65 knots. Seas 10 to 15 feet, subsiding to 8 to 13 feet on the afternoon. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Widespread showers. Thursday night, tropical storm conditions possible. Northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Bay and inland waters very rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers until early morning, then scattered showers late. Friday, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots in the afternoon. Seas 6 to 9 feet, subsiding to 5 to 7 feet in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters very rough. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday night, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers until early morning, then isolated showers late. Saturday, west winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms. Saturday night, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms until early morning. Sunday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Winds and seas higher and near thunderstorms. Your coastal waters forecast for the WWG 59 listening area for the following marine location. Coastal waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs out 20 to 60 nautical miles.
Still over a piece of debris. Have road debris. A tree, top of a tree. It's going to hit, guys, after sunrise. 7, it's 3 now. Call it 9 o'clock. 8, 9, 10, right in there. It'll start. Huh. That's pretty good. Oh, it's left the truck.
Oh yeah, I keep meaning to do this check. Tell me, Jeff, if this looks annoying. This is annoying. My lights.
What about them? No, I mean, it's a little bright, but it's not bad.
Like high beams in your eyes.
No, I mean, it might bother the people coming.
Hey Jeff, I'm doing a look at the current.
I've used them a couple times on the road, but I've always been curious if they're like. I feel like high beams are worse, so I sometimes use these instead.
Slightly left the truck, Jeff, slightly.
Isolated showers and thunderstorms. Saturday night, west winds around 10 knots. Seas around 3 feet. Isolated showers and thunderstorms until early morning. Sunday, west winds around 10 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet.
Once again,
Winds
lightning
and seas
activity
higher
picking
and
up in
near
that
thunderstorms.
guys see the kink? See, we're at the kink here.
I see that.
You know what that means? It's coming right through here. This, Jeff, this may be where the mid-level bottom is impeding on the line, and this is where it's going to get knocked back to the east, right here.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So I think we probably will hold up in this area right here, and we'll see how this unfolds as it comes up at us.
Okay, QSL.
I just looked at that canal back there, goes through. It's not too bad.
There's a big open parking lot over here to the right. Is that a shopping center? What do you think? You want something well lit or a little bit darker?
Well lit, probably better for visibility, and just looks better for us to be sitting in a well lit area.
Yeah. The Honda dealership is well lit.
Yeah, I don't think I'll sit there.
We can sell some Hondas. Good cars. We're going to go into no man's land here real quick. Yeah. That's it.
Found the lamp store, can light it up.
Yeah. I don't know if I saw anything really well lit.
There was a Target off to the left.
Where's that at? See, yeah, that parking lot was pretty dark, but we tried. Yeah, we go over there. Let's do this here.
To your right. Security, I think.
Yeah, I see. I'll go up here. I need. So it's this place. Yeah, we'll go in the parking lot. Hang out. Back to the left or something.
Sheriff's Department.
That's fine. He's fine. He's just chilling out like we are. Where you guys at? Down there? All right. Yeah, we're just watching the radar, watch all the kinks and bends in the radar, and trying to figure out where's going to be the best place to intercept and those kind of things. And Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Night here real quick. But we'll be rudely awakened here in a little while. Ian's on the way, and it won't be long. Man, wow. Now we're Southwest Florida, just to the northwest side of Fort Myers area. Wow. Yep. No, this is not Tampa. This is just northwest of Fort Myers, Port Charlotte area. Watching the eye wobble back to the southwest here. It's coming up at us at about 8 miles an hour. Yeah, I'll let the stream go for a while. And actually thinking of that, I've got to get you plugged in or you're gonna lose power. You want that to happen. Go, boom, just plug that in. Should have full power. Okay. No, I don't need no coffee. I just need to chill out a little bit. Okay. So if I'm not talking, I'll make sure this is kind of an intermittent so it's not like continuous and something else here locally. Just watching how this thing is coming about and what it's going to do. There we go. Things are really picking up. Car's starting to rock pretty good. I'm facing kind of westward. Maybe a little west, southwest, but west. I think everybody go to sleep. Let's all get some rest. About 3 hours. Sun up maybe 7 o'clock. About 4 hours from right now. And about that time, things will start getting way more interesting. The eye now is about 85 miles away. 82, 85 from my location. So 8 miles an hour, but it could be about 10 hours. 7, actually hurricane force winds extend past that, so right around sunup, the hurricane force winds are not that far from us now. Actually, they are not far at all. 40 miles, 4 hours, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. is what I've been saying a big chunk of the day, right? So 7 a.m. And by the way, on the northeast eye wall right now, it's not the surface, but it gives you an idea. I've got about a 10 mile by 10 mile area of 142 mile an hour winds. And that's going to be straight southwest of Marco Island. About 40 miles, 142 mile an hour winds is on the way. Just get ready. 120, 130 just southwest of us. So it's about 4 hours. We're about 4 hours away from things getting really bad. The winds are picking up here.
65 knots with gusts up to 75 knots after midnight. Seas 4 to 6 feet, building to 7 to 35 knots in the air with debris. Extensive street flooding and flooding of creeks and rivers are possible. Area creeks and streams are running high and could flood with more heavy rain. Additional details, https www.weather.gov/safety/flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. The current time is 3:12 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties in Florida: DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, Inland Charlotte, Inland Hillsborough, Inland Manatee, Inland Sarasota, and Polk. Tide forecast. At Fort Myers Beach, high tide Wednesday at 2:09 a.m. Low tide Wednesday at 8:42 a.m. High tide Wednesday at 3:41 p.m. Low tide Wednesday at 8:23 p.m. Tide forecast. At Punta Gorda, high tide Wednesday at 4:25 a.m. Low tide Wednesday at 11:43 a.m. High tide Wednesday at 5:57 p.m. Low tide Wednesday at 11:24 p.m. A storm surge warning remains in effect and a hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties in Florida: coastal Charlotte, coastal Hillsborough, coastal Lee, coastal Manatee, coastal Sarasota, inland Lee, and Pinellas. A storm surge warning remains in effect and a hurricane warning remains in effect for the following county: coastal Collier, Florida. Flood warning remains in effect until further notice. What major flooding is forecast? This approaches the flood of record. Where? Horse Creek near Arcadia at SR 72. When? Until further notice. Impacts at 17.7 feet. Flooding affects over 100 homes. Additional details. At 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 11.3 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise above flood stage late tonight and continue rising to a crest of 18.5 feet early Friday morning. Flood stage is 12 feet. Flood history. This crest compares to a previous crest of 18 feet on June 23, 2003. https www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood warning remains in effect until further notice. What minor flooding is occurring and major flooding is forecast? Where? Peace River at Arcadia at SR 70. When? Until further notice. Additional details. At 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 13.4 feet. Recent activity. The maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Tuesday was 13.8 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 18.5 feet Sunday evening. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Flood stage is 11 feet. Flood history. This crest compares to a previous crest of 18.7 feet on September 22, 1947. https www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory in effect until 4:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time early this morning. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected? Where? A portion of South Florida, including the following counties: Glades, Henry, and Palm Beach. When? Until 4:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Impacts: minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. Additional details. At 2:19 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. Minor flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the advisory area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are expected over the area. This additional rain will result in minor flooding. Some locations that will experience flooding include Clewiston, South Bay, Moore Haven, Lake Harbor, and Harlem. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood turnaround. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 545, effective until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Wednesday. This watch includes the following counties in Florida: Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Glades, Hendry, and Lee, and the following marine locations: Charlotte Harbor and Pine Island Sound, coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 nautical miles, and coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watched area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, Tornado Watch number 545 has been issued from 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Wednesday for the following counties in Florida: Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Glades, Hendry, and Lee, and the following marine locations: Charlotte Harbor and Pine Island Sound, coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 nautical miles, and coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Tornado Watch number 1009 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Thursday for the following marine locations: Charlotte Harbor and Pine Island Sound, coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 nautical miles, and coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watched area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, Tornado Watch number 1009 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Thursday for the following marine locations: Charlotte Harbor and Pine Island Sound, coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 nautical miles, and coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 to 60 nautical miles. These are the 3 a.m. observations for the local area on Wednesday, September 28th. At Fort Myers Page Field, light rain was falling. The temperature was 77 degrees, the dew point 76, and the relative humidity 96%. The pressure was 29.64 inches and rising. At Punta Gorda, heavy rain and fog were reported, reducing the visibility to 2.5 miles. The temperature was 75 degrees, the dew point 75, and the relative humidity 100%. The wind was northeast at 28 miles an hour, gusting to 45. The pressure was 29.69 inches and falling. Rain was falling, with a temperature of 78 at Southwest International, 76 at St. Pete Clearwater Airport, 76 at Orlando, 75 at Sarasota Bradenton Airport, 75 at Venice Municipal Airport, 78 at Naples, 79 at West Palm Beach, and 82 at Miami. At Tampa International, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 76. At Key West, rain and fog were reported, with a temperature of 80. Marine reports along the coast and offshore buoys. At the Seaman site at Venice, winds were northeast at 19 knots. Sea temperature 84 degrees. Air temperature 75 degrees. 100 miles west of Bayport, winds were from the northeast at 27 knots. Sea temperature 85 degrees. Air temperature 79. Wave height 9 feet. Wave period 7 seconds. The report from 210 miles west of Captiva was not available. This is a tropical weather bulletin from the National Hurricane Center, issued at 1:50 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 0600 UTC, the center of Hurricane Ian was located near latitude 25.2 north, latitude 83.0 west. About 121 miles, 195 kilometers southwest of Fort Myers, Florida. About 192 miles, 310 kilometers south of Tampa, Florida. Ian is moving toward the north-northeast near 10 miles an hour, 17 kilometers per hour. This general motion with a reduction in forward speed is forecast tonight and Wednesday, followed by a turn toward the north on Thursday. On the forecast track, the center of Ian is expected to approach the west coast of Florida within the hurricane warning area this morning and move onshore later today. The center of Ian is forecast to move over central Florida Wednesday night and Thursday morning and then merge over the western Atlantic by late Thursday. Maximum sustained winds are near 120 miles an hour, 195 kilometers per hour with higher gusts. Ian is a Category 3 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Strengthening is forecast until the hurricane makes landfall, and Ian is forecast to approach the west coast of Florida as an extremely dangerous major hurricane. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 40 miles 65 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 140 miles 220 kilometers. The estimated minimum central pressure is 953 millibars, 28.14 inches. Your local forecast for the WXK-83 listening area for the following county: Coastal Collier, Florida. Issued at 1:02 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Flood watch in effect through Thursday morning. Tornado watch 545 in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time early this morning. Hurricane warning in effect. Storm surge warning in effect. Rest of tonight, hurricane conditions expected. Showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes, and heavy rainfall. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Near steady temperature in the upper 70s. Southeast winds 50 to 60 miles an hour with gusts up to 80 miles an hour. Chance of rain 90%. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. Showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may produce heavy rainfall. Humid with highs in the mid-80s. South winds 55 to 75 miles an hour with gusts up to 95 miles an hour. Chance of rain 90%. Wednesday night, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. Showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may produce heavy rainfall. Humid. Near steady temperature around 80. Southwest winds 45 to 55 miles an hour with gusts up to 75 miles an hour, diminishing to 30 to 40 miles an hour with gusts up to 65 miles an hour after midnight. Chance of rain 80%. Thursday, tropical storm conditions possible with hurricane conditions also possible. Showers likely. A chance of thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may produce heavy rainfall in the morning. Humid with highs in the mid-80s. Southwest winds 20 to 30 miles an hour. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour, decreasing to 40 miles an hour in the afternoon. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms. Showers likely, mainly in the evening. Breezy. Near steady temperature in the upper 70s. West winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Gusts up to 40 miles an hour, decreasing to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Chance of rain 70%. Friday, mostly sunny with a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Highs in the mid-80s. Chance of rain 40%. Friday night, a chance of showers in the evening. Partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-70s. Chance of rain 40%. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-80s. Saturday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 70s. Sunday, sunny. Highs in the mid-80s. Sunday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly clear. Lows in the lower 70s. Monday, sunny. Highs in the upper 80s. Monday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then clearing. Lows in the lower 70s. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the upper 80s. Your coastal waters forecast for the WXK-83 listening area for the following marine location: Charlotte Harbor and Pine Island Sound. Issued at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tornado watch 1009 in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Thursday. Hurricane warning in effect. Tonight, tropical storm conditions with hurricane conditions possible. Northeast winds 30 to 35 knots with gusts up to 55 knots, becoming east 35 to 45 knots with gusts up to 70 knots after midnight. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. East winds 50 to 70 knots with gusts up to 85 knots, becoming southeast 80 to 100 knots with gusts up to 125 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions expected. Southwest wind 70 to 90 knots with gusts up to 110 knots, becoming west 40 to 50 knots with gusts up to 70 knots after midnight. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Widespread showers. Thursday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. West winds 30 to 40 knots with gusts up to 60 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 40 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Numerous showers with isolated thunderstorms. Thursday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming west 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Bay and inland waters rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers until early morning, then scattered showers late. Friday, west winds 15 to 20 knots, diminishing to 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters choppy. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, diminishing to 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers until early morning, then isolated showers late. Saturday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms. Saturday night, west winds 5 to 10 knots, diminishing to around 5 knots after midnight. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms early in the evening. Sunday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Winds and waves higher and near thunderstorms. This is NOAA Weather Radio WYOUXK 83, the voice of the National Weather Service, broadcasting at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz. The tower for WXK-83 is located near Fort Myers, in Lee County, and serves southwest Florida, with programming originating from the National Weather Service office in Ruskin. The station provides warning alerts for Lee, Charlotte, DeSoto, Glades, Henry, and Collier counties. Your coastal waters forecast for the WXK-83 listening area for the following marine location: coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 nautical miles. Issued at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tornado Watch 1009 in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Thursday. Hurricane warning in effect. Tonight, hurricane conditions expected. East winds 30 to 40 knots with gusts up to 60 knots, increasing to 45 to 55 knots with gusts up to 75 knots after midnight. Seas 4 to 6 feet, building to 7 to 10 feet after midnight. Bay and inland waters spread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. East winds 85 to 105 knots, becoming south 90 to 110 knots in the afternoon. Gusts up to 130 knots, decreasing to 135 knots in the afternoon. Seas 11 to 16 feet, building to 13 to 18 feet in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions expected. West winds 75 to 95 knots with gusts up to 120 knots, diminishing to 35 to 45 knots with gusts up to 70 knots after midnight. Seas 13 to 18 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Widespread showers. Thursday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. West winds 30 to 40 knots with gusts up to 60 knots, diminishing to 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots in the afternoon. Seas 9 to 14 feet, subsiding to 8 to 11 feet in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters extremely extremely rough. Numerous showers with isolated thunderstorms. Thursday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Bay and inland waters very rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers, mainly in the evening. Friday, west winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 30 knots. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Bay and inland waters choppy. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, diminishing to 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Bay and inland waters moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers until early morning, then isolated showers late. Saturday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms. Saturday night, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms until early morning. Sunday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Winds and seas higher and near thunderstorms. Your coastal waters forecast for the WXK-83 listening area. For the following marine location, coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Issued at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tornado Watch 1009 in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Thursday. Hurricane warning in effect.
Yeah.
Tonight, hurricane conditions. Northeast winds 35 to 45 knots with gusts up to 65 knots, becoming east 50 to 70 knots with gusts up to 90 knots after midnight. Seas 8 to 11 feet, building to 12 to 17 feet after midnight. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. Northeast winds 85 to 105 knots, becoming northwest in the afternoon. Gusts up to 135 knots, increasing to 130 knots in the afternoon. Seas 17 to 22 feet. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions expected. West winds 55 to 65 knots with gusts up to 80 knots, diminishing to 30 to 40 knots with gusts up to 65 knots after midnight. Seas 16 to 20 feet, subsiding to 13 to 17 feet after midnight. Isolated thunderstorms. Widespread showers. Thursday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. Northwest winds 25 to 35 knots. Gusts up to 55 knots in the morning. Seas 11 to 15 feet, subsiding to 10 to 12 feet in the afternoon. Numerous showers with isolated thunderstorms. Thursday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Seas 10 to 12 feet, subsiding to 8 to 11 feet after midnight. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers early in the evening, then scattered showers in the late evening and overnight. Friday, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming west 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon. Seas 6 to 9 feet. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots. Gusts up to 25 knots in the evening. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers until early morning, then isolated showers late. Saturday, west winds around 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Isolated showers and thunderstorms. Saturday night, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Isolated showers and thunderstorms until early morning. Sunday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Isolated showers and thunderstorms late. Winds and seas higher and near thunderstorms. Flood watch remains in effect through Thursday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of South Florida, including the following areas: coastal Broward, coastal Collier, coastal Miami-Dade, coastal Palm Beach, far south Miami-Dade, Glades, flooding may occur in poor drainage and urban areas. Additional details: a fairly widespread 3 to 5 inches of rain has fallen across the eastern half of South Florida over the past 24 hours, with several more bands of heavy rain expected to move across the region through Thursday morning. Widespread average additional rain amounts of 6 to 8 inches.
That guy's name is Jeff Petrosky. You guys ready to rock and roll here shortly? Oh. Let's get ready. Up. I feel so good now. I can go another 12 hours. You guys ready? All right, let's go. Let's get data. Wow. 25-foot waves south of Key West about a couple hours ago.
Shine.
What do you see? All right, 3 a.m. As Hurricane Center's tropical storm force winds are reaching the coast in southeast, southwest Florida, nearing the southeast coast of Florida. This came by light reporting measuring sustained winds at 39 miles an hour, wind gusts of 60. On the southwest coast of Florida, station reporting 35-mile-an-hour winds at Sanibel Island with gusts of 47 miles an hour now. Here it comes. Winds are getting stronger. Won't be long. There we go. Yep. Fort Myers. Greetings from New Orleans. Am I sleeping? No, not yet. Dozing a little bit. Yeah, I heard. I dozed off snore there, didn't I? I don't snore very often. Seriously, I must be really tired. The eyeballs are coming. That was my little message. This thing's boring right now. It won't be for long. I should shut the stream off. You might want to start the stream again about 8 a.m. What'd you say?
Did you see the latest Euro?
No. Let me look.
Now it's starting to come on down.
That's some, hey, it's raining, guys. It's raining. Look at that. It's really raining. Yeah, I see that, Jeff. That's very interesting. Hey guys, this is just, it's like 2-inch an hour rainfall rates. Guys, looking at some new data that's coming in right now. The Euro dumps about 22 to 25 inches from Sarasota to just north of Fort Myers here, northwest, up to just southwest of Orlando. That's a lot of water. That's just a crazy amount of water. You came at 12 to 15. Well, 20, a lot of 12 and 20 for rainfall amounts. Now it's picking up speed. It's picking up intensity. We're starting to get into the outer bands of not the super high winds, but tropical storm force winds are coming on shore now, and the hurricane force winds are not very far away. They're just tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds are just south of Sanibel now. But we got steady heavy rain, and the winds are very continuous here. It is? Is that right? Stand by. All right, stand by. All right. New pants. Look at that stuff. Wow. This rain's ridiculous. Not a heavy rain. The latest news, it looks like it's, hey, thanks, Drew, I appreciate it. Looks like the latest news is this, see where this thing goes. It's very interesting. Now, so the hurricane right now is moving north-northeast at 10 miles an hour at 15 degrees. Central pressure 953 millibars, 28.14 inches of mercury. Sustained winds are 120. It's obviously there's higher gusts than that. So right now we are 10 miles an hour. We're about 8 hours out. 80 miles. Looking at 8 hours from now. So you're looking at about noon, 1 o'clock before it makes landfall. The North Iowa makes landfall somewhere in the Fort Myers area, or just west of there. Noon. Right. Yeah, it looks pretty fake out here, doesn't it? You're gonna get a lot of water, about 20 to 30 inches across Central Florida next couple of days. I got utility companies rolling into town. Look at the power guys coming in town. They're definitely gonna need them. Yep, probably gonna need a chainsaw. We got tow straps with us, chainsaws, helicopters, you name it, we've got it. And we got a couple lifelines to people that can evac us out if that's necessary. Yeah, helicopters. You heard me correct. We have access to helicopters. Make one call, give them all out lawn, and they're on their way. It won't be during the hurricane, obviously, right? You gotta, wind's gonna calm down, everything's gonna go. Just gotta be after the hurricane pulls out. If you get stuck in flooding, if you know the right people to call, it's not hard to get a helicopter. Really not. They're everywhere. I mean, companies own them. The Coast Guards, you got stuff everywhere. So many assets, right? Private and public and government access to those kind of things. No, I'm just chilling out. No, you won't have a helicopter 140 mile winds. You guys misunderstood it. I said not during the hurricane. I'm talking about after if you got stuck in something, you had to, kind of like a Katrina, big heavy rain event. You get stuck, flooded somewhere. You can go. Hang on, I got something going on. What happened? What happened? Okay, things are picking up. Got some power flashes south of us starting. Gonna be in mode here. There's the pros. I gotta get these ready. Get those ready. That ready. One of those. Getting everything ready, guys. Getting Hurricane Hunter. Getting my helmet on. Getting GoPros ready. Getting stuff mounted. Yep. Hang on. Let's get the lights on. Stand by. That's some important information soon. There's that. There's that. Let's get this going. There's that. Yep. I see you. Here we go. Yep. Lights are coming on. It's getting ready to get interesting. Let's go with that. There we go. I got you up. I've got you. That one going. That's up. Yep, he's got up. And you know what? I think I'll miss one. Got this little guy. That's fine. Take him and put this one over here. I'm talking to myself here for a few minutes. Get ready, guys. We saw our first power flash south of our location. Probably about 10 miles, 15 miles south. Had a big transformer blow. Power line stuff starting to fall on the power lines. So just the leading edge of strong tropical storm winds are starting to impede the area. So when those things happen, you have to start getting things ready. Get ready to start filming, right? So that's what I'm doing. There's that. We're getting different cameras put together here. We're getting ready to get stuff mounted and rolling. Start pointing cameras at the back south here where the power flashes are coming from. Won't be long. There's that. Need that turn around. So over the next hour, I'm gonna be getting multiple cameras mounted, different windows, different directions. We got all kinds of things going on here. I'm just gonna kind of start getting ready. There we go. Yep. It's gonna start moving in. Yeah, we got another another 5-6 hours for, probably another 4 hours for things get really even interesting, to be quite frank with you. That's my honest opinion right now. Things always change, and always will. Got that, and I gotta get this. That's funny. Look what that happened. That was funny. That was super funny. Okay. Yep. You're just northwest of Fort Myers. So it's this location this live stream is. Waiting for the North Eye Wall, the northern area north of the eye, about 50-60 miles to start coming ashore. We're going to start getting power flashes and start the flying debris process. That'll be happening in about a couple hours. It's starting to move on shore south of Cape Coral. Let's look at the winds down there. Yep, I've got 70, a couple thousand feet above the ground. Got 70-mile-an-hour winds coming at ashore south of Cape Coral right now. There they come. Let me go to my other map here. Yeah, Cape Coral area, 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Almost hurricane force winds are coming on shore now down at south of Cape Coral to our south down here. There we go. Let's go right there. Let's go right there. I'll loosen that up. Turn that. Get this guy going. That's not too bad. It's not great either. Sorry about that. Just get some other things mounted in the car here. Sorry about blocking your view there. Yep. Yeah, let's do that. That looks better. Okay, that looks better. Yep. Okay, that one's set. And go do this. There's that. There's this. That going, get this going. Get that out of your view. Get that going there. Yep, get that going. Yep, that's good. Okay. And I'll get this. Do this here. Yeah, just move this. Now relocating this camera right here to the roof. How about that? Yeah. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Get that out of there. Just that. Yeah, I'm just a random guy, storm chaser. Yep. That sounds about right. Just an independent storm chaser. Okay, guys.
Until 7:03 p.m. 8 to 13 feet in the afternoon. Tornado watch 1009 in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Brand new tornado watch 1090.
Tonight, hurricane conditions expected. East winds 30 to 40 knots with gusts up to 60 knots, increasing to 45 to 55 knots with gusts up to 75 knots after midnight. Seas 4 to 6 feet, building to 7 to 10 feet after midnight. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. East winds 85 to 105 knots, becoming south 90 to 110 knots in the afternoon. Gusts up to 130 knots, decreasing to 135 knots in the afternoon. Seas 11 to 16 feet, building to 13 to 18 feet in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions expected. West winds 75 to 95 knots with gusts up to 120 knots, diminishing to 35 to 45 knots with gusts up to 70 knots after midnight. Seas 13 to 18 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Widespread showers. Thursday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. West winds 30 to 40 knots with gusts up to 60 knots, diminishing to 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots in the afternoon. Seas 9 to 14 feet, subsiding to 11 feet in the afternoon.
Car's rocking really good.
Inland waters extremely rough. Numerous showers with isolated thunderstorms. Thursday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Bay and inland waters very rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers, mainly in the evening.
We've already got some
Friday,
stuff's blown over.
15 to 20 knots
out here.
with gusts up to 30 knots.
There's some rails that got
5
blown
to
down.
7 feet.
Looks like, yep.
Bay and inland waters
See that?
choppy. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, diminishing to 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers until early morning, then isolated showers late. Saturday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated showers and thunderstorms. Saturday night, west winds 5 to 10 knots.
Okay, people are complaining. Okay. All right, we'll turn the stream off for a couple hours. We'll come back about 7 o'clock. Okay, is that all right with everybody? I think about coming back about 7 a.m. What do you think? You want to see some radar? Okay, well, it's interesting. A lot of bands, a lot of heavy rain. The OI is taking its time to get in here really slow. But let's see how far it is out there. It's about 80 miles, I think, off south of us here. It's not that far from Cape Coral, though. Sanibel Island. It's good far back enough. 40 miles, about 4 hours away. Just moving north-northeast, about 4 hours, 5 hours. At hurricane force winds, all coming on shore. It's not that far from us now. The winds are picking up here a lot. 70 miles. We're about 7 hours away. 4 a.m. Be about 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. It's going to get probably 9 to 3. It's going to be total mayhem. Right? Let's go to satellite. Let's go look at it. Let's pull this up. And let's go to this guy. My car's rocking. And it's really cool. Look at this. It's crazy blowing here now. It's getting stronger and stronger. My ears are hurting. And that means pressure's starting to fall pretty rapidly now. I get the pressure in my ears, I can feel it. Let's go here and tropical tidbits. Let's look at those rapid, let's look at tropical tidbits data here. Satellite image. Yep. Let's see what we've got here. Oh yeah. Wow, look at that thing. That thing really, man, look how you got that big open eye wall that's kind of getting close. Look at this big ball of energy. See, it's on the western side and it's getting, yeah, you're getting some western, God, that thing is blowing out in all directions. Whoa, here's some, you got some westerly shear starting to come in. The westerly winds are starting to come in. See how it's getting this line here? It's like making it kind of flat on this western side. The westerly wind, the jets come, the westerly upper trough starting to impede on the hurricane. It's going to try to start shoving him northeast. It's not done it yet, but look at this ball coming around. Yeah, it's going to start bumping him northeast, northeast. Oh wow, man, look at that south side of that thing. That south side is like a absolute drill press. My gosh, that thing is wicked. There we go. There's Sound Battle Island right there. We're up here. We're gonna get in that northwest, north central eye wall, northeast eye wall. It is on its way. It's pretty wicked. Heavy rain down, still water vapor. Great outflow. Wow. Wow, I even took a jog to the northwest. Wow, and it's pumping out the outflow channel. Yeah, it's kind of jogging northwest. I thought that same thing when we go too, right? See what these winds are doing. Key West, kind of. Yeah. There's a little northeast jog. Again, these winds aren't reaching the ground. 140, 135, big area of 100, 120, 126. All these dark brown is 120, 140. This is a super bad, wicked winds right in here. And then back down here, you know. $140. Look at all this belt of 120, 140. I even have some 150 pixels in there. Yeah, it's not the surface, it's probably a couple thousand feet off the ground. But you get the idea. Some really, really wicked stuff's coming. It's not far, guys. By another, like I said, I'm 4 hours. I'm gonna say 8, 9 o'clock. We'll start getting stuff coming north. But the hurricane force winds are actually, you know, just, they're not that far above the surface, just to our south here. We'll start having power flashes. So you're gonna have power outages start occur back south here as those higher built winds start moving on shore. It's not quite there yet, but it's getting close, right? It's getting close. Each outer band will get stronger. Okay. cradle. Hello from Tampa Bay. This is just for safety right now. Just, you know, it's not much is happening right now. Don't want to be on the back roads driving around, and we're just waiting for the hurricane to get up here, guys. This is the boring time. Not much is happening. Just waiting for it. Once it comes daylight, we can see if there's debris or water across the road or flooding and those kind of things. Then we'll start moving. Well, big, about 2 hours from right now, about 6:30, 7 o'clock, we'll start moving. Yeah, it could be right here. It could be right where I'm already located. May not have to move at all. Might have to move south, back down to southeast of Fort Myers, back northwest, just hanging out in the middle. Okay, I'm gonna go mute. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys watch the stream. I'm gonna let you guys watch the stream, and I'm gonna mute on the audio side. Okay, thank you for the support there. I appreciate it. And also, Looks like you're from Australia. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And then also, you guys want to hear the rain. I get it. Awesome stream. Yep. Yeah. Wait. Just wait till. I just wait. We got. Yeah. Give it about 2 hours. Sun will come up. We'll have a lot of daylight. You're going to see things, blocks, miles in front of me, beside me, around me, and things will get way more interesting. There'll be so much stuff you'll be overloaded. We have a lot of stuff to be shooting. Storm surge, flying debris, you name it, it's going to happen probably today. Be patient, everybody. But really don't expect the big stuff to start happening until probably after 8 a.m. Eastern time. Think about just letting the stream, we'll get it going here. There's that, yeah. The video stream should be pretty good. We got really solid coverage right now. Really strong signal, really good coverage, really good streaming signal. It should be really good. If it's not, let me know. I'm gonna touch back into the channel. Go back to mute for a second.
those outer bands. But I want to give you a better idea.
Now, so the main reason I had to mute you guys is because I'm watching some local broadcasts. I can't have audio from the TV station and commercials and their broadcast going over our broadcast. It's because that's a no-no, right? You can't take somebody else's broadcast and the audio track and the stuff they're playing on that and their talent and things and commercials to broadcast on this, right? You can't cross mix broadcasts. So anyway, that's why I had you muted watching stuff. Water starting to rise, freshwater flooding starting to occur across the Fort Myers area. Some roads are starting to go underwater. Some flooding starting to occur now. Apparently there was a small tornado earlier when we had that circulation we were chasing. Looks like it may have set down in parts of Fort Myers there, and there's some damage, some roofs and trees fell in people's yards and did some damage. And anyway, the big story is that the water is fresh water from all the extremely heavy rain. It's starting to fill up some of the roads and some of the, I just saw a couple live shots where the water was about a foot deep in several areas. And they're watching the waves getting bigger and larger and the water rising back south of Sanibel Island and that area. So things are starting to come up. So that's why we're not driving around right now. That's why we're kind of held in this parking lot. We'll wait for sun up here. It's about another hour and a half. And then once we get sun up and we can see the road and, you know, make sure things aren't covered up with water. So that's what's going on, right? Got a warning. Stand by.
Tornado Watch number 546, effective until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties in Florida: Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Glades, Henry and Lee, and the following marine locations: Charlotte Harbor and Pine Island Sound, coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 nautical miles, and coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watched area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, Tornado Watch number 546 has been issued until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following counties in Florida: Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Glades, Henry and Lee, and the following marine locations: Charlotte Harbor and Pine Island Sound, coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 nautical miles, and coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Englewood out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Tornado Watch number 1009 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Thursday for the following marine locations: Charlotte Harbor and Pine Island Sound.
Okay, so looks like 5 o'clock advisory just came in. Stand by and we got a deal. Looks like they're saying a 942 millibars Cat 4, winds 138 gusts to 138 gusts to 167 miles an hour. 138 gusts to 167, guys. Currently is what the new deal is. I'm going to pull in data now. Makes landfall now at 2 p.m. or it's approaching immediately southwest of me here at 2 p.m. It's probably going to make landfall about 4-ish. I'll give you more exact here. 2 p.m. They've got it 11 miles from coast. So I'm going to call landfalls at 3 o'clock. Around 3:30 this afternoon Eastern Time. Category 4, extremely large and destructive hurricane. It looks like it may have just been upgraded to Cat 4. I'm hunting for information on that now, but it looks like it is now Cat 4. I'm telling you guys, this is going to be absolutely horrible. Okay, here we go. That's 12:30 discussion. Just bear with me here. Got the 2 o'clock advisories. I know the new one's coming out. Just waiting for it to update on my map here. Yep. No, it's not Category 5. I'm still trying to confirm the Cat 4. There we go. Okay, they're estimating estimated central pressure hurricane hunters en route, from my understanding, 942 millibars. Okay, guys, we're upper 930. A couple of computer models, a couple of the new research science hurricane models have it going into the 930 range, 932, 931, which would be high Cat 4. Okay, so it's guys, it's going to be full throttle here. Just about 4 hours here, about 9 o'clock to dark, and about 9 a.m. through this afternoon. It's going to be really, really, really out of control. I'm still waiting for the hurricane. I know that advisories came out, but I'm trying to get the information. Their website's getting hit really hard right now. I'm just waiting for all the information to pass up so we can talk about it. Hey Jeff, you might want to start hunting. It looks like they just went to Cat 4 on it. 942 millibars. It's still intensifying.
Dropping.
It's still streaming, but see if you can pull it up. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Okay, Air Force at 5 a.m. bulletin. Air Force Hunter planes find it strengthening into an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Expect life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, and flooding over the Florida Peninsula. 942, pressure down at 27.82 inches of mercury. We're going to have all kinds of alarm. We're going to have all kinds of warnings start coming off the phones now. Going to Cat 4. Going to be a Cat 4 at landfall. And we're going to, it's going to be really bad, folks. I know you're tired of me telling you that, but you just can't imagine what's going to happen here in the next about 4 hours from now. Just starting about 4 hours from now, it's going to go extremely downhill fast over a wide area. We're going to have about a 50 mile wide, because the hurricane force winds have spread out in a big wide area. So we'll see what it does here. Hurricane force winds are now spread out 40 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds are out 175 miles from the center. 942 pressure, 2782. Okay, here's new surge numbers. Stand by. So, water could reach the following numbers. It's the following locations: middle of Longboat Key, Botanica Beach, at Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12. The deepest and strongest surge will be immediately to the right of the eye, which we know, and where the surge will be accompanied by the largest battering waves and strong storm surge in those locations. It's going to be immediately ahead of the eye on the right-hand side, large battering waves, and therefore, next extreme threat is catastrophic wind damage is likely, and the core of island moving onshore. Hurricane conditions will begin along the west coast of Florida. Hurricane warning later this morning, with tropical storm warnings continuing through daybreak tomorrow. Central and northeast Florida, 12 to 18 inches of rain. Some areas will reach in excess of 24 inches of rain over the next 48 hours. Widespread, life-threatening, catastrophic flash flooding, urban river flooding expected through central Florida. Okay, I got my point data here, Jeff.
Category 4.
Category 4. 64 knot winds are 40 miles northeast. Tropical storm force winds are 140 miles northeast at 12 noon today. And then tonight the winds go way out by a 6Z. After it moves inland, the winds will double in outward motion on the tropical storm force winds. They go from 140 miles northeast of the center to 240 miles northeast of the center, 130 miles to the southeast. So the tropical storm force winds are almost going to double from 140 miles from the center to 240. It's going to give you a huge area of very strong winds for about hours. Well, it's pretty bad. Okay, I'm going to go to Okay, guys. It's gonna get really crazy. Oh my gosh. Sprinkling, it's blowing. Yep, winds are picking up. Oh my gosh. Yep, winds are picking up. Winds are blowing hard out. Starting to blow hard outside. Estimated time of arrival should be about noonish for the immediate Fort Myers area. I mean, the hurricane force winds, tropical storm force winds are already on shore. Hurricane force winds will be coming on shore here as we get to. I'm sorry, I'm not trying not to laugh. Oh my gosh, somebody just pulled up beside me and they were yawning. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And I looked over at them as they were yawning, and it was like kind of this crazy look. So anyway, yeah, it's just pretty bad. I'm going to pull up some more information real quick. I wanted to look at this zone forecast. Winds are picking up. As we get daylight, yep. Yeah, I'm just northwest of Fort Myers. Yeah, got it. Yeah, everybody's waking up and people are starting to ding me. Okay, guys. Let's see here. There we go. Right now, I'm reading the new Weather Service, all their individual city impact statements. So just bear with me here. Oh Lordy. Jeff, Weather Service just issued impact statements per city. Hang on here. Wow, this has not even been updated yet. It's going to be worse than this. Number's going to actually be higher now. Port Charlotte, Port Garnet, and Charlotte Harbor. Winds 135, gusts to 168 miles an hour.
So we got to figure out where we're gonna lock it down.
Yeah, it's gonna be full bad here. Yeah, it's gonna be really bad, guys. Yeah, it's officially Cat 4. It's got signs that looks like it might even be getting tighter. Yeah, it sounds like, guys, the western trough is impeding on it. It's starting to get shoved to the east, north, or it's starting to shove eastward on satellite. Northeast, starting to shove hard northeast now on satellite. Wow. Hey guys, we got this kind of wind coming in. The only way, a parking garage, we're gonna have to find extreme shelter, right? You start getting winds of 120, gusts to 150. It's going to be whiteout conditions. Even at 10 or 11 o'clock this morning or noon, it'll be total whiteout. Almost like a fog, like when the pressure's falling rapidly and you get these intense cores coming in. You'll be able to maybe see, oh my gosh, maybe 50 yards, sometimes 20 yards, sometimes 100 yards, and these waves come in. But yeah, it's going to be really, really tough to see really well, and the core, the heavy stuff. But we'll see. Oh my gosh. Sarasota, you're going to have damaging winds up there too. Your biggest problem in Sarasota, you're going to have extreme flash flooding from the thunderstorms and the storms wrapping around the eye back to the northwest. It'll give you 2 to 3 inch rainfalls. You're going to be really close to 20 inches plus in Sarasota of freshwater freshwater flooding. Disney, you're going to have tropical storm force winds near hurricane force gust as you get into tomorrow, and that will and also about 18 to 22 inches of rain, 25 right in that range, right on the west side of Orlando. In Orlando, this basically, except for the extreme western panhandle, Florida panhandle, the entire state of you're going to have a tornado outbreak. East Central, Southeast Florida today, Melbourne over to Orlando, back down to Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. Southeastern half is going to have a tornado outbreak. Southwestern half is having a major catastrophic Cat 4 moving ashore. The whole state's going to be under some kind of either power outage, major hurricane, tornado outbreak. It's going to be just mass damage in a lot of areas today. Of the next 2 or 3 days, actually. Wow. Tropical storm force winds down at Miami. Jacksonville, you're going to be up 15 to 18 inches of rain up that way, up that direction. Winds are continuing to intensify, guys. Skies are lightening up a little bit. Not quite sun up yet, but oh my gosh, the sky, the clouds are just, it looks like we're in a hurricane. The skies are just racing back southwest to other northeast here. Oh, whoa. Just a minute. Hey Jeff, this update for the last 10 minutes, it's now moving at 2:30. Took a huge jump to the northeast. Right now, if it did that 2 more times, it'd be on the left side of it.
Here it comes.
Yep, it's coming, guys. Charleston coming into the Gulf, and it is, it's really wicked. I've got a really bad feeling. I'm real Nancy right now. This is just, you guys just, and at some point, if it's going to get so extreme, I'm probably going to turn off the feed because I'll have to super laser focus. I won't have time to babysit the feed. So it's not like I'm just going to be sitting here in the parking lot, right? So we're going to be running for cover, doing things that, the film, but get out of harm's way. And we got some prep work to do. We got some things we got to get ready on the vehicles and some other things before the main eye gets here, the main winds get here. We'll have time to do that, but we just need to get the sun up because we've got we got probably 30 minutes worth of work, some stuff we got to get mounted, cameras in 3 different cars. We've got things going on that we've got to just do some maintenance stuff that we'll finish up first thing this morning before the main eye gets here. Jeff, do you want to go find cover right now on like a drive-through somewhere, and let's start getting the rest of the equipment hooked up that we need to get done, and all of our hurricane suits on?
Yeah, and I want to hit the Rain X up again on the windshield.
Yeah, I got to do Rain X and start just go get that done. We probably need to go ahead and get all this stuff done, because I got, we got all these camera stuff we got to get mounted and bolted down and everything.
Is there a car wash around here?
I thought I saw a dry bacon here. Let me look at the map here.
I saw a self-serve one around here somewhere where they had the little bays we could pull into, and then it'll stay dry while we work on everything.
Oh. Yeah. Shows we got about 10 on the street. It's actually one Jeff just down the street here, but it says Express Car Wash, but I don't know if it's a hand deal or not. That says detailing shop, so it's probably not.
Self-serve car wash.
Yeah, I am Chris. I'm right now. I'm out of the. As far as I know, Chris, on all the latest flood maps, we are out of the storm surge. Where do you see that, Jeff?
No, that's what I was just making a statement.
Say it again.
I look for a self-serve car wash.
Okay, I just punched it in. Hang on. We've got one southeast and one southwest of us.
That way we can Rain X and get our camera set up.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hang on. This doesn't make sense. This is open at 7. I mean, I don't know. Okay, this one's open 24 hours. I'm going to this one. Let's go. It's real close. Here we go.
Okay.
Let's go get ready. Those ditches are full. About half full. The bar ditches. A lot of water in them. Go down here, light guys, we're gonna turn left. Guys, we're gonna go car wash. We got to change into hurricane suits, and we got a lot of we got some cameras. We got to mount. I got to pull some equipment out of the car. We got to get some mounts ready, and we got all the camera equipment ready. But we've just got to get things mounted on different areas of the vehicle, on 3 different vehicles, and just got to finally get into the final deal here. It should be right on the right. There it is. Oh. Is that it? Oh. Oh, there it is, but that's not exactly what I was looking for. Uh-oh. That's a drive-through. No. Huh.
That doesn't look like self-serve bays. We gotta find a different one.
No, that's not right. Uh-oh, I don't like that either. Water, water, water. Yep, yep. So that's not gonna work. There we go. Boom, boom, boom.
Where was that other one at?
I'm looking, Jeff. Hang on. Go back. Where'd you guys go? Where'd you go, Jeff?
I'm over here near the Sam's. Where did you go?
Say turn right?
Yeah, I turned right.
Okay. Yeah, hang on. GPS is trying to figure out where I'm at here. Hang on. Well, all these say they're closed till 8 a.m., so that means they're definitely not self-serve. Hang on. And the internet is went to crawl, guys. Yeah, I gotta turn around. You gotta go back. You gotta go back northeast to the intersection, past the intersection. I'm just gonna turn around on this road and go. We'll go back, flip back around. So that you just made a U-turn down there.
Yes.
Gotcha. I'm gonna make a turn in front of you here, Jeff. Since I got it right away. So all we're gonna take this road, Jeff. We're gonna go back probably about 2 miles northeast here on this road, and we're gonna intersect. We're gonna be back where we're gonna be. There's 3 of them right there. But the worst doesn't arrive, guys, until really about noon o'clock, probably 9 to 3 p.m. Actually, 9 to 6 p.m., 9 to noon. I'm sorry, 9 to about 6 p.m. That's when we're gonna have 120, 140 mile an hour winds. Jeff, I'm gonna go through this intersection and just keep straight ahead. There's like 4 of them up here.
Just going through this intersection?
Say it again.
You're just going straight through the intersection?
Uh-huh, just straight through, don't turn.
Got caught at the light, so we'll be there in a sec.
Yeah, the reason the lights are blue, they're doing that for my blue shed, right? Rain is coming in, so it's the winds. Dude, hey Jeff, I've got a canal right there. I got a waterway on the right. It's way up. I mean, it's like maybe a foot below the road. This road's going to go underwater. That canal on the right I just passed is just below the bottom of the hill here. Jeff, that circle K might work right there, Jeff. Maybe. I don't know. The wind's going to be blowing horizontally bad. Okay, it says the car wash is right here. Keep your eyes up. Supposed to be 1 on the left side of the road and 2 on the right side. I think that's going to be a drive-through. No, it's a drive-through, Jeff. And we should have 1 on the right-hand side. I'm going to turn the corner. The 1 on the left's not going to work either. supposed to be another one right here on the right. I'm making a turn. Jeff, do you see? Well, there's one right there. It's also closed. It's also dry. I'll pull through. Try to turn the left, Jeff. That's not going to work either. Try to turn the left. So, okay. So here, let's do this. Let's come to this parking lot. That's 3. I don't think they have them, Jeff. Haven't seen them yet. There might be someone somewhere, but we're gonna have to go plan B.
We passed so many of them on 41 here. I remember seeing them. I just don't know where they're at.
I see some back. Yeah.
On 41. We're not this road.
Well, I know. I see. Yep.
Maybe you were on 41 instead.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. Yep. Let me get the punch in a deal here.
We're going to be in hurricane winds here soon.
I know we are. Stand by. Yeah, all these stay close till 8 a.m., guys. We're out of luck on that.
It's okay if they say closed, but we can still, as long as they're like the single little bay ones.
Yeah, guys, I don't know what to tell us. I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it's still a bank drive-in, guys. Just find a bank drive-through.
Go to the right here. I saw something that way.
Okay. Down on the right.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to look on the right side of the road, that water inlet? Did you see how deep that water was? It was like a foot below the road. It was very deep. What's here on the left? Is that a drive-through? That right there on the left, that's a drive-through of some kind.
There's a canopy there, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, there it is, right there on the left. There's one called Dirty Dog. Dirty Dog Car Wash. Or Dirty Dave's Car Wash. There we go. We're in it. The only bad thing is, it's east-west Oregon. The winds are blowing about 65 miles an hour. We're going to get soaked. That ain't going to work.
Well, we'll have to catty corner or something.
Yeah, good luck on that deal.
Power flash.
Where? Which way?
Just to the right.
Power flashes immediately coming inbound. Here come the hurricane force winds.
That's the bank.
Oh, that's the bank. Okay, it's gonna bank. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go forward and just pull in a different base here. I'm gonna do this bank here because I've got a big cover. It's real wide, Jeff.
Man, it's bad to be hanging out there.
I got big cover here.
It's dry here.
Yeah, it's big time dry. I'm gonna get my stuff ready. Hey guys, we got power flashes moving in, or we're gonna start getting power flashes. Look at the water, guys. It's literally like pouring like a waterfall here. It's just torrential rain. You can hear the audio. I'm just gonna let everything run. Turn downs down. Obviously, you don't need that running. I'm gonna start getting things ready. You guys saw it in the front windshield. It looks like I just had a power flash on the back of the car and I saw a big bright green light go off. Getting power bumps at that power bumps here. How's everybody doing? Oh, I told you I'm getting everything ready. It was ready, but you gotta, as always right before the hurricane, you've got to get these last little minute details secured. That's what I'm doing.
fresh rain X on there, Jason?
No Radex here. Mostly have to just make sure the inside is clean and clear. Fogs up a lot. The inside problem more than outside.
Oh, okay.
Really need to get this windshield replaced.
This guy. Still working, guys. Some gum. There we go. That takes care of that nervous energy before it's super great go time mania. Go. More melts coming up. Beautiful, beautiful. There's that. It's crazy. It's good. There's that. This is going to go down here. All this stuff on here. Flashlight. Yep, that works. Okay, we have this big guy right there. This thing out. I'm gonna load this guy. This is gonna be my go-to guy. Yeah, thanks for reminding me about the goat brain X. I'm gonna do that too. I've got everything with me. See that in there. That goes there. Okay.
Wednesday night, hurricane conditions
Jeff, you
expected.
monitoring?
Hour with gusts.
Yes. Answer these guys real quick. Yeah, so at the bank, guys, probably another 10 minutes. I'm gonna start putting rain X on the windows, and I almost got all the cameras done.
Storm looks like it's turning more to the right. I hear a little now.
You say it's going right. Yeah. That southeastern eye wall is totally closing off, guys.
And immediately.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I gotta move a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I'm running over here, guys. Won't be much. Another 10-15 minutes will be ready. Okay, I got that. Gotta get this up here. Gotta get that out.
Power flash or lightning?
Power flashes. Okay. Power flashes or lightning? Power flashes?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, thanks. Did you guys rain X everything?
Yes, sir.
All right. Roger, I'm still getting ready here. Got another deal. Where's that one? This guy right here. That's going. This going. That's going. Almost done here, guys. A little bit better. Yep. Do the headlights. Got that done. 360. Just about to finish here. Okay, everybody about ready here? Huh? Watch the loop here just a second. I gotta. Let's do a little bit longer loop. Okay. Okay.
couldn't tell if that was a security or if that was a sheriff's department. I don't know, but they left as fast as they showed up. I'd almost suspect sheriffs because I kind of almost doubt that the security firm has got their employees out at this time. Hurricane force winds are about 26 miles.
Roger. I'm wrapped up over here. I'm doing a 60 frame loop on the radar. It's moving at 230 direction now for sure. 230. It's going to go over us. It could even go right of us.
What do you mean right of us? I think it's going to go right over.
Yes, but it's starting to get shoved. Guys, this rain outside here right now, it's probably, look at the rain rates. Yeah, lovely. The back western eye wall is super intense. This reminds me of Wilma.
Yeah, Wilma.
Because you had the trough coming in, you had all that pre-confrontal pre-compression on the backside. The echo tops were higher on the backside, and that's where the most damage was, is the backside. It's kind of nice to have the car out of the rain.
Missing all the fun over here.
Yeah, what kind of fun are you having? Guys, the real bad stuff's not going to start till, it's coming closer. Seems to say it's not going to be long. 40, you can say 30 to 48 miles is the really crazy stuff. So 3 hours, I know it's not what you want to hear. It's like watching paint dry, right? It's about 3 hours before the really start really cranking up. And then from 3 hours to 3 hours for the next 9 to 12 hours, it's going to be total mayhem. So I'm going to say 9 o'clock Eastern time, it gets really going. Obviously, the storm surge is coming in south of me right now. Whoa. Huh. Huh. Some people are speculating.
Yeah, that was a big gust.
Some people say it's going to try to run. It's going to run up the scale here. It's going to go one more category. They're finding. They're saying they're finding Cat 5 winds at flat level. Yeah, no, this I got you. This is a third block wall, Chris. Yeah, I got you. This there's. Gotcha. Okay. Let's just get this little guy going here.
I didn't understand your last one besides the...
Okay, new update, guys. I'm getting multiple reports from multiple reliable chief meteorologists here in Florida. It's a Cat 4, continuous strengthening as possible before landfall. There's a few people saying that the eye is shrinking, and it's actually coming in line pretty well with what the models said was possibly going to happen. Just a minute.
Do you want to run down to that park?
Here we go, guys. We're going. I'm coming over there, guys. Huh. Guys, just bear with me. I'm going to make one change here on the live stream. I'm going to make one change. I'm going to move you out of my view, and you're going to be kind of on your own over here because I got to have a really good clear vision. Let's just wait a minute. Let's see, pull this out. Get you out there. That out. I'm going to put you guys, anchoring you on the other side. There we go. Okay, there we go. Go. Boom, boom, boom. And boom. Let me get you lined up here. All right. Oh. I still got to let's do this. I'll get you that. No, so I can't be that. Gotta move you over just a hair. Just a minute, guys. Put you right here. Hang on. How about them apples, right? How about that?
0 degree line is just to our west.
Yep. Hey guys, got you moved. You're out of my view, and I'm gonna start. We're gonna get steadily worse now. There's. Okay. Which way are we pointing here, guys?
Northeast.
Okay. There's people, multiple sources are saying it may try to run to low end Cat 5 before it makes landfall. We'll see what happens. There's your car wash, guys. How about that? Huh? Hey, we've even got blue lettering. Look at that. There you go. How about that? Right here to start off. Let's do it. No, we're not going to do it. Hey, blue hoses. Look at that. Blue lettering, blue hoses. I can tell you that when things start going nuts, guys, I will not be able to monitor the channel at all. Kathy will be up hopefully here in about a couple hours, and she'll have to monitor the chat.
This main area here, or do you want to go down to that park that we found yesterday?
Which one?
The one with all the white canopies.
Jeff, we stopped at the same place to refresh my memory.
It was the second place that we found with all the that whole neighborhood.
Is it close? Where I don't remember. Is it close by or back northwest?
No, it's back southwest.
No way. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You want to go back down there on the north side? You want to go back down level to north, the North Harbor?
Oh no, not that down there where the marina was. No.
It's getting compressed. The eye wall is shrinking. Oh, wow. I'm going to do something here. Oh, gosh.
Are you talking about a spot in Inglewood, Jeff? Gammons?
Yeah, we had a couple of different places that we had scouted.
That eye wall is getting compressed on the western eye wall. It's 22 by 35. But it's going to try to squeeze planes, keep getting smaller as it comes up towards us here.
That wind shift line is just to our west here.
Correct. Wow. Hurricane force winds are just southwest of us here, maybe about 20 miles. Kind of taking the average of AMX, Key West, and Tampa. It's not far.
I guess we're gonna go ahead and just navigate these intersections through the worst.
Well, just think about this. Where do you guys want to go? But I think we need to get in a big shopping center because we're gonna have to have massive structures to support the 150 mile, 140 mile an hour winds.
If you're talking big shopping centers, you gotta probably get up to Sarasota for that. Probably Venice and that area could potentially have some things for you. But definitely along 41 has a lot of commercial spots. You want to try and migrate to the east, try to get a little closer?
Elevation, we're 10 feet here.
What about that target we were just at?
I'd like to go somewhere it's even better lit.
Well, we're gonna have daylight during all this.
That's true.
Yeah, we should have daylight starting in about 30 minutes.
Got a Costco across the street.
They're reporting 158, almost 160 mile an hour winds now at flight level. It continues to intensify. We're gonna, it's gonna try to make a run at Cat 5, low end Cat 5. It's gonna try. We'll see if it does it. Won't be the first time.
I really hope a lot of people left out there.
Guys, once the debris flies, we're gonna have to the nails and the tack nails and everything's gonna come off all these roofs.
I know, flat tire central.
Yep, absolutely. It's becoming, the wind field's becoming much more balanced. I've got basically I've got a very solid area now of 120 to 140 just before the eye wall and on the back side of the eye wall all the way around the front leading northeast and east-northeast quadrant. It's 143, 142. So it's becoming much more balanced in all quads now. It's getting very symmetrical and very balanced on the wind fields. Elevation, Chris, is 10 feet.
Supercenter, what, about a block and a half away?
Say that again.
There's a Walmart Supercenter.
Let's go.
And a half away.
Let's go. Let's go.
You know me, Cat 4s and Walmarts.
Let's go. Take off, check this, whichever direction it is. There we go. It's coming in. Hurricane force winds. Guys, it's gonna get really bad. Here we go. So we got about another 2 hours of 60, 70, and then we'll build on up to 80, and then 90, then 100, and then we'll have 3 hours of 100 to 150 mile-an-hour winds, and that's when we'll have total devastation. That's about
water starting to stand.
Yeah. You guys turn it going left. Oh, that's where we were earlier today with the sheriff. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a target. All right, look at the big AC units on the top of the roof there.
Yeah.
And then I watched those fly over us in Harvey.
I know. Hey, we also got a park. We also got a Jeff, guys. We got a lower. We got a sunken area back here. I can go back. We can go back under the parking deck. It's below ground, so we'll get below height. We got it's a ramp that goes down in the hole, about 6 feet. So the top of the cars are almost even with the concrete as stuff flies over our heads.
Okay. Keep in mind that probably will fill up with water.
I know that'll be a slow process compared to the flying debris.
Ton of pallets to my left there, so we're gonna watch that.
Yeah. Okay. Those carts are gonna flip. That low cart's gonna definitely go airborne. They'll go airborne verse in. Okay, we got these big packages back. I'm gonna fly my lights on these. What we got here? Okay, that's outdoor stuff. They got the carts are gonna go flying, and this is that's pallets of sod or bark. Okay, guys, I'm gonna show you this. Look at this. It's gonna. Okay, guys, from here the next 9 hours it's gonna be nonstop and just. I want you to just look at the water coming out of this gutter here. That is like a fire hose. Look at that coming off that rooftop. That's probably about over 1,000 gallons a minute coming off that rooftop. That's a 12-inch line downspout, 12-inch. That water is coming off of here. The flooding is going to be unbelievable.
It didn't board the windows. It's going to breach the building.
What's going to breach the building?
It didn't board any of the doors.
Right. The winds are either. What are we? See, which way are we heading right here? Which direction?
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, we're heading. I'm pointing due east.
What's our elevation here?
Just stand by, I'll tell you. I don't like that. 3 meters, 9 feet. 9 feet.
And what was the flood zone for here?
Have to pull it up, guys. South here is at 12, and then this is, you know, 9 was just south of here, and then this area is probably 6. Oh, power flashes. These open those stuff's gonna get flying here. Good, pointing back west. I'm just gonna scout around here. I'm gonna be looking for stuff.
This Walmart seems much older than the one in Rockport. Or Callaway.
Miles an hour. Other information. Repeating. The tornado watch number 1009 has been canceled. Thunderstorms. Scattered showers, mainly in the evening. Some thunderstorms may produce gusty winds and heavy rainfall. Lows in the lower 70s. Chance of rain 40%. Saturday, sunny with isolated showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may
Sometime.
Just bringing this underneath the awning here so we don't have to run the wipers so much on the live stream. Dude, it's kicking northeast. Wow. Whoa. I'm just gonna watch the live stream here for a second. Watch the live radar is what I meant to say. Just seeing how it's wobbling, what it's gonna do, where we're gonna get in it. Hey Jeff, you guys, this road right here, if we start getting water coming in from the southwest or south or southeast around Port Charlotte, we'll take this road that's right out in front of us here, and we'll take it northeast 3 miles, about 3.5 miles up to 75. We'll get on 75 and get in the higher elevation quickly on the upper deck ramps, on the on ramps.
Yeah, Veterans goes all the way, kind of corkscrews around to the exit, but yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so we're 3 miles from the upper deck, so we can do with that. About 3 miles northwest of here, guys, we're gonna have about 3.5 miles northwest here, we're gonna have a catastrophe. You know what that is. The gas pumps over here are starting to move. I mean, the visqueen on them is starting to they're starting to sing a little bit. God. Braking. 936 millibars. It's now 155 miles an hour. It may have just went to Cat 5. Stand by. It may have just went to Cat 5. Jeff, can you pull up and see if you can confirm that?
Right now.
First pass. Okay. First pass. I don't know if this is lower level. It's okay. The Hurricane Hunter's in there now. It's going in. It's northeast quadrant of the eye. Hang on.
A special advisory will be issued at 7 a.m. Hurricane Hunters find 155 mile an hour winds.
At what level? Flight level winds?
It doesn't say, it's just I'm reading the statement. Rapidly intensifying.
Oh, Lordy. Here, oh, gosh. Okay, we're going to have Cat 5. We got to change. Get on, Jeff, or one of you guys, get online and look at a Cat 5 storm surge in a Port Charlotte Harbor. Hey, Chris, pull up a Cat 5 storm surge, or Jeff Hoffman, pull up a Cat 5 storm surge into Port Charlotte Harbor. You're probably going to have excess of a 20-foot storm surge, 15 to 20.
It's also still moving northeast at 10.
Jeff Hoffman, Chris, give me a Cat 5 storm surge into Port Harbor.
This is going to be a slow motion Cat 5 to ride through.
Yeah, guys, this just went up about 5 more notches. The amount of damage is going to be beyond catastrophic. Now, it's going to be total infrastructure failure, high-rise buildings, 2-story, 5-story buildings.
This Walmart doesn't seem like the best idea to me.
But it's got the most beef between the, whichever direction it's coming from. I'm going to call somebody at the state. Just a minute. Terry? Guys, once they get the maps updated, or we'll get the database and we'll get the Cat 5 storm surge coming into the bay here, and we'll see what we got to do. We may have to get over to 75 and get ready to get on the deck, the on-ramp over there, once that eye starts getting closer.
Yeah, because I think the water's going to fill in around here.
Yeah, it's gonna come up here past this. We're at 9 feet here, so if you get a 15 or 20 foot storm surge with 150 winds gusting to 170 on the south out of the southwest, it's going to drive that water 10 or 15 miles inland. We got time to escape if we need to. Okay, the jog is a little bit more to the right. Here, I'm gonna do a briefing on the String, stand by. Okay, hang on. I'm getting an update here. Okay. Let's see. Chris, that Cat 5 you just hit me on the storm surge? Chris, the image you just hit me is that Cat 5. Okay, we'll find out in a minute. Let's go. Here's what we got, guys. Several high-res models from the Hurricane Center and tropical models. Yes, thanks, Chris. Cat 5 power flashes, massive power flashes southeast of me now, coming into Fort Myers. Many power hits now coming in. Okay. Anyway, so it's watch this loop here, guys, because things are going to go. Hopefully, don't go dark before the sun comes up. Look at the eye, and it's the old deal. Let it circle here. See what we've got. It's right in here. Okay, it's just kind of sitting there. I mean, it's moving, but Let's see what we've got here. Hurricane force winds are just south of me now. The 70. Okay, it looks like it's. Thank you, Chris. Look at this eye wall. Okay, so I see some really bad stuff going on. Okay, I see some really bad stuff. The eye is shrinking. It's shrinking. It's sitting here. It's bombing. Pressure's falling rapidly. The eye's getting very small now. You see how wide it is. The eye's shrinking. Yeah, it's 20 miles, but the eye's getting smaller. Okay, Argus, thank you. Pull up this, zoom it. Okay. It looks like we got the wall. The eye wall is going to be a little. It's coming in. 135's down to 20. But the more important things is we've got. There's total wall of destruction. 140, probably gonna have some winds of 150 gusts in here, but 120, 140, 150 in this northeast eye wall. The south flank's gonna be 120, 130. Basically solid Cat 4, possibly Cat 5 winds are developing. Still waiting total confirmation on it from NHC. Okay, we've got 90-mile-an-hour winds. Captiva, you got hurricane force winds getting ready to come onshore or already onshore soon. That area is not very far from us now. We're right here, 25 miles south. I mean, in 2 hours, which is 6:45, 7:45, 8:45. My original forecast was 9 a.m. as when we're going to go to total mass.
I am definitely opting for the I-75 option, in part because I'm getting Amanda's up, and she says it's already blowing really bad there, and she's worried because the doors are not secure, and she's already noticing issues.
Where's that location?
She's up in Sarasota, near the interstate.
Thanks.
Hey Jeff, I think the storm surge definitely is going to back up into the canals here.
Oh, it will. It will, guys, but it's going to happen once the eye gets way closer to us or about to run past us and over us. I've got multiple people back to the office pulling it up. The Cat 5 does come up the canals. I mean, we go to over 9 feet and all the spillovers on the backside of these canals, but it should even be higher than that because this is coming in at a max optimum angle, and it's going to go up these canals here bad.
Yeah, we can definitely pull back as we need to back. It's 3 miles to 75, right?
Roger. Uh-oh. Okay. 75 south of here, southeast of Charlotte. Don't know if they closed it because of anticipated flood over, but it shows all red and all blocked now. 936 now, 936 millibars. I don't know if this is flood over or anticipated flood over. They've closed the road, but this is a total flood over. We're gonna have total inundation here. It's got to be like massive water surge. It's got to come all up in here, immediately to the right of the Hurricane 9. So we're here, Murdoch, Northport, right in this area. And this is a problem. You're going to have water surge up in these areas. These are going to overflow 9, possibly still waiting on really detailed Cat 5. If we go to Cat 5, what those winds or what these surges are going to be, and all of it depends on the angle. The backside of Port Charlotte, Cleveland, Port Argonne. Yep. You believe the western eye will still stay over water out to our west. That's interesting. Okay, we'll see what this eastern, northeastern eye wall does, northern eye wall does. Okay, that's gonna be really, really bad. So these are all gonna, all these small tributaries that come up here, see how they branch off in here, these small deals. This is all gonna be 10, possibly 15 feet of water. We already knew this was gonna be 9 feet. We looked at the detailed maps. It was like 9, 6, and 3, right? And so now if it gets up to Cat 5, I'm still trying to confirm it's 100, that they've, it's a real tough criteria for it to go to Cat 5. It's very strict rules. It is on any level, but we're waiting for it to be confirmed. Just looked at the Cat 5. Yikes. He says, yikes. Okay, that didn't tell me nothing, Chris. But anyway, if we have to, we're going to escape. We're going to go east on 93 and up 75, because this entire area will be absolutely inundated with just gargantuan storm surge. This is not right now, but in the next, the eye's going to come on up here, and it'll be just ahead of the eye and right to the right of the eye. Okay, the massive storm surge, the big, huge battery waves.
So I found a spot where there's some water back here. Looks like we're currently about 6 feet above the water.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to move. Still Cat 4. 5 miles. Okay, it's 5 miles an hour from Cat 5. Where are you going, Jeff?
I just wanted to see what Jason was looking at. Oh, I see all the water he's looking at. Yeah.
Hang on. You got water coming up behind us? You got water coming up behind us?
Yeah, I can't see how much is normal versus what it is now. I mean, it could be only a foot up, but I can tell you we've only got about 6 feet to where the water is.
Okay, guys, the ice is totally closed off now, and we've got it's going to make a run at Cat 5. We're 5 miles an hour away from Cat 5. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you pull up straight, you can kind of see it off to your right, but if you pull up straight where I was, so
the ice getting smaller.
You can actually, with your light,
it's getting
especially
smaller.
Your roof, the light bar, you can probably see it really good.
I
got a lot of power flashes back here to the southwest.
Southwest power, numerous power flashes. Southwest of me now. Okay, let me look back what we got here. The storm surge, guys.
Off to your right.
Now the water's coming up, but the massive storm surge is going to be off to this immediately east, and northeast is going to be approximately. It's not exact. You're going to have building waves, 15, 20-foot building waves up here, and the massive storm surge is going to be immediately right to the right, where you have approximately, again, 140, 145 mile an hour winds on this right side, gusts of 150, and it's pushing that water like a plow. It's like an east-west plow, and this water's going to get higher and higher and higher. Right, it's coming north with these really strong winds. Right now, you got a southeaster jerkily, and as soon as these winds go southerly, and then you get down here, and the winds are going to go southwesterly. And when the eye gets up in this area, just to the southwest of us, right in this vicinity, right in here, before we get cut off, we're going to have to start moving. It gets up in this area, then that's when you're going to have the massive storm surge coming in. I personally think. I personally think we're going to exceed 15 feet on storm surge in areas of the North Back Bays. I think we're going to exceed 15. 9 is too low, it's too small. It's going to be over 15 feet. These back areas these are going to be way out of their banks. They're going to exceed 9 feet above roadway. 41 is going to be coming impassable. Phoenix Chasers are on 41 west of Northport. The road's going to become inundated and impassable. You're going to get trapped if you're in between this road here, Northport, and back here. You're going to get trapped all back through here. These are all going to go underwater. Maybe 9 to 12 feet up here on 41. This back here is going to go underwater. You're going to have a total overrun. All these outer barrier islands, it's going to totally overrun the entire outer barrier island. It's going to be a storage. It's going to go over through the houses, through the buildings out there. It's going to be a total overrun of all the outer barrier islands. 100%. This is all going to be just absolutely obliterated. All this Captiva, you're going to have total inundation overrun. Fort Myers, you're going to have total inundation overrun. Cape Coral, Fort Myers, you're going to have massive storm surge now. Besides the 140 to 150 mile an hour gust and extreme damage. This is going to be really, really bad. Just waiting for the sun. I want the sun to come up before I go off here. I think we got enough time for the sun to come up. Don't you guys know 30 minutes?
Yeah, we're going to have daylight for this.
Okay, let's go over safety tips. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. the safety tips are, because the storm surge is going to be worse, if you're on the second floor or third floor of a house, apartment, anything like that, if you're not in the flood zone, you got to get to the lowest floor. In the coming hours, as we get in that 9 o'clock time frame, you got to get your helmets on, your football helmets, helmets of any kind to protect your head. That's for kids, the parents. Get your helmets on. Get to the interior part of your house. This is going to be extremely critical, life-saving information now. Get to the interior part of your house in the bathroom. If you know you're way above elevation, you're not going to flood, you got to get as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. If you're in a mobile home, it's probably too late to escape. It's the mobile homes in this area are not gonna. It's not gonna be survivable, right? I'm just telling you. I've looked at all this, right, and here it comes. If you're on the second floor, if you're in a high-rise building in any of these areas, if you're up at 10 stories, 15 stories high, you get to the lower floors, stay out of the flood zone. If you have to, get into the fire escapes on your skyscraper type building or big high-rise building, get into the interior firewalls. Most of those are about 12 to 18 inch thick, concrete reinforced steels. You've got a steel door between you and the outside with no windows on the fire escapes. You can go to the second or third floor on the fire escapes and get away from all outside plate glass windows on all high-rise buildings in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, including on up here. It depends on where the hurricane goes. It might even be up here toward Laura and Sarasota as well. This whole area of Venice area, this whole area. You've got to get into the interior bathrooms, stay away from the outside walls, get your helmets on, and try to get in the bathrooms or the bathtubs, and put mattresses in there. And as we get into that 9 o'clock hour and these extremely destructive winds are coming on shore, you've got to get in those interior bathrooms. And you got to do it as we get into that 9 o'clock time hour. These 140, 50-mile-an-hour winds start coming in. It's going to be a wall of debris. I just cannot express how bad this is going to happen, how bad it's going to be. You cannot fathom what's getting ready to happen. Okay, I've been through. I think if this is end up being Cat 5, I've been through like I think 6 of these now, and they're unbelievable. Okay, this looks like a new photo. Cat 5 storm surge is what it looks like here. So we've got all the Sarasota area storm surge all the way. It looks like past 41 a storm surge. 17. Look at all these back candles. Look at how deep this. That looks like it's probably going to be 9 feet above ground level. I believe the red's going to be all 9 foot above ground level. Our road here is going to be. It's inundated as well. Yeah, all these roads in this area, and there's Sanibel Island. This is Fort Myers. This is the road going up here. All these areas are going to be inundated. There's Sanibel Island. Look at all this whole Fort Myers area is going to go underwater with extreme catastrophic damage. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Guys, we'll gonna keep watching here. Chris, can you, Jeff, can you hit Twitter there and see if you got anything coming in we need to be aware of?
I'm just waiting on the 7 o'clock advisory right now. That's about it. Should be, about another 2 minutes?
Is that the special they're putting out, the Hurricane Center?
Yeah, 7 a.m. at a special advisory.
Okay, stand by. All right, here we go. We should start. The other thing that's going to happen if you're down in this area, the next thing that's going to happen is you're going to get the EAS alerts are going to start going off as these high winds start approaching the coast. These extremely destructive winds that just jog northeast. That just jog northeast pretty hard. As these.
Yeah, the center's going to go right over here.
Yeah, it's going to go right over us.
The 0 degree line is like right. It's draped right across this road.
Okay. 0 degree line. This is a 0 degree line. Look at this. Look at this. This kind of gives us the first indication where the track of the hurricane. Now these can bend this way or that way, right? But this is the first thing we do. We look at this and we just watch. I'm gonna loop this and watch this. The eye's gonna crawl up this line. Watch this.
We will experience some of the max winds right in here.
Right. Watch this as I loop it. It's gonna go up the. Watch it. Inbound, outbound. It's gonna try to ride this boundary right up here. And see as it comes up. See how it makes that bend. You just watch this changeover line here, right? So watch it come north. and we're right to the right of the eye, right to the center of the eye. So it should climb, the eye should climb up this line. As you come up north, the trough is coming in. The trough at mid levels is doing this, right? And it's gonna get a nudge. It's gonna get a nudge off to the east. So as this eye comes up, it should track. But remember, you got the eye itself, but around that eye, let's just go around here. I'm gonna quit looping this. Here, I'm gonna just do this so you get an idea how wide this damage path is going to be. There's extreme destruction. This is going to be really bad news, guys. Really bad news. Okay, this is going to be the extreme damage. You're going to have about 100 miles of catastrophic damage, east-west, and then the super bad stuff. You know, if you get a little bit closer to the eye wall, because as this eye wall is 75 miles, so it's calm obviously in the middle. Then you got this northeast quadrant, so the really bad stuff obviously is going to be over in this area as you get up off to the northeast here as it comes inland. Right, you got hurricane force winds doing this off to the northeast, all this northeast quadrant here. Right, there's all the big surge, the big damaging winds, and high in Cat 4. We're 5 miles an hour, guys, away from Cat 5. Okay, it doesn't matter. 140 or 155 is not going to make a difference. Something just happened south here. Jeff, what's going on the road there? Everybody's surging. What's happening in front of us on that road?
That's probably all the water that's coming up back towards Port Charlotte.
Let's go look. Let's go look. All
right, let's go. Go ahead.
I got to mount. You guys stand by. I got a bunch of cars rushing down the road like
the special advisory just got released.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna see if we got what we got there. Let's do it. Oh, it's 41. Okay, Jeff, that's 41, and they're heading west.
That's what I'm afraid of. Maybe they saw a surge coming in. I don't know.
Okay, let's start heading to 75. Start heading over to 75 right now. Start heading to 75. Let's go 3 miles east and see what we got.
Yeah, we look off to the right here. We've got water that's almost up the roadway.
Yeah, the water's coming. He's going. Yeah, he's got to go left. He's going right. You can't do that. I'm a plus into the 75.
Is that water coming up?
I don't know. Just a minute, bud. Okay, they're closing 75. It's probably, I don't know if it's artificial or real, but they're closing 75. 75 southbound looks like it's closing. They're probably doing that because of the storm surge. Just get ready here.
I was going to say, probably, do you want to do that Veterans Boulevard back to the left or do 41 back to 75?
Let's go to 75, guys. Let's get over to 75 as quick as we can. The storm surge shouldn't be up here right now. It's probably the rain. The people are sitting here and they're going higher, so they're bailing. They're getting out. Everybody's racing out of here.
Here comes our twilight.
Yeah, twilight's coming in. It's going to daylight here momentarily.
That canal I just drove around is already coming up over the road back there.
No, I understand, guys. That's fresh water in that. I don't think that storm surge. It's still 1,800 miles south of us here.
All right, here we go.
Just get over here in 75 and see what we got.
Water's going to come up before the wind.
No, I understand that. Okay, wrong direction. Wrong direction, guys. Turn around. Turn around.
Go, Jason.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next intersection coming right up. It's got us cutting through immediately to the right. This is it.
Yeah, that's why I made a right when I pulled out of there, because I thought we were going back.
We can go to the let's go down to this next thing. I'm gonna get stuff to that parking lot right there. Let's go to the main intersection up here, 41, and the road back over to 75. They're closing southbound. All the southbound lanes are closing.
Well, we're on US 41. You can go up into the
Toledo Boulevard. It'll take you to the interstate.
Okay, exactly what I thought. NHC 16-foot storm surge, 16-foot storm surge now. Hold on. Should have been right there. Turn right, turn right, turn right, turn right, turn right. Here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Jeff, did you guys turn right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there you are. Let's go. Now the ditches are filling up. It's not canals, just freshwater flooding. All the ditches are filling up.
Yeah, but that surge is going to come through all those back canals that we were looking at yesterday, and it's going to fill up real quick.
I got you. Well, the freshwater flooding. I don't believe this is storm surge yet, guys. Up here on this road, this is...
Yeah, this is just rainfall.
Right, it's just rainfall. Yeah, they're basically saying, I'm seeing it's below, it's about 3 feet below there, right there, guys. That canal, this will pass over about 3 feet below the road.
It's almost touching the bottom of the bridge there.
I know, I saw that. Let's go over to 75. We'll climb an elevation. We'll get on that bridge deck on the on-ramp. If we have to, we can take 75 north, then we can relocate back west. This is all going to go underwater. Fort Myers, you may have to go vertical. If you're anywhere in the downtown or anywhere in the Fort Myers area, the storm surge is going to be higher now. 16 to 18 feet in Fort Myers, 16-foot storm surge in Fort Myers. You need to go vertical. If you're in a single family house, get to the second floor. If you're in a condo or high rise, you got to get to the second, third floor and do it now.
Wow, pressure's in the 930s.
Yeah, pressure continues to fall.
So it has time to make a run at Cat 5 before landfall.
Yeah, I think it's going to do it. Okay, we're 1 mile from 75 now. We're going to be fine. We'll have to take the hurricane over here, guys. Whatever it gives us, the winds.
It's over here. All those retail stores we are around, we know what happens with those types of structures.
Yeah, guys, this is definitely going to go down in Florida's history. The worst disaster in Florida's history ever. The canal right there was down about 4 feet below the bridge deck. I think it's going to be closer to noon, guys. Probably that 10, 11 to noon when the massive water starts coming in hard. We're going to be fine. That water right there is 4 feet below the road. We're crossing about 11 canals here, guys. Stand by.
If you find flooding, don't worry. There's a lot of back streets. I know this area a little bit.
Okay, fine. guys watching on the stream, we're fine. Just taking a
You can really see it being compressed against the trough.
Say that again?
You can really see it being compressed against the trough.
Okay. Roger.
Kind of just shunting it off to the northeast more.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's going to go over Cape Coral hard. May go over north, or it's going to go Arcadia, Cape Coral. Hurricane force winds, guys, are just southeast of us here. Fort Myers is 65 plus now. The 85 is coming into Captiva. 140 and 155 mile-an-hour winds now are just southwest of Captiva. It's getting brighter outside. I can see more. We got to make a bend here, guys. We go down the surface road, make a bend, go under the bridge, and then back northbound on 75 or on the surface road to get on 75, it looks like here.
Are we actually going to go northbound yet?
I just think we need to get over there because they're getting road closures 10 miles north of here on 75, northbound and southbound, but they're putting those up because they don't want nobody on the road. And it's going to flood, right? You're going to have backwash. Canals over here are coming up. I just want to get up on that. I want to get up on that entrance ramp to get above this water if it comes ripping in here. Okay, we're going around a bend southbound. Jeff, check our elevation here on the map. What is it?
9 feet.
Yeah, this is going to be almost double over this road. Oh my goodness, look at all those people in these apartment buildings here. Oh my gosh. There must be 2,000, 3,000 units right there. Jeff, this is a big shopping center area. Let's look at the ramps, what we got. Let's look at these canals right here. We gotta go down here to the next flat, and then we're gonna go over here, look at the on-ramp.
Oh, look at the water off to our right.
I saw that.
It's equal to the road.
I know. Guy in front of me hit his brakes. I'll take the waters. We look up the road here. It drops down on the waters coming in. 75. Let's go over here near the 75. I'm not gonna say we take it yet, but just start looking at it. Definitely not going southbound.
It's at least our option for higher ground.
Yep. At the worst case scenario, I'm going to the top of this bridge, which is 25 to 30 feet above ground level. I'll ride it out on top of the bridge if I have to.
Yeah, I don't mind riding it out up there.
16-foot storm surge into Port Charlotte now. It's the bulletin. Okay, stop there. I'm going to assess this. I've got a bunch of law enforcement over here east of the road here. So we got a big transmitter there. The road goes up, guys, to about 30. We're going to be about 30 feet up to 10 feet, 12. That's a 25-foot embankment. We're going to be 30 foot up if we have to. We'll take the hurricane on this upper bridge deck. That tower's probably going to come down. See that tower? We don't want to be to the northwest of that because that's going to come rip it. That's going to fall and collapse on the interstate 75 northbound. The 150 mile winds up there will come down.
Just like the tower in Laura.
Exactly. Got a bunch of emergency vehicles. Let's see what's happening right here, guys. Something happened. Is that a fire? They might be getting fuel. I think they're fueling up, guys. May not be a bad idea if they probably allow the city. They got the pumps on for the city for their equipment, so that's probably what's happening. Probably if we go there real quick, probably need to fuel up, right? You know, if we take the cards.
Might be the last opportunity.
Absolutely. Before the power goes out, and it will be going out very shortly. Sun's coming up.
Are you on the right side?
I'm on the left side. I'm at the stoplight here on the left side.
7-Eleven?
No, I'm going to this on the south side. The racetrack doesn't have nothing, I don't think. I'm going left here, guys. I'm going north into the Sam's Walmart parking lot at the Murphy here. Go to Murphy. Just hold up here a second. Just hold up. Pumps are off.
Pumps are off.
Yeah, I got you. Maybe one on.
All the cops are over at the racetrack.
Say again?
The cops are all at the racetrack.
Are they filling up or they're just sitting there?
They didn't have time to look. I think they're sitting.
Let's go back to racetrack. It's got a lot more opening. Guys, we got to watch this eye. We still got 3 or 4 hours. I thought it was going to go west of us. I don't think it is. I think the eye's going to go right over us here. Again, we got to walk. You want to do a 360 surveillance of this Walmart here, guys. It's different built. You want to do that real quick? Come with me.
It's brand new construction.
Yeah, it's brand new. It's a super center. Yeah, this is gonna be way better built. We may take it right here because we're right here by the parking deck. Jeff, you can go the other way if you want. I'm gonna look for areas we can duck in.
You guys look at the Walmart. I'm checking racetrack.
Yeah, do the racetrack. I'm just looking at let's see. Yeah, we'll have southeast winds 150. I want to see what this backside looks like because the winds will be. Ooh, we got water right there. That's a pond. So you got a little waterway right there. It's down about 10 feet below there. Okay, here we go. We got a big loading dock. They got 2 semis there. They'll roll. May not roll. They may roll.
They will roll.
Yeah, but you got that. Yeah, you don't want that to flip on top of us right there. Yeah, that'll. See, this is just for the viewers.
That's a death trap, man.
I know. This is what we had to do right here. We had to do this down at the hurricane. What hurricane was that, Michael?
Harvey.
Oh yeah, Harvey. We went down below the ground here, and we had we had the whole roof of Walmart coming off over. It went flying, and the trailers next to us flipped with the 18-wheeler cabs attached to them. One of them went airborne about 10 feet in front of me and disappeared into the winds because the wind came over this wall and caught it like this. The wall was short about 6 foot, and it disappeared into the wind. It went sailing, and that was unnerving, extremely unnerving.
We got a body of water to our right.
I see the body of water. All South Florida is a body of water. Okay, this guy's got his camper back here. All right. Oh, I see what he did. Yep. That's a shelter. You could, if that RV wasn't there, you could almost, well, here's nothing you can do. Oh, no, he's got pallets here. Well, you can't. Well, no, you can't. So I said you could almost squeeze in between the pallets in that container. Yeah. Okay, we got this. Oh, it's wide open. Oh, we got one truck. Okay, I got another big loading dock here. This, you see, I was thinking about the winds. The wind's going to come out of the northeast. You're going to come out of the north, depending on the eye, and wind's going to come over that wall right there and flip that trailer. Do you agree on that, Jeff? The wind is going to come out of the north as the eye comes up from the south. It's going to flip that trailer back. It's going to roll it back to the right.
That's correct. And like in Rockport, we started on the south side and then we whipped around to the north side.
Roger. It's just, this eye's coming up. We're going to have a screaming east-southeast wind. Let's keep looking. This structure's way better.
New construction. Oh, look at that boat on that trailer. That's not good.
What is it? Oh, the boat. Yeah, no, that's not good. He got it out of the water. Jason, did you go over to racetrack or?
Yeah, so racetrack is a no-go. That's for just hanging out. Pumps are all wrapped.
That's fine. Guys, we've done it before. I can't quite squeeze in that one. You remember what we had to do before?
One of the things, yeah, I mean, all three of us may not be able to do it, but like see these little alcoves and stuff where the building folds, there's a lot of corners. That always helps with where the walls are gonna, they're gonna fail the least.
Okay, guys, here's the other thing. Let's look at this.
So usually, and we can look it up on satellite, the rooftop units are usually toward the back of the building.
Right. Stand by. I'm getting an update from the office about the surge coming and a map. Stand by.
So all the water that's around us is strictly just stormwater management ponds.
Okay, here's the storm. I got a brand new storm surge map just issued from the National Hurricane Center. 12 to 16 feet, inundating all of Fort Myers up to probably, I'm gonna call it Venice. No, it's Inglewood, excuse me, Inglewood. Inglewood down to Batona Beach, 16-foot storm surge. Charlotte Harbor and Charlotte City, 16-foot storm surge. I'm gonna send you this map.
And that's why we pulled back.
Yeah. Nope.
Did you text that to me?
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, we're definitely out of the main risk zone. Yeah, if yours is the same one as interactive on the page, I can see it.
Can you see the outline of the storm surge map?
Yeah, is it the one that's got the red, orange, yellow, blue?
Right. I've never seen this when it went to pink. I just sent it to you, Jeff.
Just got it.
Guys, sun's coming up. Gonna watch as soon as the sun comes up, guys. We're gonna get ready. We gotta watch these winds. Sorry, I can't focus on the stream right now. Okay, took a hard jog to the northeast, northeast, moving northeast. Just got I got a bulletin back west. Damage is occurring in Venice. Reporting some kind of damage. Power flashes beginning 1 to 2 miles northwest. Power poles snapping in Venice. They're, by the way, they're on the zero line. The line. It's the winds are probably out of the northeast. They're over 100, about 100 right now. And it's, let me look at the loop here. Jeff, look at the loop and tell me if you think it's still doing that northeast jog or east northeast.
north-northeast.
Roger. Jeff, I'm going to switch over to the local station here, BBH TV.
We are sitting just on the right side of the zero line.
Okay. Okay, guys, clouds are just. If you guys look up, let me do this for you guys. Just look at the clouds. I'm gonna tilt you up there on the live stream. You can just watch this stuff flying by. It's the clouds are just screaming by now. I'm gonna get out of the car for a second. Sometimes you just gotta get out of the car. I gotta feel the atmosphere. It tells you what's going to happen.
I'm less concerned about surge back here now, but now we have to think about the 155 mile an hour winds.
Right. How much a live deal? Say bye.
So this is where, if for safety you want to get out of the winds, you're going to have to get on the interstate, and you're going to have to go north and then west to get out of the eye, to get to the weaker side of the eye.
Film it. Okay, streamers, I'm going to take you outside with me. This is crazy. Before the heavy rain comes back in, just watch this. Just watch this, guys. Look at the winds. Look at the low-level winds here. That's about 65 to 70 over my head now. Maybe, yeah, about 65 to 70 now. The clouds are ripping out of the northeast now, so Iowa's approaching. Look at this, they're racing southwest. They're racing back to the eye, back to the circulation. Everything's racing southwest. Now 65 to 70 on my head. That wind's going to double in about 4 hours. As that eye comes up toward me, the wind here is going to accelerate like a big vacuum cleaner, and it's just going to start racing. It's about 65 to 70. It's going to go to 140 at about 4,000, 5,000 feet above my head in about 3 to 4 hours here. And that's when we're just kind of catastrophic damage all over the city. All over the city is going to have massive damage. Poles, I'm really worried about this big light, this four-legged tower here. Cell tower is going to come down. Cell tower is going to come down. And all these big poles, all these poles are going to come down in 155. All the light poles here in the Walmart parking lot will come down. Every one of them will rip off the bases. It's picking up out of the northeast. There's a big cell tower right there. Go to 55 to 60 now. There's a big fire going somewhere right now.
Jason, have you made your decision about Sarasota?
Stay with me here. Guess there's a fire.
Not yet. I'm kind of watching because there's a good-sized band coming in, so I either got to go just before it or just after it.
Charlotte County, there looks like a building or shopping center is burning down live right now. Oh, excuse me, take that back. Oh, it's live. Take that back. Live in Key West, there's an entire apartment, motel, hotel burning to the ground. With winds that it looks like they're about 75 miles an hour. Jeff, what was we going to go look at next?
I think I'm pretty satisfied with this area.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the racetrack. I want to look at the shopping center on the south side. What do we have here? Just want to scout all these buildings right here. There's another gas station. Okay, that's the Murphy's. There's AT&T.
Yeah, it's just another commercial complex, but yeah, check it out. See what you like, what you can film.
I'm watching the local station here. They're watching all the bays. The water's still below. That has not sourced any part of Port Charlotte down south of us here, about 10 miles. They're watching all the bays, live cameras, and the water's not topped yet. It's down about 2 foot. I like this big open area a lot because this is how we're going to survive this. Stay away from the real clustered areas. And we're right here on 75 and we can get out of here. You know, we'll get up on the bridge deck. Worst case scenario, got a bridge deck, and after the eye comes, the water source comes in, we'll be up on the bridge deck at 35 foot in the air. Okay, guys. Okay, this is okay, guys. This is going to be really, really bad. Brand new update. 155 gust of 190 miles an hour. 7 a.m. advisory. Winds sustained 155 gust of 190 miles an hour. 937 pressure and falling rapidly. Guys, this is going to be one of the most life-threatening hurricane chases I've ever been on in my life.
We're just knocking on the door of Dorian.
Yeah, it's almost Dorian. People watching everybody watching the live stream, you better pray for people in Southwest Florida.
That eye wall, it is shrinking, that eye.
It's definitely contracting.
I think the bottom of the trough is trying to get ready to grab it, and it's still that squeeze place. It grabs it, it ventilates the top rapidly, and that's what it's doing. It's just causing massive ventilation on the bottom of the trough as the diafluence is coming over it. Okay, you guys know every one of these campers is going to fail. Everything here is going to fail. Is that store open? Is this racetrack open? Hey, you know what? Let me see if they're actually store open or is it closed? Assuming it's closed. I know it's still gas. You guys think this should be closed, right? Is there a clerk in there?
There's no employees. Yeah, it says it's closed.
Okay, that's fine. I'll say next thing we could do is we can go in the freezer. We can go in the vault, the freezer vault. Okay, guys, this is
Go behind this racetrack in the neighborhood.
Where, Jeff?
Back behind, so when you leave here, make a right. I want to see what's back there.
Okay. Guys, I'm extremely concerned now about our complete safety. It's gone beyond, it's gone way past chasing. It's gone into the stratosphere as far as the risk. There's a car wash, but I don't like the angle.
That car wash ain't holding up.
I know it's gonna collapse. There's a Hampton. It's absolutely packed.
As is the Holiday Inn Express.
Where? It's gonna be a quick survey. I don't dig this. Just turn around. Turn around.
I don't like this. Power lines, cell towers.
Guys, we've got to find. We're gonna have to find a fortified vault. I mean, we're going to find a fortified facility quickly in the next hour and a half. We got to figure out if this eye is going to go over us, or barely to our west, or barely to our east. Makes all the difference which way the debris is going to fly.
I know it's a little out of position for the eye, but there is the news that the hospital I was mentioning earlier in Venice, but it's up a bit, quite a few exits.
I remember seeing that. That's making blast. I mean, you know what that is.
It's brand new too. It's not even, you can't even see it on the satellite.
What's everybody's opinion on the eye? What do you think is going to happen? Is it going to go west of us, or is it going to come around top of us?
I think it's right here, Jeff.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if it still hooks a little bit more to the east.
Roger. It's the trough's coming in and pressing on the western eye wall now, or the western upper mid levels. That's getting a flat look. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to come over us.
A little to the east. It could still be on the western eye wall side. not by much.
Down the stream, it's just
Look at the new lightning activity in the northern eye wall, and it's pulling it back a little bit to the northwest in that last few frames.
Roger. That guy just put through the light. I don't know if the light's going to change here, guys. I guess when they're going to go, we're going to be stuck here. Let's go.
So if you look at the map where I-75 is, okay, so where it takes that long bend to where it's almost due west, and then it bends again back to the north, and where the map, not the map, but radar scope says where Venice is, that's basically where the hospital is.
Roger. We may be able to escape if we have to.
Yeah, that's definitely a full bailout spot right there.
Roger.
Listen to the wind. Put your window down. You can hear it with the communication tower.
What was your question again?
And with the communication tower to the right, you can hear it.
Is it whistling?
Yep.
Yeah, you guys streaming. We just saw the wind down. You can hear the towers are whistling now. The roar is starting.
Sadly, my aunt lives 1 mile down and in a residential area to the left.
Let's Cracker Barrel. I'm just looking for anything, guys, that's wide. All these hotels on either side of the road here is fully packed. Depends if we have an east-southeast wind, guys, or if we have a north wind. Jeff, how far are you going down?
Just around the corner. I just want to look.
Can I hide behind the Verizon store? Yeah. Jeff, there's a big shopping center to your right back there. Big shopping center. Just past it.
Large mobile home park to the left here. There's going to be so much sheet metal.
Oh, no.
Watch out.
Yeah, guys, we got a large mobile home court immediately to my left of the road here. Those are all going to get shredded. It's going to be totally leveled. How far are you going down, Jeff?
Just around the corner. A little bit more, and then I'm going to stop.
Single and two-story houses. What about that commercial right there?
That's the entrance to my aunt's community back there. You stay here, I'll check on her after the storm.
More shopping centers to the left.
They don't look like they'll sustain a Cat 4.
I'm gonna go in here and look at it real quick. I just want to see what we have.
Another large mobile home park here to the left.
Okay, so we're gonna have gargantuan. If the eye goes west, we're gonna have gargantuan amounts of sheet metal flying through the air. It'll cut everything in two. Dollar store. These aren't gonna survive.
Happening to you, Jeff? Gammons?
Yeah.
I'm just going through. I'm on the south side of the road here, going through this parking lot real quick.
Just, we're busting you, heading back to you.
Okay, this Winn-Dixie. I've got a couple cubby holes on this north side of the building. There's a couple cubby holes. You could park 1 or 2 cars there, and you can hide behind the walls. It's a center block building. The roof's for sure going to come off. Then you got exposure to the tower situation. Okay, I've got emergency vehicles coming northbound on the service road.
Power's flickering.
Power's flickering. Okay, here we go. Yeah, and it's all big spark south. It's all big flash.
Careful, there's an ambulance coming out.
Right, he just passed me. He's in front of me. Now we got another big mobile home park. There you go, Jason. You're just turn right. You're in front of me, heading back the other way, eastbound. If you guys wanted to, you probably got just enough time to go back down to the parking garage downtown where we're at yesterday, guys. You can be there in like 10 minutes. You can leave the cars lower level, and we'll go into where we saw everything.
Oh, the Punta Gorda?
Yes.
I think the storm's going to be to the west of us a little bit.
Okay. Looks like it. Everybody's repositioning. Guys, we probably have time to make it to Venice.
You want to try Venice?
Where did they have the center track from us, our current position?
Right over us.
Power's going off and on.
But it's been trending a little bit to the left of that.
Let's look at velocities.
It's been trending mostly to the left. I would expect it to probably rebound back a little bit too.
Where was the elevated area in Venice?
So just off the interstate at Laurel Road and I-75 is where there's a hospital, potentially a garage. I can't remember if there's a garage there or not. But it's elevated, lots of highway spots. It's really safe. That's like a good high ground area.
Yeah, this thing looks like it's going to go west of San. I wonder if it'd be safer if we took 75 versus the 41.
It would be safer and faster.
That's what, if we're going to do it, that's what I would do. I would not take 41.
And right now there's time to take 41, but not too long.
Look here. Jeff, you got to think about. Yeah, 75, then you can turn back around and come back down to Venice, or you could be on 75 and go northbound. I wonder why they got so many. Look. Oh, I see what's the back bay. So now they got, look at the back bay of Venice, up northeast of Venice. Look at, they got northbound, southbound. They got like 100 blocks. Says road closed. Road closed. Northbound, southbound's closed. That's probably the back bay. There's a stream goes. That's what it is. There's a stream or creek that runs from Laurel and Hopkins back northeast. And that's going to probably run over, probably top 75 there. I'm assuming that's why they've got it closed.
You're talking, I think I see what you're talking about. You're talking about where it goes through Nokomis?
Yeah, northeast of Dakota's right. Look up on 75 on mine, on the traffic. I've got road closure. I got like 50 road closure icons there.
Interesting. I don't see that at all. Okay. That's a good thought.
Guys, we're going to be down in gut time here real quick. Let's see what we're going to make an effort here. Let's look at these. Look at these winds, guys. Storm surge is going to be on the right. It's got go back and forth there.
Wind shift line is what, west of us by about 5 miles?
It is about 5 miles, and it's very interesting what it's doing. It's trying to lift north, but it's also trying to lift northeast. But it's going to be very interesting. The main bulk of the extremely destructive winds, guys, are about probably 2 hours away. I'm talking like the 120 solid. Probably at least 2 hours away, about 2 to 3 hours away. That's when we're going to get 120 all the way.
Here comes the next big band up on us. It's coming here.
Okay, I've got, it's 57 miles, guys. From our current location, it's 57 miles southwest. If it's moving at 10 miles an hour, we got 4 hours before we go into 120 and 140 mile an hour winds. It'll be 12 noon when we have 140 here. 120 to 140, 155 coming through here right where we're at. So we got plenty of time to go any direction. Just, I'm trying to think how this is going to evolve. If that right flank, if it comes ashore and that right southeastern flank opens up, then we're going to want to be on the northwest quadrant of that eye, which is probably going to be closer to Venice or Sarasota, or just in that general area. But I'm worried that the structures in Venice aren't nearly as good as what I'm seeing here. As far as newer, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so downtown Venice, no, it's older. You're absolutely right. There's areas outside of Venice that are newer.
Okay. Right now, guys, I'm at 75 and 41. 75 and 41. We're right here. 75 and 41. We're right. We can get on the 75 quickly. Get, if we have worst case scenario, we can get up on 75, go 35 foot in the air. Prefer not to do that with 180 mile an hour wind gusts coming. Right? Yeah, yeah. Everybody online is saying take 75, go north on 75. Yep, the clouds are racing. Yep. Okay, we got our model. Look at all these cars coming out of here, heading to 75.
Anybody's fleeing the Peace River.
Right there, everybody's fleeing the rivers. That's right. So whatever you guys want to do, we can be over there in like 20 minutes. It's not very far.
I say we go check it out.
Where do you want to go? Venice 75?
Yeah, it's right there. Why not?
It's trying to take me, because it thinks the interstate's closed, it's trying to take me on 41 west here, which is right north of those deals. I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Sounds good to me.
Let's go 75, right?
Yeah, and like you said, it only takes 20 minutes to go there. If you don't like it, come right back. We got time for that.
Okay, let's go. Hey guys, we're westbound down. Uh-oh. That guy wasn't gonna stop. He's coming out. That see what happens. People get super scared. You guys watch the streams. You see that car coming to the intersection there at about 70 miles an hour out of a neighborhood. People go into panic mode. They're like everybody's fleeing because they know that this is gonna drown everybody. It's gonna overrun everybody. I'm gonna take a little bit extra buffer here. I can still get the damage and still get the winds, but got mobile home parks on the right. That's got to be a wall of sheet metal and millions of pieces of sheet metal at 180 miles an hour. It will literally slice things in two everywhere. Sheet metal, all these poles here will be broken, snapped.
We got caught at the light.
Flagpole to the left. The flag's ripping off the poles now. What they're doing is they're showing all 75 is going to go underwater, guys. It's all near the water areas. They're showing it blocked, like 50 red deals on mine that said road closed, but I'm sure it's where the water's, they anticipate the water going over Highway 75. I'm sure it's not there yet, but it probably will be in about 4 hours.
It's very, in my mind, I'm always thinking about it, and we're fine for now.
Where you guys at? You behind me?
We got caught at the light.
I'm gonna wait for you at the ramp.
Yes, sir.
That's interesting. You guys hear that pop on the window? You got like gravel stuff pop coming off the road and hit the window. Made a big loud pop sound. Gravel stuff starting to fly.
Gonna take a wild guess. We're gonna get caught at the next light.
Red light on the on ramp. Not turn south, I'm heading north. There we go, guys. I'm heading north. You guys coming?
Yeah, we're coming under the bridge here.
Okay, let's go northbound. Northbound 75. Viewers, we're leaving Port Charlotte. We're leaving Port Iguana and Charlotte area and also Fort Myers. We're leaving north. We're about 10 miles, 15 miles northwest of Fort Myers. Wow. On the road, debris on palm tree, debris on the road, northbound lanes. Northbound inside, right on top of the bridge.
Very strong northeast wind.
Yeah, it's coming in. I think it's going to come right through Northport, right in this area. Right, it's going to be within 5 miles. Might be just go 10 miles west of us here. This is dead center of the eye. Yeah, your line's moving back east now. It's starting to fudge back east. Oh, I got a mobile Doppler radar. Is that Norman? Hang on. I got OU's on top of the bridge here and ahead of you on the right-hand lane, on the east northbound lane, over the bridge. So on the bridge, they're scanning the hurricane on top of the bridge. Looks like that was Dow that did the research. The line, the crossover guy's line is moving. It's slowly coming east now. It's slowly moving east now. The crossover line. The hurricane looks like it's trying to jog the center eye. It's trying to jog east. It's moving about 240 now. It's making a jog to the northeast now. Got flipped the radar loop. Looks like to me the ice is trying to wobble eastward. It's trying to literally almost move 250 now.
You think we're gonna get too far north?
That's what I'm wondering. But we'll go over here and we'll look real quick, guys. Again, it's gonna be 4 hours for, I'll say 3 hours before the extremes up here. Or you got 100 continuously. About 3 hours max. Ooh. It took a big fat jog to the northeast. Big fat jog is just like, you know, this thing's so big across there. It's yeah, the western eye wall may stay over water, as the office said.
Opened up a lot. I think that's part of that northeast jog. It opened way up.
Say it again.
It opened way up. I think that's why it's jogging to the northeast. It's opening up to the northeast.
Okay. Well, I feel way better being on this open road than those narrow roads with trees on both sides of the road. Everybody will get trapped on those roads because every tree will come down. We're about to make the bend here. We're going to start heading due west. Okay, really getting strong gusts now. It's 7:53, guys. Strong category 4. We're 5 miles an hour away from Cat 5, and the storm continues to intensify. Pressure continues to fall to the 930s now, with the hurricane hunters making passes so as we speak. They raised the storm surge to 18 feet. Port Charlotte, everybody's fleeing the city at the last second. The ones that stayed were racing out of the in the last 15 minutes when the new advisory came out. It went to high Cat 4, Florida with Cat 5, and the storm surge was increased. Everybody started fleeing all the areas that thought they were safe. Everybody's fleeing those areas, including us. We'll make the bend over here. We'll be over here in 10 minutes. Back over close to Venice. And we're gonna see what this eye wall does, Northport. Yeah, you guys, the back end, as you know, like 9 feet above, the back end of just west of Northport, that area right there is it showed 9 feet, like maybe a half a mile or mile each side of it's been pretty amazing. Anyway, that back port back here, south, the river, the back bay there, southwest of Newport, that's going to overflow 9 feet on both sides of the bank. That's what the inundation map shows. I got people stopping. Got shredded trees. Stay by. Just got some debris on the road. Tree debris. See, I'm worried, guys. All this debris, all these telephone poles, all these light poles are coming down on both sides of the road. All these poles are coming down as this eye comes up in about 3 hours.
I am super surprised that FDOT did not drop the lights on the poles. Usually they drop them down. Because it kept Judson South, and everybody thought they were clear until yesterday noon, and it was like, no, it's coming here. I mean, every 6 hours it went another 15, 20 miles, and everybody's scrambling to get everything out, to get everything done. There's no time. I remember the initial hurricane warning, how small it was.
I see a lot of people surging northwestward. FYI, a lot of people are surging northwestward on the update. We may be making the right call here. Yeah, we are. It's moving north, guys, north-northwest and north-northeast, and left to north. Landfall's got to be, it may be Venice or south of Venice, right in that area. North, south Venice, right in that area. Inglewood. I'll go with Inglewood. I've got a task force coming south on 75. That's high water rescue. That's high water rescue boats going into Port Charlotte. They're getting ready for the storm surge. If you're watching the live stream, Cat 4, borderline Cat 5, storm surge has been increased to 18 feet. All in the Fort Myers area and Port Charlotte, the back bays are going to go 18 feet. The water, all the back inlets and rivers and creeks north of Port Charlotte and the bays are going to surge up to 75 across 41. That's why we decided to go ahead and escape out of there and come on up the highway here. We're up westbound on 75. We're going to get closer to the eye. I want to be either northeast or the northwest eye wall. I want to be over here in the eye. I don't want to be out past the eye wall. We're going to get ready for just massive destruction. Winds are continuing to increase 175, heading westbound, rapidly toward Memorial area. 75. We're just north of Northport. Yeah, we're just at about 2 miles north of Northport, heading west. The west winds are increasing out of the north now, and close to that changeover line, where the winds come out of the northeast, southeast, and they're going to go to north, strong north winds at like 75. Look at the velocity level. Guys, we're going through the changeover line right here. It's right here. We're going through the changeover line right here. The eye's going to go right over Northport, guys. Englewood and Northport's what's going to go. It's going to cross right here on the interstate. Englewood's going to be Englewood or Manzano K or Rotano. It's going to be the official landfall. It's my gut, based on the eye and where it's at right now and where it's headed. Well, winds are getting stronger and stronger out of my north here. That road right there, my brother bridge goes down to Northport. Jeff, if you look at the scan, it looks like to me it's we're definitely going to go. The eye's going to go right over Northport. It's going to go Eagleton, just south of Englewood, Placida. That's where it's going to make landfall at Placida in that general area. That's where we were yesterday, Jeff, on the bridge. Goes over the Outer Barrier Island, right there at the Causeway Bridge.
That's right where we were with the marina.
That is correct. Okay, we're going to go to really hard north winds here as we continue west, and we're almost into the hard north winds. We're getting ready to go through the changeover line. Now look at this. This is outrageous. This is how intense this is. Okay, the ice, oh, we're not quite center, but the ice southwest of us. The North Eye wall is 50 miles southwest of us. It's about 220 at 50 miles. Coming north at 10 miles an hour. Be here in 4 hours. 3 hours. It's 8 now. 11 o'clock. We'll have 120 mile an hour winds coming in over across 75 and just south of us.
Yeah, northern eye wall.
I know, it's super wicked. We don't have to go all the way into Venice, but we can. Who wants to take us to where they think that location is?
Which location is that? That's downtown or the hospital?
I'm gonna take the exit. Well, yeah, downtown. That whole Dawkins area is gonna. Well, it could be offshore flow there, depending on what the hurricane does. I think we need to come in from the east side of Venice. I think.
I'd say go to Wall Road. You can side there if you want to come back down. Because Wall Road is I think it's the first exit after you turn back to the north.
Right, I see that Venice Avenue. Okay, guys, we're going through the changeover line here. Oh, winds, be careful. Be careful because we're going to cross winds. It may go to 70 or 80 out of the north across our bit. I'm getting pushed to the south here.
Yeah, I can definitely feel it.
Okay, so we're crossed over now. says 9 miles for that exit south for this.
Another 9 miles?
Just get strikes at 9 minutes. Just a minute. No, 5 miles. Well, it's trying to take me around weird look. Never mind. I'd say it's a really major trail, but all right, buddy. I'll call you later. Call me if you need anything. Thank you, buddy. Bye. Terry's been at the operations center. He couldn't tell me what that facility. Guys, we got stuff's going to start breaking everywhere here. Look at all the poles bending. Look at the trees. We need to set up and think we're going to start shooting. You guys want to have a chat somewhere real quick?
Go up and check the bridge.
Oh, I see what you're checking. You're checking the water deal right here. That's the bridge. There's a waterway right there, Jeff. Is that what you're doing?
I go down and look, and then we can go across if you want.
No, there's a waterway right up here. There's a water canal. He's going to see how bad it is. Is that what you're doing, Jeff?
That's what I'm doing. I just want to take a peek. Sorry, stop sign.
Again, these areas, we got a north wind. We got an offshore wind. We're pushing water out of these bays southbound right now. They're going to be pushed out. And if the eye comes west of us here, but 2 or 3 miles, when we switch to south at 140, then it's going to come back, surging back north. But right now it's pushing out. I'm going to go over here. Let's get a closer look. I'm going to go this road right here. Let's look. It's down. It's down about 8 or 10. It's down about. Oh, there's a low water dam crossing here. Hey, it's much more open down here. Come down here to the right. There it is. It's down about 6-8 feet below the road right now here. It's down about 6 or 8 feet. The water's getting pushed out south. It's getting shoved south because of the north winds here.
Yeah, there's a water gauge just before the bridge. You can tell the water's down here a little bit.
Yeah, it's down. The water's getting pushed out. Yeah, it's definitely down. That's because we got north winds at 75. It's pushing it south out of the bay back down to the coast. But when that wind switches back to the south, southeast or southwest or southeast down here on the right side, then we're going to start. It's going to surge up here quickly.
Yeah, this is a full drawdown. I'm looking at the bank. This is a drawdown below even the normal.
Actually, you can see the water if you look real careful under the bridge there. Look at the water going south. It's like a look at the water. There's rapids. It's like really swift water moving south. It's surging south. The water's surging south. Jeff, I think we need to get a game plan on where we're going to execute.
I think we found it right here. Look at the radar. I mean, we're due northeast of the eye.
Okay. Coming up. Okay, let's go find where we're going to. Yeah, this is going to be it. We're going to be. Okay, we're going to call Venice. You guys watching the live stream, but we're back with you now. We're going to call Venice. It's going to be our landing place. Of course, you can see right here, we got bridge decks right here. If we have to, we fill up full of water, and then we're going up 20, 25 feet in the air. We got probably 120 sustained coming. It's about 2 hours away, 2.5 hours away, roughly. Seeing where it's at. That's about 2 hours. We'll see how many miles it is. From me down to that's 40 miles, 8 miles, 10 miles an hour. It's 4 hours away, 3 to 4 hours away. We're still looking at 12 noon for catastrophic damage moving in over this area. So good news is it's light, like we talked about. Again, we need to go over safety tips. As the high winds come in, go to the lowest floors. If you're in these apartments, condominiums in Venice, in the southwest part of the city.
This feels like old Punta Gorda to me.
It's coming back again.
I said this feels like old Punta Gorda to me. Tree down here in the intersection. Careful, Jason.
Yeah. Do you remember where we want to go here? Remember the places we tagged?
south of here.
For sure?
Yeah, I think it was just south of here.
Oh, you're right. Let's go there now. Yep. Yep. Actually, if you want, we can go ahead and set up operations, what we need to do. Okay, guys, it looks like we're gonna probably pretty close call Venice the where we're going.
My ears are popping.
Your ears are popping?
Yep.
Yeah, mine are too. Mine are too. Pressure's falling rapidly now. Yeah, my ears are hurting really, 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 really bad now. Wow, isn't that crazy? We're coming south and our ears are hurting.
Wow, I got one heck of a tailwind right now.
Yeah, we're getting pushed south to the ocean. Okay, guys, we may have damage occurring here. You know what? Yeah, let's get over here. We're gonna have damage very soon, guys. On the live stream, we're going to a roughly a 4,000 unit mobile home park. This is one of the many neighborhoods. I talked to many people here, asking them to leave for about the last 24 to 36 hours. Some said they were staying no matter what. Others said they'd think about it. Let's go through here right now. We're going to find out real quick. You want to take the south road or you want to go into the addition?
I don't know.
Well, let's go on the south road. Let's just see what we've got. Oh. We're about 2 hours away, Jeff, from it getting up here. The extreme damage. About 2.5 hours max.
Are you making a left? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm making a left on this road. This is where it's at, right here. Jeff, so our initial plan, if it doesn't pull back to the right here, then all the sheet metal and debris is going to come flying to this road. We'll be downwind, not upwind of it. So unless it changes, we don't want to be down on this road because everything's going to come flying from our north back to this road.
Watch those trees, Jeff. They're already coming apart.
Yeah, you're right. This is gonna be a bad option too. Yeah, this whole thing's a bad option. Yeah, we'll get trapped in through here. We'll go down here and look real quick. You know what I'm gonna do, and then we'll get out. Jeff, do you want to deploy in here?
Mine isn't ready to go, but you can if you want. I'll stand by.
I just want to see if the people left. I want to go through the whole thing because you're going to have to start rolling. You're going to have to start rolling. Winds are picking up. More towards now.
Wow, those power poles are swinging. This is not going to be clear much longer.
The ones on the right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're all going to come down. Everything's going to come down here.
Definitely not excited about this canopy.
I'm out of here. We can go back on the main road, guys. The road entrance is right up here. It's a block away. Got debris hitting the car. Trim debris. Let's turn around. I don't like it. This is our entrance anyway. Let's make a U-turn and get out of here. Let these guys go and we'll whip around.
About halfway down this road, watch the poles on the right. There was like several that were swinging.
On the right or the ones to the left? The metal ones to the left would swing real easy, I would think.
No, it was these wood poles.
Everything, okay, the storm surge is coming in way south of us. It's reporting straight flooding, but look, it's south of Coral, Cape Coral, it's turning water surging. Poles have got lines coming down in the distance south of the road here. Power lines are coming down. This thing doesn't pull back to the right. I mean, whether they're gonna be right over it or we might be in the, boy, it's very interesting. The line's trying to move east, but it keeps getting shoved back to the west because the hurricane's so intense. It's fighting the trough really, really, really hard.
We could be in that northern eye wall for some time.
I know that. Watch the water over here. It's all going to depend if we got north winds, guys, or south winds, guys, got straight flooding. Do I get in this open area?
Yeah, we could do that.
I cannot believe how many people are still out on the road.
Guys, I got a big shopping center south of here. Let's go south a quarter mile. There's a massive shopping center. Okay, well, it's Home Depot. Everything's down here. I just want to get to the newer structures, right? And so we can get ready. You guys will watch this on streaming. We're in Venice waiting for the rival hurricane and coming in, and Cat 4. Extremely damaging
Yeah,
winds.
that road we were just on. Give it another 15 minutes.
I know.
Driving down it.
So if none of it comes down on cars, it is crazy to me how many people are out right now. This is not usual for us. Usually we're pretty much a ghost town at this point.
Correct. You want to go down to Inglewood? Wow, it's just amazing, this thing, how this northern eye wall is just amazing.
Inglewood might be pushing it, but I can see going south for a bit.
Well, it just depends on this road. If we stay with the north wind, it's going to go right down this road. It's the trough is trying to shove this. It's trying to shove it to the northeast, but the hurricane's so intense, it's keeping the changeover line where it's like 3 miles east of us here, 2 miles east of us. Okay, here's what I want to look at, guys. Just look at these big open shopping centers here. Look at this. This is the area you want to be in. Once the final assault comes in, you want to be in here where we can maneuver around these big buildings. You guys, I like this area right here. It's wide open, and we don't have to worry about the canopy stuff situation, the trees on top of us. There's a bank cover. I'm looking for it. Look, Jeff, look for places we can back into, like fortress places.
It's right there.
Hey, let's go scan this Lowe's real quick, guys. Let's just go do it. Sometimes they have some really good stuff set up. Let's just scan the building here. Oh, look at that north end. Go to the left, guys. Go to the left. Go to this north end.
Seriously, a semi truck trying to drive right now?
Yeah, I see that. They got doors. I like this right here, guys. What depends if we stay north wind or if we're coming around south wind. If it's north wind, I won't do this. If it flips around south wind, I'm doing this right here. I'm going, oh, perfect. Here you go. If we flip around south wind with wall of debris, I'm going right here. This is a superstructure. Got up awnings. Okay, right now I've got a northeast wind. We'll do this North Bay overrun, and let's see what I've got here. We can hide behind the pallets in this wall here. If we go around the building, I'm just going to run the building here. Depends on the wind changeover. If we go to the south wind here, we're going to take the shelter on this north end here, because everything will be flying over us. Let's go to the back side.
Jason, that canopy, what do you think?
It depends on the winds. If you have a north wind, that canopy is going to go sailing southbound. If you have a north wind, a south wind at 100, it's going to probably maintain, because it's not higher than the other roof. It'll maintain. So the biggest problem is when it whips around. Okay, this is no good. All this is no good here. Okay, I got a big dock down below ground. Nope, got 18 wheelers back here. Nope, not going to work. That's a problem right there. Big problem. Nope, it's not going to work. Okay, only option I see there, guys, that north end. And that's only if the winds come out of the rip to south at 140 here. If it stays north, that's a bad option. We'll be impelled with debris.
Too many pallets over there.
I know there's lots of pallets.
Yeah, pallets and those straps on those 2x4s, all that stuff, that's not gonna.
I've already got something ripped off. I got an awnings ripped off in front of the store right here. And on the west side of the Carrabba's Italian, I've already got a sign ripped off here. It's out in the parking lot right in front of the store here. So signs are coming down. Okay, I'm gonna go back southbound, guys. Just keep scouting, look at everything. I'm gonna go back southbound. You guys behind me?
Yeah.
Go to the intersection back to Ewing. Because it might be when there's abrupt deals where we go from like 120, 140 north winds and then whip around at 140 south winds if the eye goes right down the center of us. It's definitely when it passes, it's going to do that. It's going to flip around, plumb to southwest hard. So that squeeze plate, the eye's getting smaller. Looks like it's crunching.
Unfortunately, a lot of these small little buildings, they're not going to hold up.
I know. That's correct.
There's going to be so much flying debris right here.
The south wall, it's moved almost due northeast. We're going to be the center or right aisle wall. We're going to be center right aisle wall. We're going to change over, guys, from the way I see it right now. We're going to change over. We're just to the right of the center line. We're going to, unless it comes back to the right, we're going to have northeast winds whipping around a 100-mile an east wind and then about 140 southeast wind. So that north end of that lows may work. It'll work for us. It's the way I see it right now. Look at the center line. We're to the right of the center line. It's moving almost northeast. Guys, I'm at one more debris coming down. Okay, the changeover line is actually moving west. It's moving west.
Hey, just a note, the Bank of America there has some berms up against the building if we need to throw our vehicles up another 5 feet.
Where's that at? Right here?
We just passed it. It was the Bank of America back there.
Okay, let's look at this real careful here.
No shelter, but it does give us elevation.
Basically right at 9 feet here on this road. Go up before you be 13, 14. Jeff, what are you thinking?
I'm just scouting. I'm just looking. This is going to be a debris ball here.
No, this whole alleyway is going to be debris. Is this the older part of town? I think it is.
Yeah, residential to the west and slightly newer golf communities to the right. There's not much commercial until you start. Oh yeah, I know where I'm at. Yeah. So it's not much of anything. It's basically what you've seen the last couple miles. It's the same thing all the way down to Inglewood. There's nothing special.
I thought from here to Inglewood was pretty, like not much at all, right? If I remember right, I think way better off staying up in here, Emerald 5 and all those kind of issues, right?
Between here and Inglewood.
Hey, is that line moving back?
Say again?
Is it moving westward, the zero line?
It's just the change our line from the southeast winds to northeast winds or north winds. Hey, I see a car wash across the
I
street.
feel like it's almost to Laurel.
Is that again? What'd you say?
The 0 degree line, it looks like it's pulled back to the west a little.
It has. The hurricane is actually fighting the trough so hard. It's pulled it back west. I thought the hurricane would like be well on its way to our east, but it's not. Waters, car wash. There you go. I don't feel safe in going any. I definitely don't want to go to Inglewood. I think right in this area we need a hole. Oh man, the hydrant's got cover on both sides. That being a sheet metal stuff will come apart.
Yeah, and Inglewood is known for its low elevation. It'll flood there even on thunderstorms.
Everybody still with me on stream. It looks like it's coming, going in and off of your posting, and I appreciate all your support. Really do. Can't make this trip possible without support. There's some flooding. Hey guys, we don't want to do this. We're heading back east again.
Turn right. Good job, Pete. Turn right.
Okay. Hey, what's this big fortress over here on the north side of Building Road? That look at this big commercial. This is like a big commercial warehouse or a super strong building. Look at the south one here too.
It's a fortress back here.
Well, the north side of the buildings looks like it was Fort Knox.
County commissioners.
Oh, this is the courthouse. Okay, this is the courthouse. This is going to be probably Cat 5 rated. Get on the other side. I don't like that south glass wall. That's what it is. I'm sure it's hurricane glass, but I wouldn't want to be near that glass shredding.
And there's a lot of vehicles that get thrown around here.
Yeah, they're going to roll.
Yeah, all these vehicles will roll.
That tree, yeah, everything's starting to. It's just going to get worse from here on out. I don't want to go. Yeah, I don't like that. That's going in some water hole back there. Jeff, it's probably get ready to hunker down somewhere and start shooting. I think the safest thing that I've seen so far, guys, honestly, this back wall's not bad. The safest thing I've seen is that back of the reasonable. That tree, I got trees come crashing down like car already.